Okay, I'm back.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar. You know how many problems in life could be solved if people just took accountability for their actions? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you about a month ago, we talked about a game called The Day Before, right? Now, 4 days after the day before, the game shuttered down, and all anybody could do the day after was just laugh at how bad this game released. Yeah, this might be
Yup.
one of the worst releases in gaming history of this decade at least. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to go in and just basically explore and look at one of their responses, right? Now, this is a response that was posted today by the company Fantastic, the people behind the steaming, pile of crap that was the day before. And, accountability is an important thing. When you make a mistake, when you lie, when you make an actual honest to God mistake about something, even if it's not even if it's tiny, even if it's massive, acknowledging it, taking accountability, takes some serious stones. Stones that Fantastic didn't have because they decided to put the blame on people like you and me. So let's read this through and dissect these scumbags' words. Recently, a lot of misinformation has emerged on the internet from supposedly anonymous sources. Now, I don't know how recent they're discussing over here. I didn't hear much about this game after its week of infamy. Anonymous people allege that we deceived players. Yeah, I wouldn't really say anonymous. I'm just going to go on the record and say that, yes, to me, it personally appears that you have deceived players. You know why? Because when I was looking into their product, this is, by the way, one of the most wish-listed games on Steam at the time. So there was a lot of hype built towards it. And in their initial gameplay trailers, it was people leading to believe that this was just like an open world survival MMO game, kind of in the same vein as DayZ, so on and so forth. In reality,
Yep.
all people got was the shittiest extraction shooter known to man. But we'll get to that in a bit. We worked hard and honestly on the game for 5 years. I don't deny that. I'm sure you worked hard. Doesn't mean that it correlated to a proper game, but sure. We didn't take a penny from users, didn't use crowdfunding, and didn't offer pre orders. All of these, as far as my knowledge goes, is true. So, of course, in that regard, I don't know anybody that was claiming that they were crowdfunding, taking pre orders. You did take penny from users. When you sell the game, you make money, right? Like, that's not that's not a shocking thing to come on now. Even after the game was closed, we, together with the publisher, returned money to all players, including forcibly issuing refunds to those who did not request them. How many companies return money like that? We are not a fly by night company. We've been operating since 2015 and have always conducted our business honestly. Now, again, when it's like how many companies refund money, there were literally guides on how to request Steam refunds. For those of you who don't know, Steam has a policy where you can refund a game if you played it less than 2 hours. Well, in this case, people were getting their refunds if they played longer than 2 hours because of the nefarious, reputation the game had gotten. Now, at one point, it appeared that a message from Edward Gotovstev, one of the co-founders of Fantastic, according to this app2top.com, leaked this to the network, okay? Basically, they had said that at some point they sold 200,000 Steam units, but they had 91,000 units returned. Nearly half of their sales were being refunded through Steam. So obviously, a company known as Mytona, their publisher, jumped in and started to actually apologize. Thank God for image backup. So Mytona says to all the day before players, as the investor of the day before, we would like to provide some updates on the current situation around the game. We are sorry for the fact that the game didn't meet the expectations of the majority of the players. Today we will work with Steam to open up refunds for any player who chooses to make a refund. We're in contact with Fantastic regarding the future of this game. So again, yeah, this was not just them, it was actually more, I would say, Steam, Valve, and also the actual publisher having to jump in and basically clean the egg off of their face. So then they say anonymous people allege that we deceived the investors. That's not true. We still have a great relationship with our publisher. Dad still loves us. The closure of the day before did not affect our partnership. Since 2021, we've had a New Zealand venture called Mytona Fantastic and a successful game, Prop Night, which, by the way, is dead in the water, as is most of their entire Steam history, as most of their development history is all dead in the water. So I don't really know how great the relationship is, considering that this game failed, and so did everything else. In fact, the entire studio seemed to have closed down. If you had a good relationship, they might have done more to pull your chestnuts out of the fire. So then they say anonymous former employees tell different stories about the development. We're unsure whether these employees are real or not, but we had excellent relationships with our team. Despite being a small indie company with a limited budget, we assisted employees with relocation and healthcare and helped some of them to buy equipment and with their mortgages and other personal matters. So what they did was provide severance and of course, like their obligations necessarily to when people are laid off and studios close because of administrative decisions being this goddamn stupid. Now, look, at the end of the day, I'm not here to do the he said, she said game. I'm here to only play with the objective fact, and there are plenty of objective facts. And in this situation, look, whatever your relationship with this game development company is, it really seems like there were a chunk of people, even in their community, which obviously they're not going to be working at the company, were a little bit, misled. I remember even looking into like one of their Discord managers who were basically out there defending them until the very bitter end when all of the House of Cards here started falling. And again, it seems like a fair few individuals were sort of taken by surprise at how bad things were actually going to get. Now again, ladies and gentlemen, it's good, and I'll give them credit. It's good that you're helping former employees with mortgages, equipment for them to find new jobs. That's great and all. But it doesn't take away from the fact that you lied and caused this all to happen. The saddest part about this is people that actually wanted to develop a game and people who are actually the cogs in the machine have to suffer the most because of the dumbass choices of the people at the top of this stupid company. So here they say, who made money on the day before? Now this is a goddamn doozy, okay? So I want you guys to prepare for this stupidity. Certain bloggers made huge money by creating false content with huge titles from the very beginning to gain views and followers, exploiting the lack of information about the game's development. Their actions triggered a gold rush amongst content creators due to the game's pre-release popularity. So, I love this, by the way, too. They're trying to make it look like this game was like the California gold rush of crapping on them. Which, listen, anytime a controversy happens on YouTube, there's going to be a bunch of videos. This shouldn't shock anyone. But to say that because bloggers are crapping on your game, that doesn't invalidate the criticisms that people raised. Look, I can tell you right now, if you look at the day before, you'll probably find big videos from YouTubers like The Act Man, Skill Up, me, everyone else involved. Charlie talked about it. Every single person with a sizable platform that was in the gaming sphere rightfully shat on this game. And I'm going to speak for myself here. Yes, I made money crapping on this game. You know what? You know what a counter to that statement is, just to basically soften their stupid claim here? I talked about Palworld yesterday and a day ago. I think this week in general. I made 2 videos on Palworld. Now, both of those videos, one of them at least, is getting the same viewership in like a day or two that my entire lifetime view of like the initial day before video made. So obviously, I can get the same viewership whether the coverage of the game is negative, whether the coverage is positive. Yes, negativity sells, but if you understand how YouTube algorithms work and you understand that if you cover a trending topic, whether you're positive or negative, you will get viewership drawn towards you. And here's the thing, even with games like Palworld, I have not been given a single dime from the development studio for that game. And that's it. The only correspondence I believe I've ever had is I think a community manager reached out to me, which I saw like a day ago, and they were talking about my like recent videos, the controversies of Palworld, where I gave them an objectively fair shake. Now, at the end of the day, my first Palworld video, I did cover it with a lot of sincerity, and I covered my honest thoughts onto it, and it was very positive. And the thing is, that wasn't a video that was paid for to make. That was just something I made because I genuinely spent 20 hours in this game and wanted to talk about it. And yes, that means that bloggers, whether they make negative or positive content, it's not as if that making money on that content is wrong. It's that as long as you're providing honest commentary and your actual beliefs on the matter, that's all that really matters. And when it comes to the day before, I can say a vast majority of influencers in my camp and me made this with our actual honest-to-God thoughts, in that this game was created by a bunch of fraudsters, okay, that basically showed one piece of advertising, and their final game was not even close, in my opinion, reflective of that. So this is where they go into, why did they say that the released game is not the same as that in the trailers, and why was the game closed? We implemented everything shown in the trailers, from home improvements and a detailed world to off-road vehicles. We only disabled a few minor features.
Everything
like
except the things
bugs,
we didn't.
But plan to include them in the full release. Now obviously this is a game that comes out early access, and when you release a game early access, you're probably not going to have every single thing available, because the 1.0 version of the game, which usually comes after the early access period, does contain all of the stuff that the game should have.
Was it early access though?
When I covered their shitty game, I looked at their announcement trailers, their gameplay trailers, and there was a stark difference between what we had seen and the final actual release of the game. There were so many elements from the announcement trailer that made the game feel more lively, more dynamic, more close to a game brand that they were basically aping, in my opinion, The Last of Us. And then the final product comes out, and it's not even an open world MMO game. It's a goddamn extraction shooter, which if you want to play an extraction shooter, dog, there's millions of them at this point. You might as well play the ones that have effort put into them. Anyways, remember the experiment where you're asked to count pink objects in a room and then recall the blue ones? Okay, so now we're getting into Psych 101 here. You won't remember any. It's all about focus. The negative bias instilled by certain bloggers making money on hate-affected perceptions of the game. Look at unbiased gameplay like Dr. Disrespect stream and release. You know what? I actually did do that for my video. The gameplay that I primarily wanted to show in my video was from Dr. Disrespect. Now, it's not that I'm a fan of like Dr. Disrespect or anything. I just think that when it comes to these type of games, battle royales and extraction shooters, he's probably the only one that shows up in my feed. So I'm like, look, I'm not going to go buy your game and get scammed personally myself, in my opinion. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look at a stream for the video game. And that's why I love live streamers. If you watch a live streamer play a game, typically in an unedited manner, you can see exactly what the game is going to be like before you end up spending your money on it. And Dr. Disrespect's gameplay, they claim, despite the initial bugs and server issues, he liked the game, which we fixed later. Your game died in 4 days, so again, what did you really fix and what did it even matter? Yeah, just because he likes the game doesn't mean that I have cataracts or I'm fucking blind. I could see the animation quality, I could see the gameplay, the lack of zombies in this open world survival MMO. Dog, there is more survival going on between my walk to the office water cooler and back to this computer, okay? That's it. So get out of here with he liked the game. See, it's unbiased. I watched the unbiased gameplay. It still didn't look good. And the game received improved reviews over the weekend, okay? Unfortunately, the hate campaign had already inflicted significant damage. Again, when they say hate campaign, look, like I said, YouTubers, if you make a good game, will make good coverage of your game. Palworld is killing it in the coverage right now. And obviously, a lot of people enjoy that game. And that's why it's doing very successful on not just Twitch, on YouTube, but also selling millions of copies. Literally almost a day. It's like every day they sell like 1 million more. So, by the way, after sales closed, many people wrote to us that bloggers had deceived them, and they liked the game. I love this line. Many people wrote to us, they do not produce the actual emails. Okay, cool, awesome. They asked for access. We also heard petitions were created to continue development, and on the black market, the game price exceeded $200. Some even began to make their own mods. So when they mention black markets, they're talking about like CD key, like after markets where you buy like CD keys for cheaper. Yeah, just because your game was priced at $200 and I guess maybe it's sold, doesn't actually make it good. People were just buying because at that point they considered it a rare entry in their Steam library. That doesn't make your game good. So yeah, this is an entire cope post from these guys to basically deflect and never take any acknowledgement. And look, we can talk about the day before forever, but it's already the day after. So ladies and gentlemen, let me just make a comparison to another group of developers. Look, when you lie and make a mistake this heavy, people are not going to forget it, right? Like, gamers are not stupid individuals. When it comes to buying a video game and people sharing and streaming their experiences, if your game plays like crap, looks like crap, people will talk crap. If your game is fun and your game is enjoyable, like Palworld is, and again, I'm going to keep making that comparison, especially for this, people will share it, people will talk about it, and people will buy it and share it with their friends. That is the difference between your game and a successful game. These guys released a game that was so buggy, all right, at launch, that it could be classified as a bug-type legendary Pokemon. But Palworld comes out and they have a pretty clean, clear, crystal game that seemingly with very little bugs. A game that even in its early access feels fun to play and it doesn't feel like a nuisance on my system. There are key differences. Look, even with other developers that have made mistakes, one of them is CD Projekt Red. Look, they made a serious mistake with Cyberpunk 2077, where they, in my opinion, straight up lied to the audience about what was in the game. Now, they could have said, fuck you guys. Instead, they decided to go back, patch the game up, make Phantom Liberty one of the greatest expansions in video game history, in my opinion, and then end up releasing a game that now, if it released, could easily hit Game of the Year, in my personal opinion. But hey, forget about them. They're big, rich AAA developers. What about a small indie team like Hello Games? When they released No Man's Sky years ago at this point, it launched with as much hate, if not more hate, than your game had. Now, instead of them going, you know, you guys are wrong, they hunkered down, accepted that they made a mistake, and you know what they did? They patched their game up. And now No Man's Sky is one of the best space exploration sandbox games in the market. You guys couldn't leave your game up for over 4 days, took an L, and then still couldn't accept it. And now all you're going to do is sit here and co-post as your company is completely shattered. So yeah, this is how Fantastic imploded, and honestly, I would have a lot more respect if they didn't even make this response to begin with. That said, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
I'll watch the Ludwig video about Palworld.
I took 1 week off from gaming, and I came back to the largest game in the world being a complete and total scam.
Ooh.
Or at least that's what I've heard. What's the actual truth? Let's find out. I'm, of course, talking about Palworld, a game that's taken the world by storm. Everybody's playing it, and everybody's giving it great reviews. But don't just take my word for it. Let's listen to Charlie talk about it.
Yeah, I've actually heard good things about this.
Yeah.
Reviews are in, baby. That's Moist Critical
There it
himself.
is.
He's played the shit out of this game. He has a lot more to say about it.
Confirmed.
But there's also like every other streamer on the planet who's playing it, and then everyone who's not a streamer also playing it.
True.
In fact, Palworld has the highest concurrent player count of any paid game in the history of Steam. Sort of. Technically, it's number 2. PUBG actually has that record with like 3-point-something million, but then they went free to play. But it's up there, man.
Yeah.
It is up there, along with like Cyberpunk and Elden Ring. I think it's even
above
beaten
them.
that record. It's like at 1.5 million concurrent players. They've sold over
1.8
5
since we recorded
million
this video.
copies for a paid game. It is huge. But what is the game? At its core, it's a game where you capture pals. And you use these pals to like maybe gain experience by destroying other pals, or maybe weakening those pals and capture them and adding them to your team. And if that sounds anything like Pokemon, it's because it has some similarities. It has some similarities.
It's the same thing. It's just like Pokemon.
Yeah, but Pokemon doesn't have survival
It's the same.
aspect. So.
But to admit that it had no similarities, it has some similarities. But it's not a one-to-one clone.
Nope.
Right? The game's not like a turn-based.
It's a 1 to 1.1.
It's a
You
2.1.
kind of flow through and you do
2.0.
battles more freely, and you can also like kill Pokemon outright and butcher them. You can capture trainers. You can also butcher the trainers, which I think is just slavery and murder. It's kind of like an adult version with some Pokemon themes in it, some elements of Pokemon, but in a I guess more fresh way to play it. And people are upset because they're claiming that this game has totally ripped off Pokemon.
Yeah.
And I get why the concerns are coming out. Pokemon is a very impactful game. It's a lot of people's personalities. I can just be blunt about it. And so for a game to come up...
if your personality is a video game, you're a fucking loser. And I don't want to hear what your opinion is.
And rip it off pisses some people off. And they've drawn some comparisons to the Palworld pals versus the Pokemon themselves.
Wow, what about WoW? Yeah, I was a fucking loser back then. Holy shit. Like, yeah, didn't you see the videos?
And here's one of the more blatant examples I've seen 100 times. The
That's
glaring
Meowth and
Meowth
Gengar.
being stolen by the Palworld designers. And you can judge for yourself whether it's actually stolen or maybe just slightly inspired. But people are going in. I saw this thread of 100.
I mean, let's be real, guys. Some of these are fucking stupid. Like this. Like, you're just throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. No, I'm sorry. No,
Thread of 100 like different pals and then Pokemon that it draws inspiration from. I will say a lot of them are a stretch, right? Like a lot of them is just like, hey, it is a ferret-like creature.
Yeah.
And it's like, Pokemon didn't invent a goddamn...
They invented ferrets. You have to understand that after Pokemon made Pidgey, nobody else can have birds anymore. After Caterpie and Beedrill, you can't have... or Butterfree, you can't have a butterfly animal. That's Pokemon owns butterflies now. Sorry, guys.
And ferret. That's just we got like those creatures in our world, and they're called animals, and so I think they're basing the designs off animals. But some are like, okay, yeah, that color scheme is kind of similar.
Nah, bro, they stole this shit for sure. Some of these were 100%. They're like 1 for 1. If you look at the character models versus the Pokemon character models, they stole this shit 100%. But I'm gonna still play the game. Like, I don't give a fuck about it.
Maybe perhaps is a little more similar, and so it's basically a game of like, you know, people trying to draw connections and seeing what is valid, what is not valid. Some, I would say, a little more wishy-washy, like this one. You know, you can't really just take over all feathers or the color green. And some are a little more concerning, like the models of a PAL and a Pokemon.
I saw this myself. And I think that they 1 for 1'd it. Look at this.
Lined up next to each other, specifically Luxray.
That's crazy,
and one of the pals called Boltmane look pretty similar with the models and the sizes and the shapes of it. And so I get why people are bringing up the concern. But let's not pretend that Pokemon themselves haven't drawn inspiration from other games. In fact, this is one of Pirate Software's arguments, is that a lot of the Pokemon we know are just creatures or inspired by creatures from Dragon Quest, like Zubat.
And you want to know what's really funny about Dragon Quest? Is I bet Dragon Quest took them from somebody else. There is no original text.
Yeah, they got them from D&D,
they
probably.
took it from somebody else too. Yeah, like what the fuck are we talking about here? This is crazy. I mean, don't we have Pokemon that are like, what's the serpent Pokemon? Like really powerful Pokemon. I think it's like 2nd or 3rd generation. What's its name? We'll cut right down to it. There's Pokemon that kind of look like this. That's Rayquaza. I didn't feel like it was 1-to-1. I didn't. I didn't think it was that good. But Rayquaza is kind of like this. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, guys. This is always what's going to happen. I don't see it, to be honest. Okay.
Inspired from this Dragon Quest monster, and there's some other ones that maybe don't make as much sense, like this one for Dragonite. And so this is like the counter argument that I'm seeing a lot. But the fact is that the Palworld devs have not, at this point, received any legal issues from Nintendo.
Fuck it.
And let me tell you, Nintendo will give it out if they want to give it out. They've given it to me good. Nintendo left me no holes refused here, okay? I got a cease and desist myself. So a game that has 1.5 million sales, that is literally being marketed by everyone as Pokemon with guns, if they had any legal grounds to take them down, I think they would take that action.
And not only that, but if Pokemon sent a DMCA to Steam, Steam would be legally obligated to delist the game.
because of this campaign,
because of DMCA laws.
Hey, Palworld is a ripoff. It has led to some unfortunate consequences for some of the artists on the Palworld team. And this is from the lead developer and the CEO of the company, Takuro Mizobe, who said, currently we are receiving slanderous comments against our artists, and we're seeing tweets that appear to be death threats. And he just said, hey, I'm the guy in charge here, so if you want to slander someone, slander me, not the artist, which, you know, that's a noble thing to say. But is there any validity in it? And I would say we can let Nintendo make that call. Right? I don't think we need to defend Nintendo or white knight for Nintendo.
True.
Nintendo, a very litigious company, will do it for themselves.
Yeah, you gotta think to yourself, if Nintendo can, they will.
They will. Oh.
If they truly think that somebody is stealing their models. And that would be the thing that's a crime, if they were stealing or copying models. And the models are available, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I'm sorry, but like if they stole or copied the models, but the game was fun, I would still play the game. Like, I would still play it. Like, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Like every single fan.
Better Pokemon
at
game
some
than
point
we've
has
ever
ripped
had.
models from every single Pokemon game. So
Sure.
it would be feasible to do, and if it's found out that that has happened, that would be fucked up. That'd be fucked up, and then they should receive some repercussions, whether it's giving Nintendo a big bag of money or taking their game down.
Yeah.
But if all that's happening is that artists are inspired by some Pokemon from Nintendo, who's made like over 1,000 Pokemon that are oftentimes based off very real animals in our real world, then I don't think that should be such a big deal, and we should be flaming them. But unfortunately, that's not the only complaint that people are levying against Palworld. Because the other big one is that Palworld is using AI to make their game. And it is...
So this is an argument that's based off of...
Nothing.
My sources, I made it the fuck up. Yeah,
Yep.
So what they did is they made it up, and then they got mad about it.
sad that people are falling for this AI product because it's fun and doesn't feel like AI, and now AI is going to take over everything. Books, music, art, sad day for America, sad day for the world.
It's not even AI.
There's no real evidence that the game uses AI.
Let's go a step farther. If it did, I don't care. In my opinion,
Also,
the difference between generative AI and procedural generation is pretty much non-existent. I think that they're basically the same thing. On a functional level, in terms of as a consumer, I think that they're about the same thing. It's different math, yeah. So, like, how is procedural... Like, do you really want me to draw them? Like, again, I know they're different, but in order for somebody to expect me to draw a moral line, I have to perceive a difference that I consider substantial. And I do not consider the difference substantial. Do you guys? No. Right. No. And that's really what matters. If it was made with AI, I'm completely okay with that because it was fun.
The evidence is
doesn't
that
matter. Nobody really cares
the
about
lead
this.
developer has been very positive about AI in the past and made
That's
an
not
AI
evidence.
game
We're gonna play
called
this, by the way.
AI Art Imposter that lets an AI artist draw a picture. And so that was like one of the games.
We're gonna be playing this week.
Yes, just generally has been much more positive about some of the benefits of AI rather than what is the normal sentiment amongst artists and you know, I guess general Twitter population, which is that, you know, AI is bad and it takes jobs from people.
Well, AI and the sentiment from artists opinions don't matter. It just doesn't matter, because what matters is the opinion of the people that are buying the product. Like, it doesn't, like, your opinion on it, like, just because you do it doesn't, like, nobody cares. Like, it's not relevant. It's like whenever one of these, like, you know, really well-respected and really respectable directors talks about how bad Marvel is. Shut up, old man. Shut up.
Future is
watching
now,
the Thor
old
movie.
man.
It was cool. It's not up to him to decide what people can and can't like.
And we should not support AI across the board. It's kind of become a taboo word, like crypto or NFTs.
Yeah.
We don't really care about looking into the details of the project. If it has the word AI, we're pretty much out. All right, and because this person...
And by we, they mean they, because clearly it's not a we. That's why Palworld is so successful. Nobody really cares about AI. People just pretend to care about it.
used to be very positive about AI. It's likely, perhaps, that
He equals
Palworld has
me.
used AI to make this game come to life.
And
there's-
also, big point here is that if they used AI, they fraudulently uploaded the game onto Steam.
Mm-hmm.
Because Steam requires people that use AI, generative AI, to make it known to
Yep.
them and to make it known to the users that it's being created through generative AI.
Let's
more
see if
arguments
it's
that are
respawned.
following that sort of thought. They're basically kind of just trying to frame the team in a certain way to make the argument, rather than using evidence directly from the game to make the argument, which I don't
Yeah.
really fuck with. I don't really
Isn't
like.
this a furry? If I look at this picture, that looks like a furry to me. I mean, look at this. This is an NSFW, and then it's another. These are furries. They're like, what are we doing? It's a
it's
fucking
respawn.
furry. Like, what is this? What are we talking about? What? We're gonna listen to a fucking furry?
Blazamut.
Just, hey, this person is bad based off their history, and that is why we should not support it. Versus,
You want to
we
talk about somebody's history? What about the history of you being a fucking furry? How about that? Huh? You want to talk about, well, let's look into somebody's background? Let's look into your profile picture. Your own fucking Twitter bio. Somebody needs to put this person in an institution. 50 years ago, you'd be in a straitjacket.
have clear proof of AI being used, so we should not support it. Because I understand the moral line of not wanting to support AI games because you like humans and what humans make. But be sure. Be right. Don't just slander a character and then go off that.
Humans made the AI. Do you not like fences because you don't like what hammers make? You only like what people make? You not want a fence? It's just so stupid. Like, it's amazing to me that, like, people can have, like, this mindset that's just like, so transparently fucking stupid. And, like, everybody repeats it as if it's some sort of fucking religion.
And then there's a couple other complaints, which is that, hey, this isn't the first time that the Palworld team has stolen before. What you're looking at is not a multiplayer Breath of the Wild. It is actually another game they made called Craftopia, which is being called out for being very similar to Breath of the Wild, being resurfaced now.
Do you want to know another game that was called out for being very similar to Breath of the Wild? It was
Genshin.
called Genshin Impact. And the reason why is because it was. And the reason why it was similar to Breath of the Wild is because I think the people that made Genshin Impact just stole the things from Breath of the Wild. But does anybody really care about that? Well, besides the fat guy that broke his PlayStation, no.
And then they made this game, which people are saying it looks very similar to Hollow Knight and was massively inspired or stole from Hollow Knight. So I'm just trying to give you the full context here of why we are in this situation in the first place. And it is
Holy
pretty
shit.
obvious to me
Nice.
that it all stems from the fact that this game is being marketed as Pokemon with guns.
It is.
Everyone's talking about it as adult Pokemon, or the Pokemon game we've always wanted. And
Because
as a
it is.
Because it is, yeah.
huge Pokemon fan who thinks Black and White 2 are the greatest Pokemon games ever made, it's been a tough, like, fucking decade.
I'm really feeling old whenever I constantly hear people talk about their nostalgia for Pokemon games, and I don't even know what game that was. That's really upsetting.
for Pokemon, man. The games have been, I think, pretty mid. Right? The
No, they've
Pokemon
been dog
designs
shit.
Have sometimes been a little lackluster
Mid
in
is
recent years. The
being
gameplay and
generous.
the games from Game Freak look bad. It looks like a PS2 game, but it's all we get. So we just eat it. We eat
To
the
be fair, it's because it has to run on a machine that is the equivalent of a PS2. So that part of it actually makes sense. It's the washed out colors that there's no excuse for.
slop that they feed us.
PlayStation
because
2 is better? You're right, because it could at least play DVDs. Can a Switch play a DVD? Good point.
we like Pokemon because it was part of our childhood. That's how I feel. And I wish they would make something that's more innovative.
Yeah.
And Palworld did that. And so I feel like it is creating a divide between people who liked Pokemon and now like this new thing because they've grown up with Pokemon and they like that sort of
Yeah.
gameplay and the art style or whatever.
Pokemon was a
and then
gateway
people
drug.
who who just wish that that Game Freak could do it right, and they don't want someone else to steal it and everyone to leave the Pokemon universe because they put so much time and effort into this thing. Yeah. But unless it's proven that they've stolen designs, stolen models, used AI to generate their pals, then I really think it is a nothing burger.
If it's proven, then it's still a nothing burger. The website that Ludwig is on, that we all consume every day, YouTube, is built on the foundation of theft in the form of piracy. Most of the content that is on YouTube is not owned by YouTube. That's just the way it is. No one really cares about this. No one actually gives a fuck. There's no principle. There's no guiding light. There's no North Star. People just want to play a video game. And that's it.
It is as big of a problem, and maybe you could argue this is a huge problem we should talk about, but it's a different one, as Valorant taking inspiration from CSGO, right? A 5v5 tag shooter. A lot of similarities there. Or perhaps Genshin Impact, taking a lot of gameplay elements from Breath of the Wild. Or a game I played a fuck ton of, Only Up, taking direct inspiration from the Fadian forefathers of getting over it, and basically stealing assets outright. I mean, this game also could end up
thought
being
it was gonna be
like a tale of what might happen now.
I don't know about that. Did Only Up steal assets, or did they just upload assets they didn't have the right to use? It seemed like almost like inadvertently, and then they just changed it. Stole? Well, I guess like, so intent is a bit different, right? Like same thing, maybe functionally, yes, but I think that intent matters. Then it got removed.
Because this game got taken down from Steam for using stolen assets from Unity, and it got massively popular because it was really fun to play, but it eventually caught up to it, right? The dev took down the game because they couldn't get away.
No, because they were
stressful. Right here. And if it...
That's actually not what the developer said. That's not why they said they took down the game. The developer said they took down the game because the amount of pressure that was created in the community for them to make content was too much, and it bothered their mental health. It seemed to me like the actual reason why they did that was the same reason because of Flappy Bird. We all remember that in like 2011, whenever a guy made this game that was like just super, super popular, and then Flappy Bird was just massive, and he just couldn't deal with the pressure that it put on him. He wasn't ready for that level of exposure, and then he was like, holy fuck, and he just shut down completely. And so I think with Only Up, the same thing happened. I think that we already have a use case for it. I remember even, this is like a parallel, is that I remember the people, the guy that makes Hollow Cure was like, oh man, he said he really stressed him out that he won an award at our Game Awards. I almost kind of felt bad about it, you know? Because I'm like, fuck, you know, like I feel bad now, you know, I'm putting him on the spot, right? What? But like, you know, like it's one thing to make a game, it's another thing to have like a certain level of success. Like success can fuck you up, it really can. Like I've seen it happen with streamers. Like think about how many people get like really successful and then they turn into like drug addicts, or they just go like fucking crazy in one way or another. It's very common. So yeah, I don't think that that's the reason why Only Up was removed, because whenever Only Up was removed from Steam, it was then re-added back onto Steam without those assets. So the asset problem was not related directly to why Only Up isn't on Steam.
If it's found out eventually that there are already stolen assets, I think the same thing would happen. But we have to wait for it to be found out. You can't jump the gun. Having said that, fans of Palworld are not doing the devs a favor by making all the comparisons. If you watch somebody stream Palworld, they'll sometimes just call the pals Pokemon outright.
Who does that?
Say Mons, they'll say Pokemon, whatever. And there's also a mod that's been teased.
Oh god, bro, I'm not even gonna watch this. Bro, I'm not even gonna watch it. Yeah,
the Pokemon mod.
Oh my god, I'm not even gonna watch it. No.
That's not gonna, we're not gonna do that.
We're gonna have to fucking, like, edit that part out.
This, and separate themselves from modders trying to make it Pokemon but for adults and try to form their own identity.
Yeah.
And that's the whole story. That's where we're at right
There
now.
it is.
We're basically waiting for things to get proven. The devs haven't said any more. They haven't mentioned use of AI. He just said the thing about, hey, please don't flame my artist, which I get. And so if there's any updates, I'll let you know. But until then, I'm gonna play it. This game looks fun. I'll play a game that looks fun. And maybe tell me I'm wrong for that. I don't know. Have a good one. That's it. That's my thoughts.
I
See you
was
later.
actually
Goodbye. That's
so
it.
worried that Ludwig was going to pussy out and act like it's actually a problem to not get hate. I'm so happy at the end of it. He's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about this. Thank fucking God. I was so concerned that he was going to do that.
Burn is done.
Pussy, are you kidding me? And it's like, yeah, exactly. I fucking agree. So goddamn true. I'll link you all the video. Always debates. I know. Did he though? Yeah, he did. He talked about he's very fair. And then he said, I'm going to play it anyway. Doesn't give a fuck, right? Yeah, there you go. Want us to get clicks? Yeah, exactly. The Coffin of Andy and Laylee. Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit different. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same thing. How about it be the other way around? I mean, then I would disagree. Have you seen the Oklahoma furry legislation? Absolutely, I've seen it. So in Oklahoma, they want to make a law to where furries, if you're a furry in school and you're being a furry, like coming in with a tail, a fursuit, wearing paws, anything like that, that instead of calling the police, they'll call animal control and have you removed by animal control. I think this is a great idea. I do. I'm completely in support of it. Because when in Rome, do what the Romans do. And whenever you're in a circus, behave like a fucking clown. The world has lost its fucking mind. People have diverted from reality. You have actual fucking kids that think that they are an animal or some version of it, and they want other people to play along with their delusion. This is a mental illness. It's fucking ridiculous, and it shouldn't be accommodated by any adult. You're not doing a 15-year-old any favors by playing along with this fantasy that he's half fox. That's what I fucking think. You're not helping him at all. How do you know they aren't? Because they're not. You can do a DNA test, and it says that they're not a fox. It's that simple. And I'm tired of pretending that it's not. There it is. And everybody fucking knows it.
There is another content creator focused charity scandal bubbling over like a pot of pasta right now. Yeah. It's only been a matter of weeks since the last one with the Completionist and the Open Hand Foundation, with all the shenanigans that have been going on there for the last decade that got brought to light thanks to Carl Jobst and Mudahar spearheading all of that. And we didn't even get a refractory period. We were thrust into Season 2 immediately.
Electric
with yet
Boogaloo?
another huge charity scandal situation in the space. And it's an organization that I'm sure all of you are at least familiar with by name.
Really?
Soft Giving. Buckle your seatbelt because this is about to be a wild ride. Soft Giving, for a couple of years now, had been the go-to for charity fundraising streams that a lot of Twitch streamers have used. We're talking the Goliaths in the space. XQC, Hassan, OTK, the list goes on and on with people that have used Soft Giving to raise money from their community for a good cause. And there was a lot of really great events that were run that used Soft Giving, raised a lot of money for some amazing organizations, and it all seemed like blue skies, smooth sailing, sunshine, and rainbows. And then about a year ago, I recalled there was a bit of shit flinging in the direction of Soft Giving, and I can't quite remember what it was about, because it never really blew up, but there were quite a few creators that came forward saying that they're done working with Soft Giving, and I thought I remembered them shutting down. But that must have been like a Mandela effect thing, kind of like Berenstein versus Berenstain Bears. Although that one is not a Mandela effect, that is a legitimate fact that there must have been some kind of multiversal collapse that shifted our timeline, because I know for damn sure it used to be Berenstein, not Stain. So something went truly awry in the space-time continuum. We're getting down a rabbit hole already, don't wind me up on that topic. But anyway, I thought I remembered Soft Giving shutting down. Wasn't the case. It rebranded to something called Brandfluence and is still very much alive. But anyway, there was some controversy that happened with Soft Giving a year or so ago, and it died out very quickly. It just petered out like a little wet fart. But a brand new bombshell report came out from Jacob Wolf that blew the lid wide open on soft giving. And through the investigation, found that roughly 42% of all the money that was raised from 2020 to 2021 actually went to soft giving instead of the charity that it was meant for. And they never prominently disclosed that to donors. That is an outrageous amount to be scraping off the top here without letting anyone know that that's the case. They're basically treating it like investments in soft giving at that point as opposed to actual charitable services here. It's fucking foul. Now, since it wasn't prominently displayed to donors, streamers also didn't know that either, at least from all the streamers that have been outspoken about it. It seemed like they were also kept in the dark on that amount of money going to soft giving as opposed to the money they thought they were raising for the cause that they were supporting. That is absurd. 42% is not the industry standard, as shocking as that information might be to hear. There's no reason soft giving should be taking that much money, but they're basically just for profit. They're not actually there for the charity, they're there for the big fucking paycheck in their pocket, it seems. Allegedly. So let's strip this down to its birthday suit and weasel our way into its bare butt cheeks. What is soft giving? Soft giving is fundamentally just the middleman in this equation. So let's say I wanted to do a fundraising stream right now for an organization that will help me get taller. It's a cutting-edge group that's looking for the most effective means in bioengineering and medicine to increase my height from 5'6" to 6 feet. So instead of having my community donate directly to that foundation, fucking pipsqueakpowerup.org or whatever, I would partner with soft giving to have my community donate through the soft giving campaign, and soft giving would take that money that they donated and transfer it to that organization. They would take it and basically just be this conduit for the money to flow through to the organization that the stream is supposed to support. There's nothing in there. That would justify taking 42 fucking percent for that effort of taking the money here
Jesus.
and putting it over there.
That's like
You know, we're not
almost
taking
half.
Bikini Bottom and moving it over there. We are doing the simplest process ever. 42% is an outrage. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
That's a
And
scam!
soft giving says that it gives you all the tools necessary to make the campaign as successful as it can be, but that's a bunch of hooey. There is nothing there that justifies that amount going to the administration costs or whatever fees that they're trying to say they incurred from doing that process. It's just ridiculous. To really highlight the anomaly of soft giving here, Jacob Wolf's report talks about its competitors like Tiltify and Donor Drive, which I think are two names a lot of you have also heard of. They're very popular as well. And I'm just going to read this to you. The process of donation funds passing through another charity before making their way to the intended destination is unusual. In this scenario where a third party manages the funds without the charity's oversight, there's far more likelihood of misuse and profiteering, said Zach Weigall, the CEO of Charity Gamers Outreach. On those services, charities sign up and pay a monthly or annual service fee to allow influencers to set up their campaigns. As part of that process, those charities authorize Tiltify and Donor Drive to assess a pre-agreed upon administration fee after a donation is received. The money is never held by a third party. Tiltify and Donor Drive simply connect to the charity Stripe, PayPal, Amazon Pay, or other payment accounts and deduct the administration fee. On top of its service fees, Tiltify, for example, charges anywhere from a 3.5 to 5% fee, according to its CEO, Michael Wasserman, making the sum of fees that cut into the total donation approximately 10% for most charities. So you are looking at an astronomical difference in terms of the percentage cut that that soft giving takes as opposed to Tiltify. It's night and day. No matter how you spin it, this is a smell that smells smelly. Like shit from soft giving. A bunch of bullshit here. And we've only scratched the surface of Jacob Wolf's report. I highly recommend you check it out if you're curious about how deep this goes. Apparently when he was trying to get some interviews and statements from soft giving, he instead faced a lawsuit that was issued to him. So apparently he was sent a letter written by the attorney representing Brandfluence, aka the new soft giving, I guess, that demanded they don't publish this piece. But then he said, we believe in investigative journalism and our first right to freedom of the press. So Jacob Wolf ended up publishing it anyway, even amidst this lawsuit that he was issued. So big W move there because I think this is important information. It is always extraordinarily scummy for anyone to take advantage of others' kindness. Charity fraud and charity scams, alleged charity fraud and charity scams here, are the lowest of the low that you can possibly say. It is so exploitative and so just disgusting.
Level
Let's
up!
take another peek behind the curtain here because Jacob Wolf just made another report here 4 days ago with the new IRS tax records. And according to this, during 2022, soft giving raised more than $3.56 million in donations, according to the tax records filed by the Giving A Foundation, the pass-through nonprofit that soft giving partners with. Around 1.92 million of that ultimately went to the intended charities. Nearly 1.65 million, roughly 46%
Easy.
of that money went to soft giving in fundraising expenses, the tax records show. Soft giving, more like not giving, 46%. That is downright dirty barnacles. Allegedly. Or even, is it even allegedly if it's public tax filings? But allegedly, I'll just say it to be safe anyway. They seem to have their finger on the trigger of lawsuits. They seem to like to toss those puppies out willy-nilly. So might as well play it safe. Alleged. That's not okay. That's not good at all. Now, another thing that came out in Jacob Wolf's report is that soft giving would also pay streamers to do charity streams. That information isn't new, and it's not exclusive to soft giving. I saw a lot of people did talk about that, and it created a bunch of buzz. But that's actually a conversation that's been had even a few years back.
Oh, we
There
got the
are
rocket launcher.
sometimes events that are run that will pay a streamer to be the face of it and raise money for it.
Fuck
And
yes.
that's always going to leave a sour taste in people's mouths, understandably so, because if you're a streamer or content creator that's raising money for a charitable cause, the impression is that you're doing it from a genuine place of care and wanting to help, as opposed to it being some kind of paid brand partnership. Because it doesn't seem that sincere anymore if you're getting paid to do it. In that case, why are you paying the content creator? You can just take that money that you're going to pay them and put it into the charity itself, you know what I mean? And if the content creator really does care, they run the charity stream with you, is how I would personally view it. I feel like doing paid charity streams is just never going to be a good look, but again, that's not something that's exclusive to soft giving or this report. That is something that's been in the industry occasionally for a long time now, unfortunately. That's also a debate that's been had a lot over the last few years since that information became more public knowledge with paid charity streams. I think one of the main arguments in support of that practice was people saying that without a content creator spearheading it and like taking charge of it, it wouldn't have as many eyes, thus wouldn't raise as much money for the charity. And I
That's
get
kind
that
of a point,
perspective,
yeah.
like that makes sense, but it's still just not really a good look to get paid to do a charity stream, because that money that you're getting paid could very easily just go to the charity as well. I just feel like when it comes to raising money for a good cause, it should come from a good place as opposed to like a transactional thing. But that's just my personal view on it. I don't think paid charity streams are a great thing. But anyway, back to soft giving and how much they take out of the cookie jar here. So, with all of this coming out from Jacob Wolf's report, a lot of streamers have been questioned by the communities wondering, well, how much did you know and how do you feel about this? And from everyone that's talked about it loosely so far, it seems that the common sentiment is they had no idea that soft giving operated this way.
Yeah, no shit.
It seems like streamers were just as surprised to learn this as everybody else, because it wasn't something that was common knowledge, that soft giving was taking this much behind the scenes. I think even the streamers that may have been paid to do campaigns probably also didn't know either, because I don't think soft giving would disclose that internally either, because they have to know how shitty of a thing that is, which is why they try and keep it this secret. Alleged secret. So that's kind of what I think. Asmongold on stream said that they're engaged in a lawsuit with Soft Giving over all of this, with this whole massive controversy and charity scandal. So I guess we'll have to wait to hear more information about how that goes and what the lawsuit will entail. But regardless, this is a situation where everybody loses, especially the donators who gave their hard-earned money to a cause they thought was great, and definitely is a good cause for most of these fundraisers, but were absolutely fucking alleged scammed by Soft Giving by not properly disclosing how much money they were taking. It's a tragic thing to exploit people's kindness in that way, especially when it comes financially. You're not only just taking advantage of people's willingness to help others, you're taking their money on top of it too in this pursuit of trying to help others. It is as low as you can fucking get. So I wanted to just put this on everyone's radar here. I highly encourage you to read Jacob Wolf's report on this for a far more detailed breakdown of everything. I gave you like the bare bones cliff notes of all of it. It is some scummy shit. So just wanted to talk about this a little bit. I am very curious to see what other streamers will come out to talk about their experience with Soft Giving, if they choose to, or if this is going to be something that's mainly going to be fought with lawsuits behind the scenes, which is also entirely possible. But we'll just have to wait and see. But anyway, that's about it. See ya.
Okay, this is actually unbelievable. Look at this. Palworld's 1.58 million players in a 24-hour
Let's see what he has to say about it.
peak. It is the fastest growing game on Steam of all time. This is the all-time chart. In fact, it's so fast growing, it is almost double what Counter-Strike 2's numbers were for a 24-hour period. Not only that, but this game is on multiple platforms. Counter-Strike 2 is not. It is a Steam game only, whereas this is on Xbox, etc.
And Palworld is also on Game Pass.
So on
like,
Game Pass, for instance.
yeah.
So if you look at these numbers, it's absolutely insane. But that's not the full story. We're going to talk about a little bit more of it. There's some sort of, I would call it drama, but there's some accusations, pretty serious legal accusations. And people are saying that Nintendo might try to close this one down. So let's...
People are just pissed off. It's Nintendo fanboys. Nintendo won't shut this down. Copium. I could use some more berries. Let's see. Gunpowder. Is the rocket launcher done? It is. Oh. What the fuck was that? T-pose. Oh boy. $11 bullets. How big is this? Sturdy fucking weight, Jesus. Back to the video.
Break down what exactly is going on with Palworld. Look at this. This is Palworld themselves tweeting out third highest all-time peak in Steam history. Palworld's is now just under in fact, it might have broken Counter-Strike 2's record by now. I saw 7 hours ago they were at 1.6 million on the all-time peak. So these are absolutely crazy numbers with concurrent players of 1.5 million to give you an idea of this game. So it's going absolutely insane. But the information and, should I say, drama associated with this game kind of goes a little bit farther. So there are some tweets, for instance. Look at this one. Palworld is fun. The creatures are cute, but they stole assets. They should not be doing this. It's not proper dev ethics. And if you look at it, there are some examples of, hey, look at this. Seems like a one-to-one body match of previous Pokemon. People are even calling it Pokemon because it's so close to some Pokemon. And you look at this. Here's some more. There are some examples of, hey, look at this. Seems like a one-to-one body match of previous Pokemon. People are even calling it Pokemon because it's so close to some Pokemon. And you look at this. Here's some more body assets that look similar. And then you'll scroll down, and of course, you're going to have people defending it. They're showing, hey, look, the models actually aren't the same. Like, why would you rip a modeled asset and then not reskin it? Why would you tweak the asset and make it different? Like, what's the point of stealing art if then you're going to redo it because they don't look exactly the same? But, man, they do look pretty similar. So there is some drama associated around the game about some potential ethic problems with the game. There's more and more tweets I could pull up here showing more and more examples, etc. To accidentally create a complex model mesh with so near exact proportions is practically impossible. So you're going to see more and more and more of that. But Palworld themselves have actually responded. In fact, from a tweet here from Dextero, he copies it, says, currently we are receiving slanderous comments about our artists, and we are seeing tweets that appear to be death threats. So like with anything with the internet, as soon as people start talking about one thing, it's not going to be too much farther till drama follows, and with drama typically comes death threats with even stuff like this. Here, the Palworld CEO responded to allegations that the Palworld copied the 3D models of the Pokemon. So an article from the Escapist magazine here translates the CEO's tweet in a response. It was originally in Japanese, but this is sort of the translation of it. It says, I have received a variety of opinions of Palworld, but all productions related to Palworld are supervised by multiple people, including myself, and I am responsible for the production. I would appreciate it if you refrain from slandering the artists involved in Palworld. Now, that doesn't particularly say we did not steal any assets, just that he's responsible of it and he's seen the opinions and the productions were supervised by multiple people, sort of insinuating that it has been supervised, we did not rip anything, but without actually stating that. So who knows? Now, if you pull up more tweets, effectively people are talking about using AI. Basically, maybe this thing is sort of like an AI generator where what they do is they import Pokemon directly into the AI generator, and the AI generator then generates more Pokemon based upon the images it has received. That's sort of the way these AI art generators work anyway, which is why AI art was sort of in controversy beforehand, because people would say, well, if you're inputting, inspiration from the AI art and then meshes it all together, it's still sort of a ripoff. And that's kind of the argument that people are making here with the AI art generated by Palworlds. How do the people respond? Well, if you look at the concurrent player base, it is still actively growing. 1.57 million players and still growing. So it would seem that the average player doesn't really care if they're ripping off Game Freaks or not. Now, this might be because, Nintendo kind of has been dropping the ball on their own IP. That doesn't necessarily give somebody a right to go and take the IP and take it for themselves now, does it? But it seems like in response to how players are actually treating this, they don't care. We have 1.57 million players, and it is still actively growing. This could literally hit the largest all-time peak game ever in the history. It's number 3 right now on Steam and closing in on Counter-Strike. We're talking Counter-Strike's largest all-time peak of concurrent players, and that is absolutely insane. But there's an argument to make that this game has
all-time peak yesterday of 2 million,
and I'm not saying they have. I'm just saying that if you actually look at the game, there's things that are very similar to other styles of games. Okay, we have Zelda Breath of the Wild. When you click on the tower or you hear the sound effects from the towers, it is very similar. I mean, you play Breath of the Wild, then you play Palworlds. Those audio cues are very similar. There's also the argument, well, how about Ark Survival? I mean, Ark Evolved. The game is very similar in terms of the way the technology tree goes. Now, I would argue that's more inspiration than a lot of these survival games actually use it, but it is somewhat of a similar thing. So the line becomes a little bit blurred. At what point are they actually blatantly ripping things off at this point and stealing? At what point is it inspired by? The same way I would make a similar YouTube video that somebody else has made because I watched their YouTube video and I like the concept. So I'm not a lawyer. I can't tell you, okay? But what I can tell you is that the players themselves don't seem to care.
Nope.
And that is sort of the drama of the day when it comes to Palworlds. Is Nintendo going to close this one down? I don't know. I'm actually really curious to see how Nintendo responds to this, if they do choose to respond to this. And honestly, I'm not a lawyer, so I couldn't tell you if they're even in the legal right of it or not. But this might be a case study going into the future on how these games, let's say they did use AI art, for instance. Let's say they did actually import Pokemon into an AI generator that made new Pokemon based off the previous ones. Is that illegal? I don't know. It's technically new assets, even if it's inspired upon the other assets. So I'm super curious to see how this gets resolved and if this actually can hit the #1 leaderboard of all time, especially when we look at, I mean, how close we're talking. At 1.57, Counter-Strike's all-time peak 1.8. I mean, PUBG at 3.2, that's going to be hard to get to, but man, you cannot get away from Palworlds right now. Everyone is talking about it. So it's going to be an interesting conversation for sure. You know, the response I think that Game Freaks would get a massive W from taking is looking at things like this and realizing people actually want Pokemon. They do want Pokemon. In fact, there's Pokemon mods literally already for Palworlds. People aren't just playing Palworlds because it's Palworlds in a good game. They're playing it because they remember and have nostalgia for Pokemon. And Nintendo really hasn't been delivering upon this IP, which is why we're seeing games like this sort of take the reins and sort of run with it, which shows me that there is a huge market opportunity for Nintendo themselves to actually take, and if you didn't realize it, Pokemon is the largest franchise of all time. I'm talking it beats McDonald's. Okay, we're talking the largest franchise of all time. There's a massive opportunity to stop dropping the ball with mid or arguably bad Pokemon games that are coming out on years-old platforms that are running at 10, 15, 20 frames a second in a day and age when you can play something like this with technology like this, with game modes that are multiplayer. You can have a dedicated server. I mean, you can fly your own Pokemon in a 3D world and actually look around with it. They take the best parts of basically Breath of the Wild, the best parts of Pokemon, and the best parts of games that are survival games like Valheim or Ark Survival, and they sort of meshed it all together and delivered upon a game that is now actually kind of hitting everyone's nostalgia just perfectly. So is it being so successful because people want Pokemon? Yes. But is it actually Pokemon? Are we going to see a legal consequence for the actions of this? I don't know. Not yet. It's too early to decide. And I'm not going to say eager because I actually don't want this game to get closed down. I'm like the other 1.5 million players concurrent. I want the game to get closed down. It's fun. It's super fun. But in terms of what the lawyers are going to figure out or whether or not this thing is actually allowed to be involved, well, we're going to have to wait and see what exactly is going on. But for today, you can actually play as Ash Ketchum against Jesse in Palworlds, at least until Nintendo has something to say about it. That's about it. Consider like and subscribe if you want to. For us, don't worry about it. Have a wonderful day.
Hello, you absolute legends. 2 months ago, I released my first video exposing the fraud committed by the completionist and his charity, the Open Hand Foundation. Since then, it's been a rough time for our good friend Gerard. The public has turned against him, and his friends have abandoned him. It seems to be almost universal agreement that what Gerard did was wrong. But there was one man, one hero, one lawyer who dared to go against the grain. Recently, the lawyer known as Mooney, who runs the Moon channel, uploaded a video titled Jobs vs. the Completionist. In this video, Mooney goes hard, and it's a scathing review of my videos covering the Open Hand Foundation. According to Mooney, I'm dreadfully uninformed, and lack the sufficient knowledge to talk about whether or not what the completionist did was illegal. On top of that, he goes on the defense on behalf of the completionist and Open Hand, saying that their actions were normal and even expected behavior of a charity. A lot of people came away from that video with a new sense of understanding. Perhaps Carl was reckless, ignorant, and maybe even malicious. I mean, Mooney says as much in his video. According to Mooney, I wasn't genuinely trying to find out what happened with Gerard and his charity. I basically just decided he was a fraudster from the get-go, and then I proceeded to try and destroy his career and ruin the future of dementia research without considering anything else. The reason so many people were persuaded by Mooney's video is because of how confidently and smugly he talks. I mean, he sounds almost as pompous as me, which is extremely hard to do. But unfortunately, people have been misled, because Mooney has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. This is one of the most stunning examples of the Dunning-Kruger effect I've ever seen. We are talking about a very serious situation here. Charity fraud ain't no joke. If you're going to comment on it one way or the other, you should probably try to inform yourself on what happened. For my part, I conducted an investigation which involved talking to the completionist, getting official statements from Openhand, spending countless hours looking through Indieland VODs, researching Gerard and his family, and cross-checking my findings with research partners. At the end of my investigation, I presented my conclusions. But do you know what Mooney did to try and learn about what happened? Do you know what kind of investigation Mooney conducted? He watched my YouTube videos. According to Mooney, all you need to do to be an expert on a situation is watch YouTube. You don't need to actually research anything, just sit down for an hour and ingest the scraps of information that I spoon feed you, and suddenly you are totally qualified to decide whether or not Gerard committed charity fraud. Mooney's video is one of the most self-unaware pieces of content I've ever seen. In one breath, he chastises me for being uninformed, and then in the next, he spouts facts that are completely wrong because he has not done a single bit of actual research. It wouldn't matter if you were the greatest lawyer in the world. If you don't even know the basic facts of the case, your opinion is meaningless. Mooney is one of the most clueless people I've ever seen talk on this matter, and because he knows so little, and because the facts that he presents are so wrong, his conclusions are not only ridiculous, but they are also dangerous. Casual viewers would be none the wiser of just how uninformed Mooney is, because in order to realize this, you need to know something about the situation. Most people simply don't, but I do. So today, we are going to go through Mooney's video, and I will demonstrate to you that Mooney is not only ignorant, but he is also negligent. I really hope you enjoy. Now Legends, the sponsor of this video is the amazing MMO fantasy conquest game Call of Dragons. From the creators of Rise of Kingdoms, there is so much to do in Call of Dragons, whether it's fight other players in PvP, rid of the world of invaders in PvE, or fight in epic guild vs guild warfare. The world of Tamaris is full of amazing races you'll need to recruit, all with unique strengths. Choose one of 3 factions, develop your city and build up huge armies to conquer the surrounding lands. Mountains, rivers, valleys, and heaps of other features litter the landscape, and you'll need to use them all to your advantage. Whether it's using ranged units to fire across rivers, or down from the tops of mountains, or using flying units to overcome barriers and launch surprise attacks. Utilize powerful hero skills on the battlefield by finding and equipping magical artifacts. Skills will allow you to do massive damage from afar, hold off enemies, or even sneak up on enemies with invisibility. Ultimately, those who make the best strategic decisions will win, and there are endless tactical possibilities. Call of Dragons is really fun to play, is available on PC and mobile, and is free. So make sure to click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen to try it out, as well as use the bonus code CODFANTASY for huge in-game rewards. Now, before we get stuck into the details, I want to quickly address something. You might notice throughout this video that I seem a bit annoyed, maybe even angry. And the truth is, I am angry. I'll try not to let that impact this video too much, but it will have some kind of impact. And I want to let you know why I'm angry. At the end of Mooney's video, he has an entire section highlighting how much money he thinks I made from talking about Openhand.
That's around $40,000 in YouTube income and $16,000 in sponsorships. Our lowball figure is about $56,000 made on the back of these accusations, roughly the annual median American male individual income.
The implication is that I profited from the situation and that my motives aren't trustworthy. Perhaps I made my videos just to make a quick buck. This isn't a new tactic. I've seen this before. Remember this guy?
Carl Jobs is a professional YouTube content creator. His goal is to generate maximum views. He's monetized, plus he has sponsors to please.
Disingenuous people always do this because they want to spin a negative narrative instead of just sticking to the facts of the matter. It's not just Mooney who does this, I see this everywhere. But here is the truth. I lost money covering the Openhand story. You might wonder how that's even possible. My videos were monetized, and a couple of them even had sponsors. They definitely made money. What on earth do I mean when I say I...
Okay, BRB. I've returned.
I lost money? Well, this question arises from a lack of understanding and ignorance as to how my YouTube channel works. I don't come up with a video idea and then after that solicit a sponsor for it. My sponsors are booked months in advance. So for example, for November when I first covered this story, I already had 3 sponsors booked in for that month. That means I was always going to make 3 videos. It doesn't matter what videos I put those sponsors in or what the topic is, I'm still going to be paid the same. If this open hand situation never happened, I would have made exactly the same amount of videos. I just would have covered different topics. And I always get a decent amount of views no matter what I talk about, so I don't need this drama. In November, I had 3 sponsors booked, and I released 3 videos, but only 2 of them were sponsored. This is because I actually cancelled one of the sponsors because I released my first open hand video without a sponsor in it. That sponsor money was already in my pocket. I had to proactively cancel it and forfeit the money I was already promised. If I had covered any other topic, I would have included that sponsor and I would have made more money. And just so you know, that sponsorship was worth $8,000. And what you need to understand is that it's not just my money. I have a wife and son. It's their money too. It's my wife's money just as much as it is mine. I'm sure if you asked her, she'd really like to have that money. And I'm also sure she doesn't give a single shit about any of this online drama. But more than that, you have to appreciate the situation I'm in right now. I'm dealing with a frivolous lawsuit from a psychopath. My legal bill, just for the month of November, was $50,000. I could really fucking use that money right now. But despite the legal bills I have to pay, despite the fact that it's not just my money I'm sacrificing, despite the fact that even if I did put a sponsor in that video, it changes nothing about the content of the video, even though I have every single right to monetize content I've worked hard to produce, I still cancelled that sponsor. And after all that, I have to sit here and listen to these assholes lie about my motivations and claim that I'm doing this just to make money. So yes, I'm a bit pissed off. Beyond that,
Understandable.
Mooney's video is generally insulting in its premise, and it's especially so because of how ironic it is. Mooney's video centers around the idea that I cannot comment on whether or not the completionist actions were criminal because I haven't studied the law. But this idea falls flat for multiple reasons. First, if it required a law degree to understand what is or isn't legal, our society could not function. We absolutely can identify what is or isn't legal without looking up the specific statute. We do this every single day. Everyone knows that lying in order to solicit funds is fraud. Mooney can be as pretentious as he wants and try to make things as complicated as he wants, but it doesn't change this simple fact. The idea that you need to be a lawyer to know right from wrong, illegal from legal, is downright preposterous. And in practice, this is just not the way the world works. When it comes to prosecuting someone in a courtroom and dealing out potential punishments, yes, these legal definitions matter because they affect how actions are treated by the state. But when it comes to members of the public identifying and reporting illegal activities, I can be as simple as I want. I could give you the most basic bitch definition of fraud, and that's perfectly fine to communicate an idea. And in fact, the idea that if you can't identify a specific statute, you shouldn't comment on illegal activity is downright dangerous. As members of a society, it is our moral obligation to call out harmful behavior when we see it. In saying this, I do have a large platform, and that comes with a lot of responsibility. I have to make sure that when I make a serious accusation like fraud, that I've done my due diligence. And in this case, you're damn right I did my due diligence. Unlike Mooney, I didn't just watch some YouTube videos and start throwing around accusations of fraud. This is because when I did my investigation, no YouTube videos even existed. I had to actually put in the time and effort into finding out what really happened. I also didn't just read a legal statute and think this somehow makes me an authority on the facts of the matter. To give you an idea about just how clueless Mooney was, he didn't even know the full call between Mutaha, Gerard, and myself was posted online. This is a major piece of evidence that he ignored. It's a call that has been listened to by 500,000 other people and has been reacted to by dozens of YouTube channels. Mooney was so ignorant, he didn't even know it existed. And because of this, large chunks of his video are just flat out wrong because he couldn't be bothered to learn about the situation. But even if the phone call wasn't posted online, the mere fact that it existed at all should have told you that you are ignorant. If you know that I have the full recording and you don't, you already know that you are way more uninformed than me. In a Reddit exchange between Mooney and myself after he released his video, he confessed he only considered my YouTube videos and didn't look at anything else. Mooney doesn't seem to appreciate the difference between reality and a YouTube video. I have spent hundreds of hours researching the completionist and his charity streams. It is simply impossible for me to put everything that I know into a YouTube video. It would be 50 hours long. A YouTube video is not evidence. The point of a YouTube video is just to convey an idea and entertain people. Mooney's under the impression the information presented in my videos is all the information there is. This concept is so ridiculous and naive, it's incredible. If the completionist wants to sue me and discuss this over a 2-week trial, I'd be happy to present the entire case. But until then, if you're simply relying on my YouTube videos, you know hardly anything. All you know is the tiny sliver of information I felt like providing. That's hardly enough to be confident in your conclusions. This applies to my viewers as well. You shouldn't just watch my videos and blindly believe you know all that there is to know. I've actually done the work, so I'm confident making these claims publicly. With all of this established, let's go through Mooney's video.
All rise. The Court of Public Opinion is now in session. The Honorable Judge Mooney is presiding. Please be seated. On the plaintiff's side, we have Carl Jobst, some ordinary gamers, and the public. And on the defendant's side, we have Gerard the Completionist Khalil, and the 501c3 charity organization, the Open Hand Foundation.
The first half of Mooney's video attempts to summarize the situation and provide context as well as some legal information. I think the more important things are in the second half because that's where we find his analysis, but there are some things to point out in the first half as well.
Gerard the Completionist Khalil is a successful YouTuber. He runs an annual fundraising event called Indieland, which raises money for the Open Hand Foundation, a charitable organization founded by his father in memory of his mother, who sadly passed from frontal-temporal dementia in 2003.
We are less than a minute in, and Mooney is already showing just how ignorant he is of the situation. He doesn't even know which year Gerard's mother died. He says 2003, but it was actually 2013. In this case, it doesn't really affect anything, but it's good to notice these factual errors because they start to tell a story of just how uninformed Mooney is.
It seems like everyone on YouTube has already weighed in on the situation, offering their hot takes fresh from the peanut gallery. Well, we are going to do something different. We are going to approach this situation like a lawyer does, and break down each allegation levied by the plaintiffs, weigh it against the evidence, and present our findings.
Mooney's idea of weighing allegations against the evidence is just to watch a few YouTube videos. As Mooney knows, watching YouTube videos is not a good attempt of fact-finding. And if you have a lawyer whose idea of researching your case is just to watch a few YouTube videos, fire them immediately. To be crystal clear, Mooney did not examine the evidence. He examined a YouTube video, which contained a portion of my knowledge of the situation. The best Mooney can say is that he has made inferences based on my YouTube videos, but he's still uninformed because he hasn't done independent research and thus cannot make any reasonable conclusions. Instead, he incorrectly asserts he is some kind of authority and that he has actually done some kind of reasonable fact-finding, which is not true.
The Open Hand
I
Foundation
didn't
is a
expect
501c3 organization.
find
What does that mean, and what obligations does a 501c3 have?
so much.
Mooney spends a large portion of the video talking about 501c3 legal obligations, to which I don't feel is relevant to my particular claims. I've never discussed the legal obligations of charities, nor would I be smart to, because I simply don't know. But this isn't about legal obligations. For example, I never said it was illegal for a charity to withhold all of its donations. I never said a charity legally had to disperse a certain amount of money. I never said a charity couldn't have expenses. What I said is that when Gerard tells the public he is doing something very specific with that money when he in fact is not, this is fraud.
The fundamental allegations are, number one, the completionist committed charity fraud by lying about what donations received by Open Hand were being used for. Number two, the completionist stole some of the money Open Hand should have received, which is embezzlement. And number three, there are funds that are still missing, presumed stolen, from the golf tournament, from Jamie Lee Curtis, and more, as per the Open Hand Foundation's tax return.
Mooney then attempts to break down the allegations. These are mostly correct. However, on number 3, I never said the grant given by Jamie Lee Curtis was missing. I don't know where this came from. It certainly wasn't in my videos. Mooney does include some information from Mutahar's video, so maybe it was from there, but I don't remember Mutahar saying that either.
Well, Gerard's apology is very interesting, to say the least. It's immediately apparent that lawyers were involved in this statement, and I gotta say, it's well put together.
After breaking down the allegations, Mooney then looks at Gerard's response video. However, halfway through, Mooney does something really bizarre. He is supposed to be breaking down what Gerard said, but he instead goes on a long-winded rant about endowments.
If you are donating permanently restricted funds, what you can do instead of just sending the money in one lump sum is you can set up an endowment fund, where the principal amount of money is either untouchable or is not wholly expendable, but the interest from the fund is usable. With a large
but it
enough
wasn't
endowment,
in an
the charity has
interest.
money, not just for life, but forever. However, this requires not only a large sum, but a complicated procedure to set up the endowment, one that requires lawyers, which requires time and money. In addition, one has to carefully vet candidates and then determine what to restrict funds for in order to maximize the fund's effects. Because such an endowment is powered by interest, naturally the larger the fund is, the larger the principal and the more effective it is in the long run. It is typical behavior. It is even, dare I say, expected behavior.
Gerard never mentioned endowments. In fact, no one has ever mentioned endowments. Mooney is quite literally fabricating a fairy tale about the potential motives of the Open Hand Foundation and creating defenses on their behalf, when the evidence that he is supposed to have examined says the complete opposite. The Open Hand Foundation and Gerard himself have told us multiple times why they kept the money. We don't need to speculate. We don't need to make up fiction. We know the answer. I was the person who actually reached out to Open Hand and asked why they hadn't donated the money, and because of this, their response is firmly cemented into my memory. Someone who didn't do this and just watched a video where it was briefly mentioned may forget it, however. In the official Open Hand statement, Jacques, the vice president of Open Hand, states in no uncertain terms, prior to our official registration as a foundation, we donated body parts for research and made financial contributions to an institution that, in our view, made insufficient progress in the fight against these debilitating conditions. This prior experience has taught us the importance of careful consideration in our partnership and is the reason why we continue to search for a proper partner and recipient of our donations. Their reason for holding the money was because they didn't know who they should give it to. This isn't ambiguous in the slightest, and Mooney seems hell-bent on ignoring the statements of the party in question because he either forgot they existed or, even worse, never even bothered to read them in the first place. Gerard, a director of the Open Hand Foundation, painted a different picture in his call to Mutahar and myself. According to him, he was fighting with his family to donate the money because it was self-admittedly not fucking cool that the money hadn't been dispersed.
You were notified that the money was sitting there the whole time?
I knew it was sitting there at a certain point, and that's what made me proactively go about it. Like, I was made aware in 2021 when the money hadn't moved yet, and that's what made me go, that's not fucking cool, and that's when I got personally involved to move it.
Not that I was trying to save face, but like, this is a private fight that I've been dealing with for months with my family.
Gerard would then go on to seemingly recant this admission in his response video and claim that it was his intention the entire time to withhold the money because he wanted to make a restricted donation.
The Open Hand Foundation raised funds in an unrestricted manner with the intention to restrict a larger donation towards dementia research. Larger restricted donations ensure clear measures and direction, but can take time, whereas unrestricted donations are often instantaneous and not tracked. This is one of the big reasons as to why the donation took so long.
We have three completely different reasons given from members within Open Hand as to why the money hadn't been donated, and none of them mentioned endowments. And what's so interesting about Mooney's endowment rant is that he talks as if Open Hand could have single-handedly sustained an organization for dementia research, if only they saved up enough money.
In this way, if you have a very large sum of principal delivered in the form of permanently restricted funds, you could potentially fund a charity in perpetuity. In other words, you know the old parable, give a man a fish and he's fed for a day, but teach a man to fish and he's fed for life? That's what's going on here. With a large enough endowment, the charity has money, not just for life, but forever.
Honest to God, I have no idea what Mooney is talking about, and it's convenient that he doesn't mention specific figures either. We know how much money Open Hand was raising. We have their tax forms. There is no reason to be so vague here. Open Hand was raising around $100,000 per year. The Association for Frontotemporal Degeneration, which is the organization Open Hand donated $600,000 to, receives tens of millions of dollars in donations every single year. Open Hand had to hoard money for 10 years to donate but a fraction of a single year of the AFTD's revenue. And Mooney is out here talking as if the Open Hand Foundation was going to change the world if only we let them save up for just a few more years.
For example, if you make a restricted donation of, I don't know, $600,000
Let's go.
to a charity, and the donation is
Boss fight time. Woo. Electric. Definitely electric. Yup. I have that one. Let's see how much is damage. Holy shit! Reload is not fast, but whatever. Ooh. Okay. What? First try. Woo! Damn, that's a lot of XP. Let's see. Excellent Ozark. 2.9% of players have this achievement. Not bad. Okay, so in the frost area, probably. Yeah, there's probably one more in the frost area. Let's see. 31. I'm still good on ammo. You know what? Let's take these again. Fine. Yup. Okay. More rocket launcher ammo. And let's do this. You know what? Yeah, sure. It's gonna take a while until I get to level 50 for this one. Let's take this. Okay. Let's go to the ice area. It's fine. King Paka first.
Yeah.
The guy is somewhere here. What's this? Oh, siblings. Wait, do I still need them? I think I do. Right? Yup. Fine. How rude! Nice. Hola! Okay. That's better. That's one dive. Come on, stay in the ball. Stay in the goddamn ball. Excellent. Let me just... So there has to be an entrance here somewhere, right? Surely. Yeah, I see it. Bingo. Ooh. That's a new one. Ah, you're still reloading. I'll wait a bit.
Restricted only to research activities, the charity cannot then pull that money and spend it on employee salaries. Here's the catch though. When Gerard states that the bigger the donation is, the better. This is true.
No shit, Sherlock. It doesn't need to be explained that a bigger donation is better. But that's not true if you need to withhold funds for a decade in order to do it. None of this should need explaining. And it's ultimately pointless to talk about because not only is it not what OpenHand said in their official statement, but it's also a giant red herring. The issue is not that OpenHand held on to money. The issue is that Gerard was lying about where the money was going and what it was being used for. To spend so much energy talking about the morality of saving up money to make a large donation is to be extremely dense or extremely dishonest, and it merely serves as a distraction to the allegations that are being levied. Before we move on, I just need to bring up something I didn't mention in my response video. In his response video, Gerard said this about IndieLand 2019.
Our books do reconcile, and these accusations are the result of bad math and missing information. The 2019 IndieLand's net proceeds were $82,409.19, and when combined with $31,371.55 in revenue from the golf tournament and $10,000 from a direct supporter, it adds up to $123,780.74.
Gerard claims that IndieLand 2019 only had total proceeds of $84,000, and this is why the tax filings are correct and there is no missing money.
See, that's
Previously,
why I
had shown a tweet of Gerard's where he claimed it had earnings of $109,000. This is a difference of $25,000. Some people said maybe this figure was wrong because, as the tweet says, these earnings are preliminary. Okay, sure, maybe this was premature, but then why in 2022 is Gerard saying this?
So back in 2019, IndieLand hit a big milestone. We raised over $100,000 for dementia research, and as a result, we said that next year, in the year 2020, we'd be making IndieLand a ticketed event that you could attend.
3 years later, he's still saying IndieLand raised over $100,000 for dementia research. This isn't preliminary. So tell me, was Gerard lying in 2019? Was he lying in 2022? Or is he just lying now after it was discovered all of that money never made it to charity?
Okay, so we finally have all of our allegations in a row, and we've reviewed the completionist's response. It's time to break down each allegation and weigh each one against the facts and the law.
Now we get into the meat and potatoes, and I have to stress again that Mooney does not know the difference between facts and a YouTube video. If all you've done is watch a YouTube video, you do not know the facts. All you know is what I've told you, and if you don't know the facts, you cannot weigh the allegations against them. It's obviously troubling that you can't differentiate between the two, and this video wouldn't have been so much of a problem if you made it clear that you were simply relying on YouTube videos and you have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to the situation. But that's not what you did. You made people believe, incorrectly, that you had examined the evidence when you did not.
Let me preface this section by stating that prior to this drama, I had never watched a completionist or Jobst or Mutahar video and that I don't have a horse in this race. What Jobst, Mutahar, and Gerard get up to is generally not my concern, but I do care a lot about charity work. which is why I want to weigh in. Outside of that, I maintain that I have no biases here.
Mooney has no idea who I am, who Mutahar is, or who the completionist is, and claims he doesn't have a horse in this race. However, from his statements in the video, it's clear that this is not the case. As we will see, Mooney creates false narratives about my thought process and my intentions. He makes false claims about me with no substantiation whatsoever, and his false claims are always as negative as possible. When it comes to Gerard, his interpretations are always positive, even though they are equally as false and uninformed.
Starting now, finally, with allegation number 1.
I'll let
analyze
him
the
whittle him
claims
down.
and see whether this allegation is plausible, implausible, inconsequential, or trouble. We'll start by asking a simple question. If you are going to make a legal allegation pursuant to a legal term with legal consequences, where should you get your definitions from? Well, I'll tell you where you shouldn't get your definitions from. Joffs and Mutahar both pulled their definition of charity fraud, which is their primary and most severe allegation, from legalmatch.com, which is basically the lawyer's version of Christian Mingle. It helps prospective clients find lawyers. It's not a reliable legal resource. Joffs uses this definition.
14%.
Charity fraud is when someone takes advantage of a charitable or non-profit organization for their own personal gain.
This is
But
gonna
you see,
take a
this
few
is
balls.
not a legal definition. Open Hand is based in California. This is a legal definition.
Mooney really has a problem with the fact that I talk about fraud in the general sense. According to Mooney, us plebs who can't recite the specific legal statute aren't worthy of talking about fraud because it's too complicated. We as the public should just sit this one out and let the amazing, far superior, far smarter people known as lawyers handle this one. Ultimately, Mooney tries to make this more complicated than it needs to be, because the definition he eventually arrives on is exactly the thing I'm accusing Gerard of. I am fully aware of what fraud is, and that's exactly what I'm saying the completionist did. In my videos, I use a simplified definition because it's just a YouTube video, and the point of a YouTube video is to effectively and efficiently convey an idea to a lot of people. The point of my YouTube video isn't to convict Gerard of a crime. That's ridiculous, and therefore the specific statute doesn't apply in any way, shape, or form.
What's the difference here between definition 1 and definition 2 aside from the length and clarity? Well, definition 1, being a simplification, is unclear about what the terms takes advantage and personal gain mean, and definition 1 uses organization language when definition 2 uses purpose language.
Mooney does a bait and switch. He performs sleight of hand. He asserts this is a problem of definitions, but it really isn't. The definitions he uses don't change my opinion, because they still accurately fit the accusation I'm levying against Gerard. It doesn't matter what definition I put in the video, it doesn't change the facts, and it doesn't entirely encapsulate my own thought processes. Again, the purpose of a YouTube video is first and foremost to entertain, because if a video isn't easy to understand or entertaining, people won't watch it and I will get less money.
If you take money for charity reasons and you say something about what that charity is or does, how much it costs to reach out to get that money, or how that money is going to be used, and you can't back up what you said with facts, then you're guilty of a misdemeanor, as long as you know what you said is untrue or you acted irresponsibly, when you really should have known the things you said were untrue. But Mooney, I can hear you say, that definition was exactly the same as the first one, right? This is just semantics. Well, if you think the distinctions are semantic, then respectfully, you aren't qualified to be calling this behavior certainly illegal.
These are the types of things that really make me believe Mooney might be malicious. He claims I said the behavior was certainly illegal while plastering the actual quote on screen which shows something else. There is a big difference between almost certainly and certainly, and that difference is the reason I said almost. Not only did Mooney have to script this incorrectly, he had to see it while editing the video and believe it was acceptable to include.
He states that Open Hand has partnered with or worked with organizations, including the USF and the Alzheimer's Association. And he states that Indieland's proceeds go towards charity. But we know from the tax returns that Open Hand's accumulated funds were not in fact being used anywhere at the time these statements were made. That said, these statements are not conclusive, direct evidence of wrongdoing. This is circumstantial evidence, and we can interpret these statements either charitably or uncharitably.
Mooney talks about these issues as if they haven't already been specifically addressed by Gerard himself. I've already asked Gerard why he was name-dropping organizations when he knew they weren't being sent money, and his response was insufficient, to put it lightly. During our call, Gerard admitted that he found out in 2022 the money hadn't been donated.
I was made aware in 2021 when the money hadn't moved yet, and that's what made me go, that's not fucking cool. And that's when I got personally involved to move it. And
Did anyone...
2021, last year, 2022.
And because I had already done a lot of research into the matter, I knew that Gerard was still saying in 2023 that he was funding organizations.
We are raising money for dementia research in honor of my late mom, trying to help folks who've been impacted by dementia, working with organizations like USF, FTD Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more.
If you listen to the call that Mudahar uploaded to his channel, you'll hear that after the technical difficulties, call 2 begins with this.
Hello? So, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
To answer your question, Carl, I don't have an answer. You know, I think that's my fuck up.
What's interesting is that I've never seen a single person ask what question Gerard is responding to. This might be really important. During technical difficulties, Gerard said that he could hear us, but we couldn't hear him. While Gerard was trying to get his microphone figured out, I asked him this question. And the reason I didn't include this in any of my videos is just because Mudahar was playing clips that were recorded in the audio, so it didn't sound good. But you can still hear what I ask.
I did want to ask one thing, but it's kind of a bad question to ask if Gerard can't respond immediately, you know?
Holy shit!
But I just the reason why this is a bigger problem than it otherwise may have been is because Gerard, when you were on Indieland, even recently, you were saying that you were giving money to people. You were giving money to UCSF, AFTD, and Alzheimer's Association, and I just wasn't sure why you were saying those things publicly if you knew that the money was not being sent anywhere. Now we can listen to Gerard's answer, knowing the context.
So, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
To answer your question, Carl, I don't have an answer. You know, I think that's my fuck up. I have personally donated to AFTD and Alzheimer's Association over the years, and that's where, again, I assumed the money was going there to support them as we were talking negotiations about working with them. I don't really have a true answer for that, and that's on me completely, and I will own up to that.
This answer is not good. I mean, he even says he doesn't have an answer and that it's his fuck up. He then says that he made personal contributions to those organizations, which doesn't count, and says he assumed the money was going there. But that makes no sense because he already admitted that he knew in 2022. I distinctly remember immediately understanding during that call that Gerard was spouting nonsense. I felt as though he was lying to us, which did end up being true. And this is one of the reasons I didn't say much during that call.
Working with or even partnering with an organization doesn't necessarily imply funding it. Susan G. Komen is a public charity for breast cancer awareness, but their actual contributions to breast cancer research are somewhat limited. And that's okay. That's not only legal, but arguably, depending on one's perspectives, also ethical. It could be the case that Open Hand is working with USF or the Alzheimer's Association in ways that aren't necessarily reflected on the tax return.
Why are you speculating when this question has already been asked and answered? Mooney tries to argue that maybe when Gerard says worked with,
what
he
are you
means
doing
it in a
up
way
there?
that doesn't involve money. But Gerard uses the words worked with in a very specific way. For example, take a look at this clip.
Donate money via Tiltify. All the money goes to the Open Hand Foundation, an organization that we started in honor of my mom, and all that money goes to dementia research. We don't touch any of it. We just work with the people who do need the money, and we help them do their thing.
There is only one way to reasonably interpret this. Gerard would then go to use the same terminology when listing the organizations he works with.
We are raising money for dementia research in honor of my late mom, trying to help folks who've been impacted by dementia, working with organizations like USF, FTD Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more.
But even ignoring the fact that Gerard clearly means he's funding these entities, the Open Hand Foundation doesn't work with the UCSF in any other capacity, which is why they quietly scrubbed any mention of the UCSF from their website after their lies were exposed. For years, the UCSF was listed as a beneficiary on the Open Hand website, but a few weeks ago, this entire page was deleted. That doesn't seem like something a charity would do if they were in fact working with them. It kind of seems like they are deleting evidence because they were caught in a lie. And for the record, one of the first things I did was reach out to the UCSF asking if they had received any money. This was back in October, weeks before I even spoke with Gerard, but they never responded to me. I bring this up because I've seen people claim I didn't even bother to let the UCSF know or ask them for confirmation. They assume this because it's not in my videos. But again, the videos do not cover everything. The Open Hand Foundation also doesn't work with the Alzheimer's Association in any capacity. In 2021, the Alzheimer's Association posted on their website a story that Gerard wrote about his mother. After it came to light the Open Hand Foundation was using their name and not actually donating money, they immediately deleted this article, which you can now only find on the Wayback Machine. This doesn't seem like the actions of an organization that the Open Hand Foundation was working with. This seems like the actions of an organization that realized Open Hand was lying about its association with it and wanted to distance itself. These events weren't in my videos, which of course means you had no idea of their existence. And you don't even have to take my word for it. Gerard admitted that's what he was doing.
During several recent IndieLand events, press interviews, and podcasts, I went on record saying where the money was going to and that the Open Hand Foundation had worked with various organizations.
But here is what's amazing about these people. Even though it's clear as day that Gerard meant he was giving these organizations money, even though Gerard himself said he didn't have an answer for doing this and that it was his fuck-up, even though Open Hand has scrubbed all mentions of the UCSF from their website, even though the Alzheimer's Association deleted any mention of the Open Hand Foundation from their website, even though Gerard has had months to say how Open Hand was working with these organizations if they actually were, and he hasn't, people will still claim that maybe Gerard meant he wasn't giving them money, but was working with them in some other way. That's how deluded these people are.
And the times where Gerard has stated that funding has occurred might be obvious miscommunications or simple misstatements, human error that no reasonable
And you
person
say you're
would
not
take
biased?
seriously. Of course, Open Hand isn't a primary funder of the University of San Francisco. Any reasonable person would see that this was a misstatement made by a very clearly nervous individual trying to do public speaking.
Oh, this is beautiful. You really have no idea who Gerard is, do you? Mooney paints Gerard to be a bumbling buffoon who is camera shy and struggles to do public speaking. Because Gerard is so nervous, he accidentally lies about what his charity is doing. The reality is that Gerard Khalil is a professional actor with a double bachelor in film and theatre. He has produced hundreds of YouTube videos and live streams where he is performing public speaking. He was one of the main hosts of the G4 reboot. He has done many live speaking engagements. His entire career is built upon talking in front of a camera. Mooney's interpretation of the situation is so out of touch, it's a genuine achievement.
If one interprets these statements uncharitably, though, then it looks like Gerard is obfuscating the truth of the matter, which is that the money going into Open Hand isn't being spent on what he says it is. This uncharitable position is the one Jobst takes from the get-go.
Dude, he already admitted it.
If we take this uncharitable approach and then apply the facts to our legal definition, if Gerard did actually know that Open Hand was holding on to all of the money, or he should have known that this was the case, but he continued to say that he's worked with all of these charities and has donated money to help families, he is guilty of a misdemeanor.
Well, that's good to know because Gerard literally admitted to knowing that the funds weren't being donated in 2022 and still continued to lie in 2023. So what more is there to be said?
Here's the thing though, legal justice, unlike YouTube drama, has some rules of engagement, and a fundamental rule of justice is that people are innocent until proven guilty, and so I'm inclined to consider Gerard's statements charitably.
Did you not hear what I just said? He admitted it.
Even if one says, okay, I believe Open Hand has worked with the organizations it says it has and has contributed something, if not funds, to parents who are trying to figure out dementia, etc. then one could still make the argument that Gerard should have known that his statements may have been misleading. This is especially the case for the most recent Indieland event, at which time I believe Jobst had already conducted the interview with Gerard and made his intentions known.
Wait, what? You believe that during Indieland 2023 I'd already spoken to Gerard? Why would you need to believe anything? It would take 2 seconds to check, and if you did that, you'd know that you're completely wrong. Indieland was October 27 to 29, and I emailed Openhand on November 4. These emails, with the dates, are shown in my video. And obviously the call had to happen after the emails because we spoke at length about the emails during this conversation. Oh, but that's right, you didn't listen to the call and have no idea what you're talking about.
Gerard, even if the statements he made are considered charitably, has arguably uttered a false statement about Openhand negligently, without due consideration of the facts which by use of ordinary care he should have known. This potential argument of negligence is corroborated by Gerard's statement that he didn't know that Openhand had never donated the money. It could be argued that Gerard, as the primary fundraiser for Openhand and as an officer of that organization, should have known that Openhand hadn't made any monetary distributions and thus acted negligently when making his statements implying that it had.
Mooney goes on for several minutes talking about how if Gerard was negligent, it may still be charity fraud. Though again, Gerard already admitted that he knew the money wasn't donated, so we know this isn't negligence.
That said, given what I've seen of Gerard's statements and of the law itself, I'm inclined to call this initial allegation of charity fraud plausible.
Despite knowing nothing about the situation, Mooney still says charity fraud is plausible, which goes to show just how bad things really are.
And despite agreeing that Jobst's allegation of charity fraud is plausible here, I still have strong feelings about his sloppy research. As such, I'm going to further distinguish this finding of plausible by stating that Jobst's initial statement in his first video that Gerard's behavior was almost certainly illegal is trouble. This is not how justice works. You don't find the label to fit the deed and then gather evidence after the fact. You can't start with, it's definitely charity fraud, and then go hunting for evidence. Because if you go hunting for witches, you will inevitably find them.
There are so many things both wrong and insulting here, it's going to take a bit to break down. First of all, gotta love the irony of accusing me of sloppy research. Mooney thinks reading a legal statute means you're an expert on a subject and you've done worthwhile research. Well, instead of doing that, I investigated the actual facts of the matter. And because Mooney didn't, he looks like a total fool.
This is not how justice works. You don't find the label to fit the deed and then gather evidence after the fact. You can't start with, it's definitely charity fraud, and then go hunting for evidence.
Mooney is lying about what happened. Or would it be better if I said he was being negligent? Mooney has absolutely no idea about the timeline of events. He doesn't even know when I spoke with Gerard. So why is he claiming to know when I came to my conclusion, and why? Is he under the impression that I woke up one day and randomly decided that the Open Hand Foundation committed charity fraud, and then I started trying to find evidence for that? That's not how it works. I conducted an investigation and came to the conclusion that charity fraud had taken place. By the time I made my first video, Gerard had already confessed to being a liar. I already had all of the facts necessary to know that fraud had taken place. And no, they were not all put into that first video. And the reason all the facts weren't put into the first video is because, again, the point of a YouTube video is not to convict someone of a crime. This isn't a courtroom where you might have 2 weeks to outline all of the evidence. My goal was to make a short and concise video to announce my conclusion and give a few examples as to what I'm talking about.
The initial evidence presented in Jobst's first video is not nearly enough for him to draw a conclusion of illegal behavior with certainty, and it does come across a bit like a witch hunt and not a proper investigation.
Let me check.
See, he did it again. He mischaracterized what I said and claimed I said I was certain, which is a lie. And again, he incorrectly asserts that a YouTube video is supposed to be a complete compendium of evidence, or that I based my conclusion solely on the contents of that video. These are wild assumptions that come out of nowhere, and Mooney does this a lot, so this might be a blind spot for him, and he's not aware that he does this. But let's rewind a bit, because this isn't the first time Mooney accused me of starting with a conclusion and working from there. A few minutes ago, he said this.
This uncharitable position is the one Jobst takes from the get-go.
This uncharitable position is one that Jobs takes from the get-go. Mooney does not substantiate this claim in any way, or provide any rationale for this conclusion. He paints an extremely negative picture about me and my intentions, but there is no reason to come to this conclusion, or at least Mooney doesn't present any reasons. He just says this as though it's fact, even though it couldn't be further from the truth. This is where the clear bias becomes apparent. Gerard's motivations are always taken charitably by Mooney, but for me, I'm never afforded such luxury. If I think Gerard is lying, it's not because there might be a good reason, it's just because I had that position from the very beginning. Not once does Mooney ever ask why I don't believe Gerard. Not once does Mooney even entertain the possibility there might be a good reason I think the way that I do. Ultimately, Mooney takes Gerard's words charitably because Mooney is ignorant. It's the exact same reason he gets everything else wrong. How do I put this? Gerard is a liar. He has absolutely no regard for the truth, and he does not care if what he is saying is correct. He will just say whatever he thinks sounds good in any moment. He's kind of like a watered-down Tommy Tallarico. And like Tommy Tallarico, you can't appreciate just how much Gerard lies until you really pay attention to what he says. Gerard lies about everything, but let's focus on one example. Let's look at Gerard's mother's battle with dementia.
Let's do this. Hello there. Psyche. Oh no, ice. Ice. It's Suzaku Ice. Oh no, what the fuck? Oh, it's that one. That's dark. Shadowbeak. No, is that a different one? Oh! What the fuck? What the fuck? That was painful. That was very painful. Jesus Christ. This is fine, this is fine, okay.
What?
At least I didn't waste any ammo. Okay, let's wait a bit.
Using this example because it's probably the thing he's talked about the most. And it's also very important because it's what the Open Hand Foundation is dedicated to. She is the very reason for its existence. Gerard's mother was diagnosed with dementia in 2003. And this is an important date because it's when the Open Hand Foundation claims to have started fundraising for dementia research. This diagnosis date is confirmed on the Open Hand website. On the AFTD website within the press release for the recent $600,000 donation, this year is again confirmed. Gerard was born on the 3rd of January 1988. Because his birthday is so early in January, this makes it easy to know how old he is in any given year. In 2003, Gerard was 15, and Gerard has also confirmed he was 15 when she was diagnosed.
When I was 15, when she was officially diagnosed, it took 5 years to get her diagnosed.
Now, based on the information I've presented to you, you would think it was safe to assume she was diagnosed in 2003. But then in Gerard's response video, he said this.
She was officially diagnosed with FTD 4 years later when I was 14.
Given that his response video was carefully scripted, you'd assume this statement was correct, which would put her diagnosis year as 2002. In a Story Collider speech, Gerard again confirms he was 14 years old when she was diagnosed. He even gave the exact day it happened.
And it took almost 2.5 years from there. I was 14 years old. It was my first day of high school. And we're all getting together. I get called out of class. We go to the doctor's office over in Gardena. And the doctor says, Your mom has been diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia.
This story is really specific. He gives his age, the day it happened, and where it happened. Gerard also reconfirms this story in his now deleted 2021 Alzheimer's Association blog post, and he has confirmed this age during his Indieland streams.
Since she got diagnosed when I was 14, roughly.
Okay, so now we are not sure if it was 2003 or 2002. This is a tough one because you would assume the Open Hand Foundation would list the year correctly, given that it's so important. But on the other hand, Gerard's story had so many details, it's hard to imagine he was lying. In any case, it's somewhere around there, right? Well, maybe, because then you've also got this.
A cause very close, near, and dear to my heart. When I was 10 years old, my mom got diagnosed with dementia.
Let's try this again. Hello, motherfucker. I have Shadowbeak too. What the fuck? Bloody hell. I know I'm cold.
What?
Come on.
For those of you guys who don't know, when I was about 10 years old, I found out that my mom had dementia, a very specific rare kind called frontotemporal dementia. When I was 10 years old, I found out that my mom had dementia. To give you guys an idea, a little background on me, When I was 10, my mom got diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia, which is essentially...
When Gerard was 10 years old, the year was 1998. And before Mooney jumps in and says he was saying all this because he was just camera shy, he has also tweeted that he was 10 years old when she was diagnosed on multiple occasions. So now she was either diagnosed in 2003, 2002, or 1998. Let's try and look at this another way. We know that she died in 2013, so if Gerard tells us how long she lived after diagnosis, we can trace things back to get the correct year.
From diagnosis, the doctor said that she had about 18 months to 5 years to live. But because my family and I fought so hard, my mom lived 15 years after diagnosis.
This is a scripted video, so it seems a bit more legit. 15 years before 2013 is 1998. But what about this?
Lived until about 2013. So she lived 16 years after diagnosis, and is one of the hardest fighting survivors of her illness.
Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. What the fuck is good against dark? Just Jesus Christ.
Specifically from diagnosis to death. So
16 years before 2013 is 1997, so now the potential diagnosis years have increased to 4. You can start to see that something isn't quite right here. This is not normal behavior, and trust me, I'm barely scratching the surface. I could go all day. But listen to that last clip again, because Gerard said something interesting.
she lived 16 years after diagnosis and is one of the hardest fighting survivors of her illness. Specifically from diagnosis to death. So
he said she was one of the hardest fighting survivors, specifically from diagnosis to death. That's a very, very interesting claim. I don't really know what it's supposed to mean, but let's check the life expectancy for people diagnosed with FTD. I'm going to use the AFTD website because it's the one Gerard donated $600,000 to. So if he thinks they are an authority, that's fine by me. According to the AFTD, people diagnosed with FTD have a life expectancy of 7 to 13 years. I gotta be honest, I don't believe a single word Gerard says, so I'm going to go with the Open Hand website and assume her diagnosis was in 2003, which means she survived for 10 years after diagnosis, which is right smack bang in the middle of the average life expectancy. So again, I don't really know what Gerard means, but it's not the only time he's ever said something like that.
And she went on to have it for 16 years. She's one of the oldest, or the longest lasting person from diagnosis of her illness. She got it when I was 10, and she passed away when I was 26. I am someone who has who had a mom who had dementia. I was 10 years old when my mom got dementia, and she passed away when I was 26. So she actually was one of the longest surviving members of FTD, or I shouldn't say members, but really people diagnosed with FTD.
Now he says she's one of the longest lasting from diagnosis of her illness. This claim is starting to get pretty crazy. But how long can people actually live with FTD? Again, according to the AFTD, the length of progression varies from 2 to over 20 years. So people can live over 20 years with FTD. This tracks with other sources which say the same thing. This makes me really curious what Gerard meant. But check this out. In 2017, he said this.
My mom was a strong as hell woman. She went down fighting every single step of the way. And more importantly, she is the longest lasting survivor to date with someone who's been diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia. They gave her 6 months. She said, screw you, I'm going to live 15 years. She pushed the boundaries of what science knew and what people knew about this illness.
This is the most insane claim I've ever heard Gerard make. She is the longest lasting person ever. She pushed the boundaries of what science knew. This is intense. Gerard obviously knew how crazy this lie was because he never made it again after this and toned it down a lot in those other clips I showed. Gerard also just makes things up. He claims that people who are diagnosed with FTD live for 6.5 months.
What?
Usually someone who's diagnosed with FTD lasts about 6.5 months.
What?
Not 6 months, not 7 months, 6.5 months. I think this is funny how specific it is, given that it's so utterly wrong. He claims that most people with dementia die of malnutrition, which is also just flat out wrong.
The most common factor upon death for dementia patients is lack of appetite and just not eating. Most people who die of dementia die because they stop eating.
Usually someone who's diagnosed with FTD lasts about 6.5 months. Mostly due to malnutrition, just not getting enough food, not eating enough, not being present.
The leading cause of death for those with dementia is pneumonia. This is confirmed by both a 2009 and 2023 study, with cancer and heart disease following behind. Talking directly on this point, Alzheimer's Research UK states that people with dementia can sometimes die directly as a result of lack of food or drink, although this is rare. Let's look at something a bit more light-hearted, Gerard's job at Best Buy. Apparently Gerard was a good salesman, and because of Gerard, his Best Buy did really well.
I worked at Best Buy selling games. And the thing about Best Buy is I got a visceral fucking high selling video games. I earned nothing for selling video games, but I was selling passion. That's the thing that I got. And I loved it. I loved it so much. And I didn't earn any extra money for it. I'm just saying, like, hey, Mario DS is fucking good. You should buy it. Mario Galaxy is sick. I love these games. You should buy them. And my Best Buy store was getting incredibly weirded out because if you looked at the charts of, like, successes of, like, what was taking off at the time, you kind of saw that our Best Buy was, like, #1 in our territory for video games.
You kind of saw that our Best Buy was like #1 in our territory. This is really weird language to use. Either it was #1 in the territory or it wasn't. How can you kind of see that your store was like #1? It just seems like Gerard is making this up. But this isn't the only time he's talked like this.
Because in my store, we had some of the highest sales numbers in the country in regards to video games. Because I was that weird guy that would dumpster dive at GameStop to get statues like that, clean it off, and then bring it into Best Buy. And I'd put it there because I want people excited about buying a game. Like,
now he's saying that because of him, his Best Buy had some of the best sales numbers in the country, not just the territory. I don't know if this is true or not, but Gerard would then go on to say this.
And it actually changed my entire approach of how I marketed to sell games in the store. And because of G4, we became the biggest Best Buy in the country to sell video games because I was basically copying Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb and how they talked about games, and I just took it so personally.
So now, Gerard single-handedly made his Best Buy the biggest in the country. There are over 1,000 Best Buys in the US, and Gerard's was the biggest because of him. But then I wonder why there are articles like this Screen Rant one, where Gerard claims he worked at Best Buy for 5.5 years and felt aimless because he was passed up on a promotion. They really didn't want to promote the guy that made their store the biggest in the country? But then Gerard says the complete opposite and says that he had multiple opportunities to go to corporate because he was so good at his job.
I had a couple of opportunities to go to Best Buy at a corporate level and to help restructure things. Because in my store, we had some of the highest sales numbers in the country in regards to video games.
Even his reason for quitting Best Buy changes. In a 2020 Las Vegas Review-Journal interview, Gerard said that after JonTron introduced him to Egoraptor and Dex Bonus, it inspired him to pursue gaming videos, and so he quit the next day. However, in a 2016 video Gerard uploaded to his second channel, he tells a very specific story about pitching an idea to his manager and getting shut down.
Now again, I was just a kid. I was just a young college kid with stupid ambitions and dreams, but I thought, you know what, if I am to be here, I'm gonna make the best of it. And so I pitched my idea to my Best Buy manager, and he was like, wow, this is really cool. And that was it. And it sucked. It drove me crazy because I ran analytical data to prove that what I was doing was working. I had receipts and facts and proof and people, you know, giving me congratulations on doing such a good job because I was adamant and passionate about making it work. This exact exchange I had with the manager at the time is the reason why I left Best Buy, because every time I kept reinventing ways to sell games, to talk to people, to communicate.
But then, in a 2022 interview with Chris Denker, he tells this extremely bizarre story about getting into a fight with his manager and buying equipment with $1 bills.
Manager called me for the 4th time and goes, what's the problem? Why can't you sell the TV? And I was like, he didn't want a fucking TV. He wanted a cable. He wanted to get out of here. And he goes, he doesn't know what he wants. You tell him what you want. And I heard that and I was like, oh, so that's how we do business here. Like, that's how you see this. Yeah. Like, we tell people what they want. And then he just pulled me aside and goes, listen here, you little privileged piece of shit. You listen to me. You do what I tell you. If you keep this up, you'll be working here forever. And that was it. The switch flipped. I turned to the old lady and I was like, ma'am, I'm gonna say something really rude. Excuse me. Turned to the guy and said, fuck you. I quit, you piece of shit.
Let's go.
Turned back to the lady and I was like, let's go get your iPod. So I sold her iPod, sent her on her way.
You have no idea how many hours I wasted going down this stupid rabbit hole of Gerard lies. He lies constantly. He legitimately doesn't seem to care if what he is saying is true, and he exaggerates all the time. My mum was the longest living person ever with FTD. I made my Best Buy the biggest in the country. My charity is the main funding support partner for the UCSF. Gerard is a bullshit artist. It's just what Gerard does. And this, Mooney, is why I do not take Gerard's statements charitably. And now it's time to look at the allegation of embezzlement.
The allegation that Gerard lied about what OpenHand is doing and has done is charity fraud. And even if Gerard is charged with charity fraud, it is ultimately a simple misdemeanor. It's like shoplifting. The allegation that Gerard stole money from OpenHand is potentially far more serious. If the value of these stolen funds exceeds $950, which it would, then this charge of embezzlement is no mere misdemeanor. It is a felony under California law, with a fine up to $10,000 and a term of up to 3 years in state prison. Jobs states in his final response that he doesn't even know how embezzlement got brought into the allegations, which worries me.
No, I didn't. I never said that. Again, Mooney is straight up lying about what I said in my video. All I said is that I never used the word, and then I went on to explain what it means.
The sloppiness of the legal research really comes through here when we discuss Jobst's argument surrounding embezzlement. In Jobst's final video, he pulls this definition of embezzlement from Google. How do I know that? Well, I typed definition of embezzlement into Google and this automatic generation popped up right at the top. Now look, for a non-legal definition this is fine, but this is a legal accusation and this is not a legal definition, and there is a very big difference.
We are reaching peak levels of lawyer smugness here. We are talking about a YouTube video where I am trying to convey what embezzlement means in simple terms to an audience of 1 million people. This isn't a courtroom. I'm not convicting Gerard of a crime. I am not the state. Mooney even says that for a general definition, it's fine, which it is. Of course, I can give a general definition to the public so that everyone isn't confused as to what I'm talking about. I used the Google definition because it is a simple and easy to understand definition of embezzlement. I didn't use that to form my own opinion, nor would I use that definition to charge Gerard with a crime. You're just assuming that because you never asked me and you characterize all of my actions in bad faith. And what you'll find is that even though I used a simple definition to explain the concept, the content of my video still completely covers the legal definition that Mooney presents. So all of this talk about the definition is ultimately meaningless.
Jobs argues that Gerard is admitting to embezzlement when Gerard says that the money donated during Indieland is going to charity, and that he, meaning Gerard, wasn't touching any of it. Gerard says this very frequently, when in fact, according to Jobs, the money is not going to charity as it is just sitting there, and some of that money is being used on expenses, when Gerard suggests that he has had to personally cover expenses for Indieland in the past. So, since Gerard says all money goes to charity, that he hasn't touched any of the donations, and that Indieland expenses have at times been covered out of pocket, when the tax returns show that OpenHand has spent money on expenses, Gerard is lying, and thus his actions constitute, and I quote, admitting to embezzlement.
This is all completely wrong. Mooney appears to have absolutely no idea what the allegations are. I made it very clear in my video why I was accusing Gerard of embezzlement, and it went straight over Mooney's head. He gave himself one job. He didn't bother to do any research outside of my YouTube videos, and even then, despite limiting himself to a tiny sliver of the information available, he still couldn't even understand that. So let me explain again. Gerard solicited donations in the form of bits, subs, and merch to himself. He did not solicit them to OpenHand. This is because he solicited them to his own Twitch channel. So when people gave money through his Twitch channel with bits and subs, they gave money directly to Gerard. Gerard said he was going to send all of that money to the OpenHand Foundation, but he didn't. That money never made it to OpenHand. Instead, Gerard spent it himself. Furthermore, Gerard said many times that all of the money was going to dementia research.
Bits, subs, gift subs, super chats, memberships, anything financially involved with the show goes to dementia research, please.
Guys, a reminder, bits, gift subs, and donations all go towards dementia
all
research.
good, however you can get it to us.
Everything on stream today, whether you're donating bits or subs or donations towards any goals via the Tiltify account, if you buy a t-shirt, anything like that, all the money goes towards dementia research. We make none of it. It all goes for the good cause.
Donate money via Tiltify. All the money goes to the Open Hand Foundation, an organization that we started in honor of my mom, and all that money goes to dementia research.
This isn't a vague statement like all money is going to charity, it's very specific. Gerard specifically said many times all of the money donated will go to dementia research. But when he got the money, he spent a large chunk of it on his own expenses. You cannot say that all of the money is going to dementia research and then spend it on flights and hotels, which Gerard admitted he did.
there were real production costs when it comes to running this event. We paid for flights, hotels, appearance fees, supplies, food and catering, costs of goods for merchandise, etc. All of that totaled just under $12,000. This is still an outstanding invoice, as not everything has been received or paid yet. Income from Twitch subscriptions and bits, along with merchandise, have offset some of the production costs.
Notice how Mooney only quotes Gerard as saying the money is going to charity. He hides the fact that Gerard made very clear statements as to what the money would be used for. This comes across as cherry-picking the statements he wants to consider.
So, since Gerard says all money goes to charity, that he hasn't touched any of the donations, and that IndieLand expenses have at times been covered out of pocket, when the tax returns show that Open Hand has spent money on expenses, Gerard is lying, and thus his actions constitute, and I quote, admitting to embezzlement.
Mooney devotes an entire section of his video arguing against allegations that never happened. He seems to honestly believe that my issue with OpenHand is that it had expenses. My mind boggles trying to understand how Mooney failed so spectacularly to understand a simple concept, especially when I explicitly said in my video that it's totally normal for a charity to have expenses. To be clear, a charity using donations to cover expenses isn't illegal. It's totally normal and common, but that's not what Gerard did.
And even if it was intentional, there is no convincing evidence whatsoever that Gerard has converted the donated money for his own personal use.
Yes, there is. You see, this is why in my video I specifically outlined how Gerard spent the donations on himself. Some might say, but Carl, Gerard isn't spending money on himself. He's spending money to fund IndieLand. But IndieLand is Gerard. It's his event, run by his company, streamed on his Twitch channel. Of everyone in the entire world who benefits from IndieLand, it's Gerard who benefits the most. He gets the Twitch followers, he gets the media attention, he gets to mingle with game developers and celebrities. He gets all the credit. And do you really think that everyone who subscribes during IndieLand instantly cancels their subscription the moment it ends? Gerard taking donations to pay for IndieLand is not only him spending donations on himself, it's him paying for something that he directly benefits from. IndieLand is run by Gerard's company, That One Video Entertainment. Gerard took the money he said was going to Dementia Research or the Open Hand Foundation and spent it on his own company.
If we look at Gerard's statements charitably, however, which we really should because we believe that people are innocent until proven guilty, then really there's nothing legally wrong here. Gerard says that all the money goes to charity. He's not wrong. Open Hand is a public charity, remember that.
See what I mean? Mooney does not understand that the money never made it to Open Hand, so he is trying to argue that it's okay for Open Hand to have expenses, as if that was ever an issue.
He says that he doesn't touch any of it. That is true if weighed charitably.
No, it's not true, because the money went directly to Gerard. He would have had to have touched it out of necessity because it went straight to his own company and not to Open Hand. It's possible that Mooney is failing to understand such basic ideas because he lacks any knowledge of what IndieLand or the Completionist is due to his lack of research. It's possible he doesn't even know what That One Video Entertainment is. He probably doesn't understand the flow of money, or that IndieLand isn't a charity and is an event run by his private company. Let me explain something to you. IndieLand is an event that has many sponsors. If you watch the streams, you can see that IndieLand works with some pretty big brands. Brands like Corsair, G Fuel, DX Racer, Limited Run, Dolby, and many more. These sponsors pay significant amounts of money to have their brand shown on screen and to be mentioned. None of that money goes to Open Hand. All of that money goes to Gerard's company, That One Video Entertainment. This is because IndieLand is not an event run by the Open Hand Foundation. I don't have a problem with this, and the reason I don't have a problem with this is because Gerard never said that the sponsor money was going to charity or Open Hand or Dementia Research. If you don't lie, we don't have a problem. The money from bits, subs, and merch goes straight to Gerard's company too, and would require Gerard to then manually transfer that money to the Open Hand Foundation. Gerard never did that, and this I do have a problem with, because Gerard lied and said he would. But even if Gerard did send that money to Open Hand, he was still lying, because he said all of it was going to Dementia Research when it wasn't.
It is expected for a charity to use donated funds to pay for expenses. That is part of what charities do, and those expenses do not appear to be disbursements to any of Open Hand Foundation's officers.
If you think Gerard or Open Hand did nothing wrong because it's normal for charities to have expenses, you clearly do not understand the issue in question.
It could even be the case that Gerard has in fact donated his personal income to OpenHand to use on Indie Land expenses. We don't know if that is the case, and neither does Jobst.
Once again, we see that Mooney doesn't understand what Indie Land is. Indie Land is an event run by Gerard's company. It's not OpenHand's event. If Gerard wanted to pay for Indie Land expenses, he would do it directly through his company. Gerard would not send money to OpenHand to then spend money on Indie Land. That is ridiculous. And once again, we also know he didn't do this because it would have shown up as revenue on OpenHand's tax filings.
None of us are in a position to make allegations as serious as embezzlement.
I am in a position to make a claim as serious as embezzlement because I investigated the situation and came to that conclusion. You are not in a position to make a claim as serious as embezzlement because you have only watched a few YouTube videos and you are ignorant to what happened.
Jobst also brings up the OpenHand Foundation's recent donation of the accumulated $600,000 to the Association for Frontotemporal Degeneration, stating that the holding of the funds for the purpose of making a restricted donation makes no sense if now, all of a sudden, the foundation can in fact make such a donation, thus suggesting again some kind of malfeasance. But as we discussed earlier, it's perfectly normal for a public charity to hold onto funds, especially if a complicated endowment might be on the table. Let me ask all of you, why do you suspect the OpenHand Foundation suddenly had to donate $600,000 instead of waiting to build a substantial potential endowment fund? What could have possibly forced their hand?
The OpenHand Foundation never mentioned an endowment. You are making up excuses on their behalf instead of accepting what they actually said. Their excuse was that they needed to save up money to make a restricted donation. This is false, as I demonstrated. You do not need to withhold funds in order to make a restricted donation. This is a complete lie.
This allegation of embezzlement is both trouble and implausible. If a defamation lawsuit does arise from this debacle, I suspect that this allegation of embezzlement will take front and center stage.
You don't understand the basic facts of the matter, so your opinion is meaningless.
Why did Gerard specifically bring up Jobst and Mutahar's mistake concerning the absence of a signature on the tax returns? Jobst makes a big deal about this and presents it as if it is just some kind of a gotcha statement. But it wasn't meant to be a gotcha. It's meant to show a very fundamental truth about these accusations. Jobst and Mutahar have a less than zero level of requisite legal understanding, a degree of legal knowledge so unqualified that the accusers don't even know about e-filing signatures on tax returns.
I said the tax filings weren't signed, which is incorrect. I shouldn't have said it, and it's definitely concerning that such a basic mistake was made. But let me explain why this mistake was made. I didn't do any research into whether or not the forms were signed because it's inconsequential. It makes no difference to me if the forms were or weren't signed, as it was not considered whatsoever in any of my conclusions. It was such a meaningless inclusion that I didn't even bother to make sure it was correct. This isn't a good thing, and I've learned from this. This mistake, however, doesn't change the issue or change any of the facts. So to harp on this particular error as if it's important to the issue at hand is manipulative. When I call Mooney ignorant and call him out for not being aware of important evidence like the phone call, it's because the phone call really matters. That phone call is vital to understanding the situation. And I don't mean just listening to it once, I mean studying it and remembering it. When I call Mooney out for not understanding basic facts, like when the phone call took place, or not remembering the reasons OpenHand gave in their official statement, or not knowing that Indie Land isn't an event run by the OpenHand Foundation, or not even knowing who Gerard is or his history, it's because those facts really matter. They have a huge impact on the allegations. When Mooney calls me out for incorrectly saying the tax forms weren't signed, it's not because it matters, because it doesn't. That fact couldn't be less relevant. The reason he harps on it is because he wants to attack my credibility. But attacking my credibility is a futile endeavor. People don't find me credible because I'm a lawyer or because I have a degree. People find me credible because I earnestly try to discover the truth and I am a good fact finder. I don't just watch YouTube videos like you. As I said in the beginning of the video, you could be the best lawyer in the world, but if you don't even understand the basic facts, your opinion is worthless and
BRB. Okay. Wait, what happened to my... That's better. Hasn't eaten for a while. What are the odds it's bugged? I mean... You want more pets?
Dangerous. If I could choose between a normal guy like me who knows and remembers more facts than anyone else about this case, or a smug lawyer who watched a few YouTube videos and thinks they're an expert, I'm going to choose that normal guy every day of the week, because at least his moral compass will be pointing in the right direction. Even if he is not correct according to the legal statute you think is relevant, at least he has enough information to make an informed moral judgment.
There's a philosophical saying, a razor, that I rely upon in my practice as a lawyer, but also in my day-to-day life as a human being. A way of thinking that reduces conflict, minimizes drama, and is generally accurate. It's called a Hanlon's razor, and it goes something like this. Never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity.
Lying constantly is not a byproduct of stupidity. Lying constantly is a byproduct of being a dishonest person. Gerard is a dishonest person. He may be stupid also, but that doesn't explain all of his deception.
Ignorance is something we all occasionally fall victim to. The Jobsts, the Gerards, and the Moonies, for that matter, alike. And frankly, given what I've seen
in a good light,
the court of public opinion is no place to try this case.
This is a matter of public concern, so this is definitely an issue that should be publicly addressed. Gerard was soliciting funds from the public, and if I am correct, was also stealing money from his fans. This needed to be made public as soon as reasonably possible once I had come to my conclusion.
Maybe I've missed something important, and if I have, please bring it to my attention in the comments. I'll try and address it there or gather enough questions for a follow-up mini-episode in response.
Well, here's an entire video for you. Maybe you can respond to this.
Gerard isn't always the best communicator, and he has a tendency to speak before thinking, I've noticed.
No one who knows who Gerard is would ever say this. He is an excellent communicator. It's been his job for over a decade. He has been the host of multiple productions. He is a professional actor. Mooney believes this because he has not done a single iota of research into who Gerard is. Gerard knows exactly how to communicate well, and he always does if you spent 2 seconds to watch any other videos that Gerard is in. If you see Gerard lying and fumbling his words, it's not because he is some amateur who accidentally found himself in front of a camera and is panicking.
When Gerard is being interviewed by Jobst and he asks if Jobst wants money or something to put a stop to the investigation, is this Gerard offering a bribe, or is this Gerard asking whether he's being extorted?
What on earth is this? Let's listen to what Gerard said, because this statement from Mooney is so wrong and characterizes the conversation so poorly, I struggle to believe it's not intentional.
You know, I'm not trying to be like, do you guys want money to help me hide this? It's not what this is at all.
So Gerard said, I'm not trying to be like, do you guys want money to help me hide this? It's not this at all. Gerard is not asking me if I want money. Not even close to that. In fact, it's the opposite. He is saying explicitly that he is not asking if we want money.
Or is this Gerard asking whether he's being extorted? It's hard to say. but it certainly looks ugly.
Mooney says he can't tell if Gerard thought I was trying to extort him. If this is true, Mooney must be the only person in the world who can't tell. No one, and I mean no one who actually listened to that call, came away from it feeling as though I was trying to extort Gerard, or that he may have felt that way. It's hard for you to really understand what it was like during that call, because your experience of it comes months later, after videos have already been made and public backlash has already happened. But at the time, all me and Mutahar were doing were asking questions. Gerard thought we were going to make a video, but he didn't know what was going to be in it. He didn't know what was going to be said. He had no idea at all about how much we knew. Gerard's actions on that call, talking about his career being over, talking about his fights within his family, talking about stopping YouTube, are not the actions of someone who had been doing nothing wrong and is just responding to inquiry. Gerard acted extremely guilty from the moment he jumped on that call.
These accusations might be responsible for the termination of Indieland and the abandonment of a carefully organized endowment, which could cost the field of dementia research potentially millions of dollars in funding.
Mooney is once again completely clueless, and his utter ignorance of the facts makes him paint a terrible picture about my actions. He is claiming that maybe I ruined Indieland. Maybe because of me, Indieland is over, and if it wasn't for me, Gerard would have continued to do Indieland every year and would have raised millions. Except Gerard himself confirmed to Mutahar and I that he had already made the decision to end Indieland, and Indieland 2023 was going to be the last Indieland ever.
This is a private fight that I've been dealing with for months with my family, and I even told my family, hey, this is the last Indieland I'm ever going to do, because this is the 10th year anniversary of my mom's passing, and when I kind of found all this information out, I was very unhappy with what things were going, and
Gerard told us in no uncertain terms he had already told his family this was going to be the last Indieland he was ever going to do. From our perspective, this was never going to risk the future of Indieland because Indieland was already finished. What this was about was making sure all of that money went to where it needed to go. And consider this. Given that 2023 was going to be the last Indieland ever, as Gerard told us, this means they wouldn't have been expecting to raise large amounts of money in future years. You would think at this point it would cause them to finally give away all of that money. But no, they were still not planning on donating that money. Gerard said the reason they were going to donate it now, even after the last Indieland had already happened, was because of pressure from Mutahar and myself.
I mean, as of this week, we've been having conversations about moving it as early as today or tomorrow, just because the pressure I got from you guys, if I'm being quite honest.
But here is what's so amazing about Gerard. There are always multiple levels of bullshit, and you can only realize that when you fact-check what he says. What were the chances he was just lying on that call? What if he was just saying it was the last Indieland to try and stop us from going public? Well, we went and watched Indieland 2023 and saw that Gerard was saying this.
Crabs are here. Thank you, Ashley. Guys, welcome to Indieland. We miss you, Ashley. We know you'll be back next year for sure. Yes. Yo, X-Water, you should come to Indieland next year. We'll figure it out. We'd love to have you, dude.
What?
Yo, Chris needs to join the Indieland committee next year. His ideas are fire. Adrian sounds like she wants to be on the Indieland planning committee next year. I love you, Ray. Ray, you gotta come to Indieland next year, man. We'd love to have you. Dude, holy shit.
And just before Indieland 2023, he was saying this.
We decided to go digital this year, and in 2024, we're going physical in person again, so...
Clearly, Indieland 2023 was not supposed to be the last one. Gerard was just lying to us once again. Can you imagine? We find out he's kept all of that money while lying to his audience, and when we talk to him to ask him some questions, he lies his face off throughout that entire call. These are not the actions of an innocent man. Mooney is talking about this situation months after the fact, not knowing basic things I knew before I even made my first video. That's how far behind and out of touch he is.
There were a lot of numbers thrown around by Jobst and Mutahar, so let me provide some numbers of my own. Let me show you how the sausage is made. My most popular video to date has 900,000 views. It's made about $5,500.
This is where he goes on his rant about how much money I make. I talked about this at the beginning of the video and how I actually lost money talking about OpenHand. I won't go too much into it again, but I will clarify a couple of details because Mooney once again talks out of his ass.
Is that in my experience, a sponsor pays around $20 to $30 per anticipated 1,000 views. And YouTubers like Jobston Mutahar, who can frequently break that 1 million view barrier, will receive premium rates for their sponsorships.
This is false. He is saying something that is not true. As someone who does regularly get over 1 million views, I can assure you the rates don't change. 1 million views is not some magical number. If anything, I've found the rates go down the more views you get, because the investment and thus the risk is higher.
Is that in my experience, a sponsor pays around $20 to $30 per anticipated 1,000 views.
I certainly do not get between $20 to $30 per 1,000 views. The absolute maximum I ever get is $20 per 1,000 views, which is rare. Most of my sponsorships are a flat fee, which means it doesn't matter how many views the video gets. I'll still get paid the same. When I do deals that are paid based on view count, there is always a cap, which at the moment is usually around 1 million views. So everything over 1 million views, I don't get compensated for.
Let me ask you something, gentlemen. Let's say that OpenHand's tax returns, an inevitable tax audit next year come back, and no charges of embezzlement or even fraud materialize. Or let's say that the state of California pursues an action against OpenHand and discovers at the end of it that they were innocent. I will be extra clear here because I know that there's a tendency to mince words and move goalposts. I don't mean mere punitive fines or even excise taxes. I mean specific governmental action and results against the OpenHand Foundation for the crimes of embezzlement and or fraud that you have specifically alleged. Can we expect you to apologize and donate your earnings and the sponsorship income from the relevant videos to dementia research charities?
No, I would not apologize. And the fact that you think I might means you clearly don't really understand my position. I didn't make my videos because I think what Gerard did was illegal. I made my videos because I think what Gerard did was morally wrong. I think Gerard is a liar. I think Gerard is a thief. And I think Gerard manipulates his audience constantly. I think Gerard was lying to his audience to get more money and clout. I think he was stealing donations to benefit himself. I think his family's golf tournament is stealing money under the guise of benefiting charity. And I don't think Gerard or his family were ever planning on donating that money. I couldn't give two shits if any of that is illegal or illegal. It would not affect my own moral judgments because I don't base my morals on whether or not a court convicts someone of a crime. I also do think that what Gerard did was a crime, and thus I'd like to see him investigated. But if it turned out what he did was legal, my own opinion on his actions would not change in the slightest. I have learned enough about the situation to see that his behavior is abhorrent. I hate liars. I hate the fact that so many people feel like it's okay to be flagrantly dishonest to their fans. Gerard has a problem, and he needs to realize that what he is doing is not okay.
You might not want to answer that right away. Maybe talk to your own lawyers before you agree to anything. They might not want you making any confessions prior to a potential defamation action. And if such a defamation suit is filed, we'll cover that too in a future law review episode.
Mooney has insinuated the entire video that I've opened myself up to a defamation lawsuit. I'm curious as to how much Mooney knows about defamation law, because there is not a single person on Earth who has put more time and effort into trying to find the truth on this issue. Does Mooney even know where Gerard would try to sue me? If he thinks California, not only would they not have jurisdiction, but there is no way he'd be able to demonstrate that I had malice or reckless disregard for the truth. And I'm pretty damn sure I'd be able to prove that everything I said was true. Gerard would need to sue me in Australia. And do you even have any idea how defamation law works here? You're a lawyer in America. I'm curious to see how you would even try to cover a lawsuit based in my home state. Well, as someone who has been dealing with a defamation lawsuit for 2 years, I'm very confident if Gerard or his loser brother Jacques sued me, I'd be just fine. I had already accepted the risks months ago, and I am willing and happy to defend myself with everything I've got. I'm extremely confident they don't have a chance in hell of winning.
Well, this guy walked in. Okay. So I went up to him. Yes. And I stabbed him 37 times in the chest.
But Carl!
That kills people! Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Mooney's video then finishes with a cartoon depiction of me killing Gerard, which demonstrates perfectly how pathetic his video is. Mooney's video is ultimately just an attack on me, masquerading as a deep dive into the open hand situation. It's clear that Mooney never really intended to know what the truth was. He only watched my YouTube videos because his video is only about my videos. They really aren't about open hand. Mooney, of course, has every right to critique my videos if he wants to. If Mooney feels as though I shouldn't use general definitions when talking about fraud, or he feels like I should include more evidence, then fine. That's his opinion that he is free to have. And if Mooney was honest about this, we wouldn't have a problem. But now we do have a problem, because Mooney is defending someone that I believe defrauded his fans out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. He is defending someone that I believe is a habitual liar, and he is defending this person without even bothering to put in the effort this situation deserves. He has convinced thousands of people he is an expert on a matter of public concern when he is not. I believe his video does real damage and minimizes the seriousness of this situation. I am definitely annoyed, but that doesn't mean I want anyone to harass or be disrespectful. I have enough experience to know I can't prevent that, but it's really not my intention, and I don't condone harassment of any kind. I do apologize to Mooney for any possible impending fallout, but at the end of the day, if he did any research into who I was, which he should have, he would have known a response video was a real possibility. And if he wasn't prepared for it, he has no one to blame but himself. And I'm sure that Mooney would agree. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
So the new Suicide Squad game, I've heard about this game. I heard that this game was so bad that it actually got delayed for how bad it was for them to make it good. But it turns out that if you're cooking a shit pie, the solution to it isn't to finish cooking the pie.
Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League is dead on arrival, and I can't say it surprises me or anybody else because the writing was on the wall the minute they announced the game. Now, with that said, I want to talk about some of the hate surrounding the game. I want to talk about a little bit of the criticisms that some people have had. More than anything, I want to talk about how we can avoid things like this in the future, because if we don't, we're going to see the loss of some of our favorite franchises, and a lot of people are going to be without a job. Jason Schreier over at Bloomberg writes, last month in Los Angeles, video game journalists got to play a few hours of the upcoming Suicide Squad game from Warner Brothers. This week, they published previews, and the results weren't pretty. I left the preview feeling less optimistic than I came in, wrote IGN's Destin Liguri. Eurogamer lamented, this might not be the superhero fantasy you were looking for. Negativity has long surrounded Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, which comes out on February 2nd, in part because the franchise is underperformed, but mostly because the game is illustrative of the type of trend chasing that has led to a lot of heartbreak over the years. Rocksteady...
I think the problem is that the game, like, if I look at the gameplay there, it doesn't look good. Like, fundamentally, what is the difference between this and Remnant 2? Well, Remnant 2 is a better game. It doesn't matter about, like, the style of the game. It just sucks.
Studios, the London-based developer behind the game, was once an industry darling thanks to its critically acclaimed Batman Arkham series, which revolutionized superhero games with innovative gameplay and original stories rather than movie tie-ins. Then the company had announced that it had pivoted from narrative single-player action games to a third-person multiplayer shooter, dismaying fans. I've always had this
it's also because it's fucking stupid. Like, am I the only person who thinks that there's nobody in the Suicide Squad that can beat Superman? They can't beat the Green Lantern. They can't beat Aquaman. They can't beat Wonder Woman. Like, there's no way. It's fucking impossible. So how can you possibly kill the Justice League besides maybe Batman? And probably even Batman can clear them because he's basically got a superpower. He's a fucking billionaire. Meanwhile, like, you've got Harley Quinn, who has a baseball bat. There's a guy who's a walking shark. And then Deadshot, you know, the guy Will Smith played, oh, he's really good at shooting guns. Like, what is this? It's just like such a ridiculous fucking thing to even have as a premise of a story. It's so stupid.
Between superhero video game and a game that just so happens to be about superheroes. And I feel like the latter is the one that Rocksteady Studios always leaned on, because it felt like they made a game first that just so happened to be about Batman. And it was something that really resonated with people because they made such a great game in the first place. They ended up building this really strong audience, this really strong following. However, now we have Warner Brothers wanting to come in and exploit all of that goodwill so that they can try to pull in all those microtransaction live service dollars, because that's exactly what the situation is. It's trend chasing.
Well,
Jason
I think that like the Suicide Squad game, it's like one of those things that is an example of everything wrong with games. Like if you look at what do people think is wrong with games, it's like the old meme of Battle Pass, established franchise, mediocre gameplay, looter shooter, seasons, always online, like skins, like it's everything in one.
You're absolutely right on this. And this is something that we've seen across the industry for a while now, but it's deeper than that. It's not just a surface level thing where people want to be Fortnite, they want to be Call of Duty, they want to be all these live service games that are making all of this money. No, it actually goes beyond that. The core root of this issue is that who are you making these games for? It doesn't make a lot of sense to look at the audience that Rocksteady has built over this time and say, oh, well, yeah, we're going to make them...
Well, they probably are informed by, like... And this is the problem, is that people, like, they have, like, these... like focus groups and consulting firms and all of these groups of people that are supposed to like educate them on what the public thinks. And it's like, it's nice to have that kind of stuff, but you shouldn't use that as an actual decision maker. Whereas I think they are. I think they're looking at, like, you have people that are making these decisions that don't play video games, and then they're like, oh yeah, this is what we need to have. No, you don't.
Looter shooter.
None of them play the game, yeah.
What? How do you know that that audience even plays those games to begin with, especially when historically the games that they have been purchasing from you are single-player action games? It doesn't really make a lot of sense. And this is something that we've seen throughout the industry.
Yeah, it's just trend chasing. Yeah, like, you know, just putting all of the buzzwords together.
Time and time again. Redfall is another example, a perfect example of this, because they're going to mirror each other, not only in their sales, but also in the downfall of the game as well. Because who was Redfall made for? Who was asking Arcane, out of all studios, to be making a vampire looter shooter?
Well, the problem with Redfall is that the game was bad. I actually don't think the premise of the game is the problem. I don't. I think that the game is just bad. It's the same as, like, Gollum. Like, could Gollum have been good? I don't know if it could have ever been good, but it damn well could have been a lot better than it was. Hell no. Well, the only, like, if you wanted to make a good Gollum game, you would have to make it like a psychological, like, horror game that's almost like a visual novel. Like, I think that's the only way you could make a good Gollum game. And it's like, that'd be cool. Yeah, that could maybe be interesting. But, and then, like, this is my point, right? It's the problem is not necessarily the premise of the game. The problem is the implementation of that premise. Because at the bottom of every single game, like Redfall or the Suicide Squad, the gameplay fundamentally is dog shit. I don't see a lot of these games that get panned and everybody's making videos about how bad they are whenever the gameplay fundamentally is good.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Even if the game turns out to be better than earlier previews suggest, it won't be what many Arkham fans want from Rocksteady. Suicide Squad is an online live service game with cosmetic microtransactions and a stream of content that will continue after the launch as Warner Brothers attempts to chase the Grand Theft Auto 5 and Fortnite Dragon.
And that's really the problem. It's that they're making decisions on design based off of something that isn't even theirs. Like, whenever you're using another game or like another type of game as a North Star, rather than looking at, like, how can I make my game like the best version of what it's supposed to be, then you're gonna have a problem. Like, here's a really great example. Think about how much worse Baldur's Gate 3 would be if it was a real-time action combat game like Elden Ring or like Dark Souls. I guarantee you it probably would not even be a fraction as good as it was. But because they had their own North Star, they were making the game their way, and the game was fucking amazing. And at least I've heard. I haven't played it. Before you guys fucking stop. Like, I will play it eventually, just not yet. But anyway, same with Dark Souls 1. Same with Elden Ring. The reason why these games... Look at Armored Core 6. Armored Core 6 doesn't have any of this bullshit. It's just an Armored Core game. Look at Sekiro. Like, these are games that are good on their own. And, like, of course they're informed by other games in the industry, but they're not trying to be other games in the industry. That's the issue.
These games as a service, which are monetized long after release, are so appealing to executives that Warner Brothers Discovery Inc. CEO David Zaslav recently said all their big games would follow suit moving forward. We have seen so many
games as a service which are monetized long after release are so appealing to executive Warner Bros. Said that all their big games would follow suit. It's not like games, live service games. I think this is the problem that live service games have, is that it's very hard for every game in the ecosystem to exist as a live service game. It's okay to have 1 or 2 live service games, but whenever every single game is a live service game, there's like a sense of exhaustion that sets in, because it's like, okay, I have to do this, like this game, and then I have to play this game and keep up with this thing, and then I have to, you know, make sure I do my battle pass for this. And like, that's what it is, right? It's like exhausting. So like people end up like falling out of the loop of playing the game. And what ends up happening, I think also, is that people get like battle passes and these like daily login rewards and everything. They keep people in the loop in the ecosystem of the game, but they also keep people out of it. Because how many of you guys have played a live service game and you were playing every day and you were keeping up, and then for whatever reason, you missed a day or 2? And then you played it maybe 1 or 2 days after that, and then you just stopped playing the game. There it is. Because the FOMO acts as a barrier to entry. Because it's like, okay, well, now I'm behind. Because you think about it, right? FOMO is psychologically designed to appeal to players who care about progression. Because if you don't care about progression, FOMO doesn't affect you, because who gives a fuck? So if you care about progression and you know that you're behind, you don't want to play a game that you're behind in.
All their big games would follow suit moving forward.
Yeah.
We have seen so many studios close over the last few years. We've seen so many layoffs over the last couple of years, even starting into this year. And while some of that has to do with the rise of AI or just general bloat in the tech industry, it goes beyond that, because what it ends up actually being is, well, executives like David Zaslav that believe that they can just go and chase these Fortnite and Grand Theft Auto dollars. But that's not how this works. You have to already have a franchise, or you have to have had something that's already bringing these people in to begin.
Fortnite plays really well. Suicide Squad doesn't. I've watched gameplay, and that right there is the bottom line. Grand Theft Auto plays well. That's the real issue. And it's the hardest problem to solve.
You have to have a target audience. It's basic marketing 101.
Yeah.
And they don't have one. They just think, well, if we make the live service, they come. No, that's not how this works. And even if you did make a good live service game, if you're not positioning that properly for your target audience, the regular customers that gave you the money that put that studio...
You know what this kind of reminds me of, now that he's talking about it in this way? It reminds me of how certain streamers feel like they have to play a popular game. Oh, well, I have to play this popular game because if I don't play this popular game, like, I need to play all the new games. I need to play Among Us. I need to play Fortnite. I need to play Lethal Company. I need to play Call of Duty. And they're constantly trying to chase a trend, and they'll just never be successful because they don't even understand what makes the people successful in those markets. It's like, basically, by trying to do it, you indicate that you should never succeed.
In the place that it is today, you're still not going to succeed. Why? Because it's brand loyalty.
Right.
People are loyal to the things that they are. That's as simple as that. The people that play Grand Theft Auto 5 likely are the people that played Grand Theft Auto 4, Grand Theft Auto 3, probably not 2. I played 2.
Speaking of Grand Theft Auto.
It's a head game.
Yeah.
I feel old when I say that. But with that said, if you don't know who your target audience is and you're not positioning your products properly to make sure that they are resonating with that audience, then you're just not going to do well. And for the fact that these people are so disconnected from their audiences, that they don't know their needs nor care about them and think that they're going to be able to just go and make them sweet, sweet microtransaction dollars.
Well, this is the problem, right? Is that they don't understand why people like the games. Because if you don't understand why people enjoyed the games, you can never make a game that people will like. You can never actually solve the problem because you don't even understand what it is. And this is what happens with certain streamers too. Is it like you go back and you look at like how many streamers were really popular from Among Us, or they were really popular from Fortnite, and now they're like fucking irrelevant. Nobody cares about them, nobody watches them. The reason why that is because they didn't understand why people like watching them. And they weren't able to continue to create that kind of content. Yeah, 20 viewer Andes. Yeah, they didn't have anything beyond the game. No, they didn't. And it's like, that's the problem that a lot of these games have too. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of what makes something popular and what makes, you know, what you're doing good or not good. Like for me, one of the reasons why I don't really play a lot of like very guided games, unless they're like kind of an experience type game, like the Coffin of Andy and Laylee game, is because people like watching me for just like hearing me talk about stuff and seeing like takes on games and like random shit. People aren't watching me to see somebody who's really good at a video game. So I'm not trying to ever go and prove myself. Like, I'm not going to go try to beat the hardest version of a game to prove it to everybody that I can do it. Because even if I win, I still lose. Because nobody cared in the first place. So whenever I realized that, I completely changed my outlook on how I would do streaming. And guess what? It massively helped my stream. Because you have to understand what people like. Like Remnant? Well, I played Remnant a lot off stream. I think I'm on the last boss of the game now. I've almost beaten it. You know, above average new Monster Hunter player. Oh, I mean, I'm saying like being an above average new player is fine, but like I'll give you an example. Is it something that people would really want to see, to watch me spend 9 hours wiping and relearning Arc-Tempered Velvet 10 years after they don't play the game anymore? He did the thing right then. And I bet he got in trouble for it. That's the point. And how do we fix this? How do you fix this? Do you want to know the real way to fix it? So the real way to fix it is to have people that are in management positions that are competent enough in the job that their employees do. How many of you guys have had a problem with an employee, or sorry, with a boss because the boss didn't understand your job? The boss is telling you to do something, you're explaining to them that it's not true, or it doesn't work. Me, right? We've all had this. Everybody's had this. So whenever everybody has had this experience, and this is also not even the boss's fault, by the way, because oftentimes they get promoted to this position by somebody else that's not even them. Like, they should never have been there in the first place. It's like the Peter principle, where people keep getting promoted until they become incompetent, and that's why they stop getting promoted. So you always have incompetent managers, right? And so you have this, like it's a defined thing. There's a term for it. So that's number one, right? You have to have leadership that understands, respects, and fully has a comprehensive understanding of the process that their employees go through. Because if the the manager doesn't have an understanding of the process, they can never reverse engineer who's doing what wrong. And I'll give you an example that a lot of you guys would probably be able to resonate with. So whenever you're playing WoW in a raid, right? Have you ever had like a raid leader that knows their shit so well that they can figure out who exactly is fucking up and how by just looking at the logs? We've all had this, right? Yeah, and it's fucking amazing, isn't it? I used to try to do that myself, right? And that person is what's going to cause you to guess wiki. Yep, that's right. No frog, no prog. And the real ones remember. And so anyway, this kind of stuff really mattered a lot. And for these kinds of people, they added so much value because of their knowledge and skill. But have you ever had a raid leader who didn't fucking know any of that stuff and just yelled at people and got mad at people for things they didn't even do? Right? Yes, right? It makes it miserable. So we've all had an experience that's similar to this. Even if we haven't had this at a job, we all know kind of what this experience is sort of like, right? And so whenever you have a person who is in a position of authority who doesn't understand what the people's job is, then they're a fucking idiot and they're going to ruin everything, basically. And then the second thing is that a lot of these companies employ efficiency experts, and the efficiency experts don't have a comprehensive understanding of how a job is done. And so the problem with that is that they look at something analytically from a series of numbers. The Bobs, right? Exactly. It was my dad. And my dad did this because, like, he would talk to me about it all the time. That's why I have the viewpoint on it that I do. Because, like, he's told me about this, like, many, many times over many, many years. And so whenever you have somebody who designs an efficiency process and they don't do it with the insight of understanding the process itself, they just look at the numbers in an abstract, which is what these people do. They say each ticket on average should take 6 minutes, so every ticket should take 6 minutes. But that's not the way that it works. And so also, whenever you create a numerical grading system for performance, and then everybody is aware of that system at all times, people don't try to perform at their job, they try to perform at the system. I'm going to give you another great analogy for this. Parsing in WoW. People are trying to parse on the performance reports instead of actually doing their job. And that's what happens. That's it, they're parsing. They're playing the KPI game. Yes, KPI, key performance indicators. And so they're hitting the points that the management wants them to hit, right? And so that's why CS is bad. Are there bad customer service representatives? Absolutely. Are there customer service representatives that don't try as hard as they should? Absolutely. Are there people who are lazy? Absolutely. Are there people who are incompetent? Absolutely. But I think that there would be a lot less of those people, and the people that remained, it would be easier to remove them and replace them with people that were, because I believe, right, this is just something I believe, I think that if you have a positive, efficient, like a positive, efficient, and just successful workforce, that in itself is inspiring. Like, I remember, for example, whenever we were, like, really like fucking hard and, like, you know, just like down bad, like everybody was like super busy. Whenever I worked at the IRS, we actually had one of, it wasn't our manager, yeah, it was the other manager, came over, and he actually came out because he used to work at our job, and he started working and doing the stuff, the exact same shit that we did, so we would finish in time. And like at that day, everybody was working. Nobody was on their phone. Nobody was complaining, because he was working along with everybody else. And I think that really, like, bad work environments and toxic work environments create bad employees. Now, bad employees exist, but let's say you have like a natural existence of 10, and a good work environment will create 5, and a bad work environment will create 20. That's basically what happens. So that's why CS is garbage at Blizzard. There it is. That's what causes it. And also a little bit in the remote work. Yeah, for sure. Lead by example, not intimidation. Yeah, exactly. It showcases leadership whenever the manager works alongside the team. Yeah. People that hate being micromanaged are the ones that need to be micromanaged the most. Working in corporate advertising has shown me this. People don't like being micromanaged. I think that people actually don't mind being micromanaged. I think that the majority of time whenever people say they don't like being micromanaged, what they're really saying is they don't like being patronized, or they don't like being talked down to, or they don't like somebody who they feel like doesn't understand the process, who is telling them what to do. Because I think that oftentimes whenever you have somebody who you respect who's giving you feedback, you're not going to take that as an attack or as an offense. But I think that whenever you have somebody who isn't doing that, now obviously like there's a level of extreme that's definitely there, but I think that like most micromanagement comes from a disparity in competency or communication. Like the boss is a very bad communicator. Like I mean I'm sure like people say that sometimes I'm a bad communicator, right? And so yeah, depends on what sort of micromanagement. Yeah. Every year, I could have done it better, but not in a patronizing way. Yeah, and that's again a communication issue. Now you can absolutely micromanage people, and it's bad practice. So, I literally said that. I said there are extreme examples of that being true. Nobody's saying that's not the case. What I'm saying is that the same level of management from a different manager will seem like micromanagement versus mentorship. You understand? Because of expertise, because of competency, and because of communication skills. That's what I'm saying. What? Do you see where I'm getting at here? Micromanagement is useful if the person being micromanaged is inexperienced and requires guidance constantly. Exactly. Yeah, you're right. And also, like, there's a lot more nuance to it, but that's I think that's a good start, right? I mean, sure, you're right about that. So yeah, micromanagement is terrible practice. Mentoring is totally different. You're definitely right about that. What I'm saying is that, from my experience, people view the same type of behavior as different things based off of who's doing it. Like, what is this, like,
okay,
fucking philosophy here? Yeah. Right? So, like, yeah, imagine having a manager who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. And they're trying to tell you constantly what to do, versus a manager who does, and they're like, hey, you know, I had this problem, and this is what I did to fix it, and, like, this will save you a lot of time. There you go, right? And so people appreciate the latter and hate the former. That's the point. So, yeah. It can never be a trust issue or not respecting your time. Yes. Someone trying to be a mentor could be seen as someone as being micromanagement by that employee. Exactly. And, like, that's about identifying employees, and that's, again, it's a communication issue, naturally. So, yeah, I'll read a few more of these. I didn't think it was possible, but you mean Blizzard's going to have even less customer service now? It was already non-existent. They'll probably just replace CS with AI. I wouldn't care if they replaced CS with AI if it was good. Like, I don't care. I mean, like, we already have an automated system for restoring items, and I really appreciate that Blizzard did. Like, have you guys ever used the item restore system that Blizzard has? It's great. It works. Like, it actually works. It's great. And so, isn't that a great thing that now people don't have to constantly send in tickets and you can just have a machine deal with it? Well, fundamentally, that's AI, right? Like, you're automating a process that a person used to do. So, yeah, I think that's fucking amazing. And so I hope that they do that. That would be better, honestly, for probably everyone. That's the noise under Rock Noir. Yeah, there you go. Activision's customer service is broken. I can't say for Activision. AI does not mean automation, but yes, I think that's good. Yeah, but like, I think it kind of like, so like the outcome is the same though, right? Because what you're saying is like you are using a machine to do something that a person used to do, right? And that machine is now being used because the way that they, it's literally not really. What's the difference? Yeah, I don't know. Because like I feel like it's functionally the same difference, right? Yeah, I think that, yeah, AI can create new content. The machine cannot create anything outside the mechanism. But it's not about whether it's creating new or consistent content, right? It's about whether the machine is looked at like a lot of these new, because I feel like this is where the miscommunication is. Because people are thinking of AI as like iRobot or like, you know, creating these pictures of, you know, bullshit. But AI can also just be used as like a CS tool, right? And so, what about Allen Iverson? Yeah, it's confusing. And I've noticed this a lot. I see like, you know, new companies coming
This
up.
is not going well.
And I'll see kind of things that they say. And a lot of them say they use AI. And I read the implementation of the AI. And I'm like, oh, this has been, like, people have been doing this forever, right? It's just procedural generation, right? And so I think that generally people are using AI as a buzzword because in like a business sense, people are wanting to invest into AI. So that's the reason why. Now, is it accurate? Yes and no, right? It depends on how you define it. I don't want to get into that. But my point is that I do think that it functionally serves the same purpose. Right? Like the effect is the same. NPCs work with AI too. They have been with decades. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It's like there's so much blurring of lines, and I think that people use like AI as just an umbrella term, and there isn't really a defined understanding of what that is. It's the same reason why people are just like uniformly against AI. A lot of people, at least, you know, I look at this on Twitter. A lot of people seem to be against AI. I just learned this a couple of days ago, and I think it's because people view the only implementation of AI as a tool to replace creative work. But of course, it's a massive industry that exists. Like that's like probably 5%, right? If that. So does that make sense? Generative AI is not that well, like yeah, sure. And yeah, the use of creation in general because it doesn't need managers. Yeah. Well, anyway, we're getting off on a tangent. Anyway, so yeah, this is what Blizzard is going to obviously do. It's common sense. I think every company is going to do this, despite what y'all thought of it.
I'm dead.
Yeah. I think that anybody who worked at a like at a corporation.
2 minutes and I'm not even halfway.
How like systems like this work could easily understand why Blizzard CS is bad. And of course, there are bad
Kill
CS
me.
people, but there are also good CS people that are being handicapped by bad policy.
That's insane.
And so today, obviously, the reason why that guy made the post that he did is because Microsoft, which keep in mind, is now owning Activision Blizzard, excuse me, and Xbox employees. Blizzard president Mike Ybarra leaves the company. He is no longer going to be the head of Blizzard. That's fucking huge. And Adam Adham, correct me if I'm wrong, is one of the OGs of Blizzard. He is one of the original founding members of Blizzard, and he is now gone from the company. Sad, yes, that's right. And so this is a very, very, very big deal. Now, oftentimes, this is what happens whenever a merger happens, is you have a shakeup of the, well, I mean, I was going to say ruling class, and I was like, oh, that's not really the right way to say it, but it actually kind of is in a way, because this is what used to happen whenever people would take over other countries, is they wouldn't kill off all of the random people. Well, to be fair, they did kill off some of them. But they would also kill off a lot of the royalty. They would get rid of them because they don't want to have anybody thinking that it's the old leadership. This is a new company. They're owned by Microsoft now, and you're not going to be listening to the same people you were listening to. And that's just what happens. Yeah, getting rid of the old guard. Exactly. And that's what happens. So I think this is extremely common. It happens with, I would say, probably most companies whenever they have a big acquisition like this. They're like, I actually, in a way, didn't expect this to happen. I didn't. And the reason why is that I think that at least, and maybe because it's a much more comprehensive buyout by Microsoft versus a smaller company like 343 Studios that makes Halo. Because I've always viewed, like, you know, Xbox and Phil Spencer's stance, at least publicly, is that we just want you to make us money. We don't care what you do. We don't care who you're doing it with. Just make us money and that's it. So I do find it surprising that this happened. But also, you know, this is a huge acquisition. And how much is Bethesda worth as a company? I don't know. Does anybody know offhand? $1? Well, I don't know about that. 8 billion, right? 8 billion dollars, right? Okay, so it's a very big company, right? And so, but it's not 70 billion. So with these smaller studios that pretty much retain their leadership, like Activision Blizzard is almost at like a partnership level with Microsoft. So of course they're going to probably try and do that. So I understand it, but at the same time, I didn't expect it. But it's also not surprising. It's like it's a 60-40 thing. I didn't think it would happen, but now that it is happening, it's like, yeah, okay, sure. Right, that's basically the way that I feel about it. The shutdown of Overwatch League. Oh, I forgot all about this. Why didn't I talk about this? Overwatch League canceled. Okay, so we've got one right here. 1 second. And how much overhead in terms of management do you think there is for Blizzard? I don't know. I'm not sure. And thank you, Overwatch League. I don't want to read the whole thing. Officially over as teams vote for exit, right? So basically Overwatch League is done. They completely canceled it. It's gone. It's done. Canceled, done, finished, deleted, yeeted, and this came out 2 or 3 days ago. I missed out on it, but there it is. Now, why did Overwatch League die? I'm going to tell you why. Because nobody watched it. That's the reason. Nobody watched the show, it wasn't making any money, and so they canceled the league. It's really not that complicated. It's because of money, right? It's because of money, but why is it because of money? It's because of money because nobody watches the show. Because you can't get anybody to give you money if nobody looks at the advertisements that they gave you money to have people look at. Just... Oh, bro, I'm sure I'm going to get a hate thread about that one, too. And anyway, so yeah, a lot of people are mad about this. Too much emphasis on making it IRL sports. Yeah, but that's I think that is a reason why it was stupid. But Overwatch League was successful despite that. Why was it successful despite that? Because people watched it. And oh, we're gonna go even farther. Why did people watch it? Because people played it. And that's what changed, isn't it? That's what happened. So people stopped playing the game. So people stopped being interested in the game. So people stopped watching the game because they're not keeping up with the metas. And then because nobody's watching the game, the company can't make any money with it, right? They were engaged with the game. It was because of XQC. XQC was a very popular, really big player, but Overwatch League was massive, and it was part of many different people. Obviously, like now, XQC is one of the most popular people, but I remember whenever XQC got kicked out of Overwatch League. I remember the day that it happened. And he fucking had on, he had his stream, it was like this, he was sitting in his old room, and it was whenever he told somebody to suck a dick or something like that, and they kicked him out, and he had like 4 or 7K viewers. Because I watched the stream myself live. It was a really big deal, but he wasn't the only big name in Overwatch. Especially not then. He's by far the biggest now, but back then that wasn't the case. I was there. No, SQC, yeah, and he would just play. Yeah, it was a big stream at the time too. Yeah, that was his biggest stream. That's the thing. It's like this drama, and I remember thinking to myself, like, bro, like he's doing it right. You know, like he's doing it right. He's farming it, and it's like, cause I was thinking, oh man, like you know, this is gonna like maybe fuck up his career or something. And then like he immediately fucking goes live and starts farming it, bro. And people are subbing like fucking crazy, supporting him. They're like, yeah, bro, that guy does, bro. The whole Overwatch League sucks dick, man. Like, what do you mean? It's not just him. They all do. And so, yeah, he farmed the drama. Exactly. And I was like, yeah, that's the right thing to do. And so, anyway, so I remember I defended him. I thought that the way that people were characterizing him was just absolutely, totally fucking unfair, right? And so, anyway, you know, that's Overwatch League was really big. Obviously, it had big names in it. Of course it had big names in it. But why did it have the big names? It had the big names because people like watching the game, and so they're looking for people that are good at the game to watch. And so it's a symbiotic relationship. It's the same reason why nowadays there are no really big retail WoW PvP streamers. Do you know why? Because nobody gives a fuck about retail WoW. Back in the day, Rekful and Mitch were fucking massive. Now, were they massive because they were entertaining? Sure they are. But you know who else is entertaining? Peekaboo and Zaryu. They're really entertaining. They're great. But guess what happens? There's not the audience there to support them and turn them into 20K streamers like, in my opinion, they deserve. So that's what I think. It's about an ecosystem. That's why Zaryu is full classic. It is. I remember getting farmed by Zaryu all the time in RPGs. I remember if I saw him, everything was finished. You know, because he had he always had the best teams. It was crazy. Peekaboo doing his play-by-plays and shits on kids is one of the funniest things ever. Yes, and he's such a skilled player. It's like if people were able to recognize that skill for what it truly is. Like, I wish, because, like, the problem with WoW players is that somebody like Peekaboo or Zico or Benruki or Zaryu, they are so good, you don't even know how good they are. Like, you have no fucking idea how good these guys are at the game. And because of that, nobody can really even appreciate it. You forgot Sony. Sony's insane, too. He is. Waz. Yeah, Waz, too. Waz does have a big ego, but he's a great player. It's good to have people with big egos. It makes it entertaining. Remember Idra? That's who I remember from StarCraft 2. Idra and Destiny. Like, I don't remember a lot of the other people. Because they weren't entertaining. You know, fake it. Yeah, there it is. And so Idra was so salty. He was. And we all remember that, right? We all remember that. We think back and we smile. It's fucking funny, right? Because again, like, I'm so sick, bro. Anytime that, like, there's like a Valorant game and somebody gets teabagged and they're like, oh, well, you know, we can't have that. I mean, this is a serious broadcast. Like, bitch, shut the fuck. It's a video game. Shut the fuck up. Let's have a little bit of fun. What the? Oh my god. Oh, jeez, it's so annoying. Trainwrecks RBGs? Bro. Yes. Oh my god. That was so good. Do you remember that one time that we queued up against ABN and I unmuted after we decided the strategy? And because I had talked to Train while we were muted. And he was like, okay, unmute. I'm going to say that we're going to DDoS ABN. And I unmute. And we do this as a joke, right? And he's like, yeah, okay, so we're going to hit him offline after the second card. And then I'm like, okay, all right, for sure, man. All right, I'm going to unmute now. Right? And then we just played it off like it was nothing. And like after a week, everybody just assumed that it wasn't a joke. They were like, bro, Train's a DDoSer. He literally admitted to it on stream. Did you see Admin stream? Nobody ever fucking thought that. Like, they never thought it wasn't a joke. Whatever happened to Belamos? I don't know. I haven't talked to Belamos in maybe like 5 years. It's a name I haven't heard in a long time. God, he was so fucking funny. I loved him. He was great. Most people don't know shit about the old days, man? Yeah, exactly. And so, talked about this before, streaming community needs more heals. We have tech zone, right? And so anyway, yeah, so Overwatch League got canceled. This is like, let me go back to it, right? I'm kind of going off on a tangent. Overwatch League got canceled, and there's a lot of people that were working with Overwatch League, and now they don't have a job anymore. Well, why would they? The thing that they were doing doesn't exist. Okay? It kind of makes sense if they don't kind of have a job. And here's what's really sad. This is really disappointing. I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up real quick. Is that...
That's...
Or is that...
timing.
Give me 1 second. Sorry about this. Yeah. So Jason Schreier talked a little bit about this. And so they are canceling the entire Blizzard survival game.
What?
Like the
really?
total massive Blizzard survival game is getting canceled. It's done. It's finished. Years down the drain. Not years. 6 years. 6 years down the drain. Pissed away.
Why? Why would they
know what my
cancel
opinion
this?
is about that?
It was like the one thing that sounded exciting.
My opinion is that I think that if we had seen the game and we had played it, we would have understood why it got canceled.
Yeah, probably.
Most of the products that Blizzard has made recently have been bad products. Dragonflight has a lot of good gameplay, but it lacks the edge and the texture that WoW used to have. The story is for safe modern pussies, and I think that it's lost the attention of a lot of people like me. And I think that also, here's the worst part, WoW is doing the best. Overwatch did something that so few games ever accomplish. It killed people's hope for the future of the game. Because everybody who hates WoW can always imagine a world where it's better. But Overwatch literally killed any hope for a future for this game. Made a lot of 3D porn. Yeah, it probably made more money through 3D porn than the actual game. But the point is that obviously it's, nobody gives a shit about the game, right? It's a dead game. It's not even a dead game. It's just that it's no longer going to grow. It's not going to get any bigger. It's just like it is what it is, right? Unless they make Overwatch 3 or some sort of like other big difference. And so basically that's what happened. It peaked. And so there's that. Diablo 4. Let's look at Diablo 4 through the subreddit. The most popular comment on Diablo 4 yesterday oh, I guess I'm not seeing it. The dev team needs to be replaced. So you even have the Reddit that's talking about how the dev team needs to be replaced. And then the next day, be careful what you wish for. And let me guess, all the people at the top are getting raises. Well, no, Mike Ybarra is gone. And so not all the people, but I don't know, is Rod Ferguson there? Is David Shelley there? I don't know. Should they be there? I don't know what their role is. I'm not sure. So, yeah, it's hard to say. Layoffs suck. Sorry to those impacted. If I'm being brutally honest, though, I secretly hope this axes the Diablo Season 1 and Season 3 team. I'm sorry, and I hope they were laid off for two contradictory statements. Well, I don't really think so. Like, you can feel bad for, like, for example, I feel bad for people who, who end up ruining their lives. Like, somebody gets drunk, they're driving, they hit somebody, maybe they don't kill them, but they just injure them and they go to jail for 20 years. I feel bad for that person because they made a stupid decision that's going to ruin their life. Like, I can feel bad for them on an empathetic level, but I'm glad they're in jail. Fuck them. That's right. So, yeah, I understand. No, I think that's normal, right? I mean, yeah, sure. I can put myself in their shoes and understand how they feel. Of course. But I also can put them in jail. You know? Imagine not being pro-drunk driving. That's going to be whenever Hunter Biden runs for president in 20 years, his campaign slogan is going to be crack down on crime, and he's going to be pro-drunk driving. He wants to get rid of it as a crime. That way we don't have to arrest people for it anymore. Laugh all you want, but one day it'll be true. Yeah, I'm dead president, exactly. And so, anyway, yeah, there you go. And with our luck, it axes Season 2 team. There you go. I can't imagine how this is particularly encouraging for the growth and development of Diablo 4 going forward. And what was it the day before yesterday? Was that encouraging?
Wrong.
Layoffs will continue until morale improves. This is not surprising. Yep, any merger and acquisition will always have some redundancy that leads to layoff. That's usually the way it goes, absolutely. This is proven to have too many useless positions in the company. This is not necessarily a bad thing. It's hard to know why people got fired, and I think that the truth is that the market for survival games is so agile that I don't really see how Blizzard can compete in it. Like, look at something like Palworld. Palworld can come out so quickly, twice as fast as Blizzard's game comes out. They talk about patch notes that add raid bosses. And people love the game. So how is it that Blizzard can compete with that? And that's really the question, right? How can Blizzard possibly compete with that? Look at Enshrouded. Enshrouded, you can dig holes. You can use magic. You can use bow and arrow. You can use a weapon. Like, I played the game for like an hour, and I thought it was fucking amazing. So whenever I go, and look at, I mean, like, obviously, you know, we're talking about 2 survival games, but like, look at World of Warcraft versus Final Fantasy. Look at how many things Final Fantasy was able to add, and Final Fantasy is also a very big game. Let's make a better example. That's the worst example I can make. Here's a better example. Path of Exile. It is what it is, right, guys? It is what it is. And so, GGG equals GigaChat, GigaChat, GigaChat. Yeah, there you go, man. And BOE 2 this year. Well, I mean, we'll see if it comes out this year, but, you know, we'll be able to play it this year. And there it is. And so, yeah, no one's paid to make a kid. Well, the point is that you should not be surprised. Like, we can argue and debate on whether the people that got fired should have been fired. The answer, though, that everybody, I think we all know, is that none of us really know the answer to who really should have been fired or not, right? Like, we don't know if Mike Ybarra should have left. We don't know if Adam Adham should have left. We don't know if the other people should have. We really don't know that. But here's what I do know. I know that this is a company that has had over 10 years of garbage product offerings with one light at the end of the tunnel, with Overwatch 1, that they did their best to stomp out, and they did so very successfully with Overwatch 2. So you look at a company that has, again, a consumer product that they're going to market with for 10 years and failing continuously, over and over and over. They should be lucky and happy that it wasn't more money. That's what I think.
Nice.
Hearthstone didn't fail. My understanding is that Hearthstone is in a very bad position. Am I out of touch?
No, it is children who are wrong.
It's on life support? It's difficult to say. I'm gonna look it up. I'll look it up on Google Trends. Yeah, I want to actually know this for myself, because I actually don't know the answer to this. Okay, so we're going to look at Hearthstone trends, and we're going to look at it over the past, not day, let's look at it over the past 5 years. How about 5 years? And let's look at all of Blizzard franchises. I'm missing one. What am I missing? Isn't it sad that I think of StarCraft 2 and I don't even know the name? So yeah, okay, we're done. All right, so basically, if you look right here, I would say that Diablo 4 had like this massive spike. Isn't this incredible? I didn't realize that the release of Diablo 4 was so big. And so, if you look at it, especially over the past, like, 2004, you'll see that a lot of these games, right? You look at, for example, the yellow, which is Overwatch. Overwatch has gone down substantially over the years. And I would also argue that the majority of online discourse about Overwatch right now is about how bad the game is and not really about the game itself. World of Warcraft, ironically, is actually doing better than almost any of these other games. And the reason why I think it's pretty obvious is because of Classic WoW and because retail WoW is a product made for the people who enjoy it. Now, that product might not necessarily be for me as much anymore, but for the people who enjoy it, they're happy. And this is also for the United States. So let's go ahead and look at worldwide. You're right. I didn't check on that. I should have. So we're seeing about the same trend. But, you know, again, like a lot of these games have kind of gone down. Look at the blue. The blue is Hearthstone. Hearthstone has gone down massively. Like, let's get a little bit, let's look at the past 5 years. We'll see if there's still a Jesus, it's so low. I'm going to take Diablo off of this because it's just, it fucks up the other ones, okay?
Yeah.
FPS, please.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, good. So, if you look, like, I mean, obviously it's just, these graphs are going down. Like, besides WoW, it's going down. So, if you, and it's not going down that, it's not that bad, right? It's really not. But, at the same time, fuck, I mean, it's not surprise fizzling out. Yeah, it is. Like, these games are on life support. It's like all of these games are on life support. Now show Palworld. There it is. Who would have thought? And so anyway, now PUBG, well, we can look at a million different games, but my point is, besides this, that all of these different games are not really doing very well. And this is an observable trend that I'm seeing. Now, am I wrong about this trend? Am I misinterpreting this data? Maybe I am in some way, but this is something I'm not aware of. Like, you know, so tell me if there's a way I'm wrong, because I have no fucking idea. I'm curious how Destiny looks at those trends. Well, you can look at any of them yourself. It's just, you know, Google Trends. You can figure it out. And so, innovate or fade to dust. Yeah. And so, this is what happens. It reads as alarming, but the reality is it's inevitable in these scenarios. I've been part of several company buyouts and mergers, and there's always redundancy and duplication between roles that results in layoffs. Yeah, but Adham and Yabar were not redundant roles, though. Yeah, they were. They're redundant because Microsoft is going to be in charge now. So why do we need them to be in charge whenever Microsoft is going to be in charge? They're the most redundant. Because, like, you know, there's going to be miscommunications. Like, Microsoft is going to say one thing, they're going to say something else. It's like, okay, that's it, right? And so it makes sense. There's one, Activision and King Game Studio and the Blizzard IPs, the Blizzard Studio stuff. Well, people at Activision were let go as well. It wasn't just that. What? Google Trends only represent searching and browser result. It doesn't mean the state of the player base. You're right about that, but I bet there's a trend between interest in a game and players playing the game. I bet there is. I've got a crazy fucking notion in my mind that I think that there's a correlation there. But you are correct that it's not one-to-one. You're very correct about that. Anyway, let's go back. We're going to read some more posts that people have made about this. Let's see if I can find it. And fucking hell, Microsoft laying off 1,900 Activision Blizzard Xbox employees. There it is. Oh, there goes WoW. I think WoW is probably going to be the only ones that isn't removed. In the memo of the cancellation of the survival game was framed as a redeploying of resources. From the perspective of someone on that team, that seems like the entire team is being laid off. So this is a person who was working at the Blizzard survival game. The entire survival team just got laid off. I'll be radio silent while I sort out and feel my emotions before I find out what's next. I loved working on the project with my team. It's one of the best things I ever did with my career. I'm only sorry no one will get to see it. And you can imagine, like, how disappointing and sad that is, right? You invest 5 years of your life, 3 years of your life into something, and it's like, yeah, I really worked so hard on this. Can I see it? No, because it doesn't exist. I mean, fuck. Jason Schreier wrote an article about the game. Did he already? I don't know.
Damn, that's fast.
So this is exactly what he said, and we'll go ahead and we'll read it here. Blizzard boss Mikey Barr is out. Adam as company's founder, is leading the company. Odyssey, the survival game been development for 6 years, is canceled. People with the impact of companies tell me that as of right now, they don't know who are losing their jobs. That's right, it is the Thanos snap for pretty much every single one of these game companies. The current story will be updated as we learn more. Microsoft's Matt Booty, good one, said in a note that Ybarra chose to leave his position as president of Blizzard, but in November of BlizzCon, Ybarra told me that he wanted to stay for the long haul. Someone will drag me out of Blizzard, Mike Ybarra said. That's how long I will be here. Well, yeah, I think that's probably what happened metaphorically. And so, yeah. And also things can change. Obviously, you know, like maybe his, you know, something in his personal life changed him, and that's why he left. There could be a lot of reasons. And so, yeah. We'll see if there's any more updates here, and I'll take a look at it. Any updates? Okay. No, we're not really seeing any updates yet. Microsoft cancels new Blizzard video game, and this is about the
Come on, it's 53%.
We can talk about, and they said that they canceled, by the way, the game Odyssey, which was the survival game. They said they canceled it as part of a focus on projects that hold the most promise for future growth. So they basically decided that you know, the survival game just didn't have a lot of growth potential, and I think that they're probably right. I think they're probably right. Like, no new IP risk? Yeah. Here's why I think that they're right. The reason why I think they're right is because the survival genre is a weird middle ground between like indie, like Metroidvania, small, like, you know, like single slice games, and like big AAA games. Like, you have a lot of like single A and double A games that are survival games, and those games are so much more agile, and they can create content so much faster than a big company like Blizzard can. How can Blizzard possibly operate in that space and be a legitimate competitor? How can they do that? Because I don't know. They're too slow. Yeah, I think they're too slow. And again, we talk about too slow, and then people are mentioning Valheim, right? But, you know, my point is still the same. Just buy them. That's what they should do. Like, if I was Blizzard, I would try to buy one of these big survival games and then try to manage it and empower the people that are making it to be even better. Right? Take something like V Rising, or like a game that's like really, it's a really well-made game, but it just doesn't have like I feel like it doesn't have the juice that it deserves to have, right? And so there it is, by Left 4 Dead. Yeah, something like that. The marketing, whatever it is. Yeah, they don't have the marketing. Yeah, I mean, like, we had the guys on for a, what do you call it, for an all-craft, right? Back whenever I did that. But that was a long time ago. And that's just how it is. Yeah, Dark and Darker, something like that. They can buy them from Nexon. And so anyway, yeah. And so this is disappointing. Technical issues surrounding the engine or sweet tools technology developers use to construct a game. According to people familiar with the process, Odyssey was originally prototyped on the popular Unreal Engine from Epic Games, but Blizzard executives decided to switch because it wouldn't support their ambitions for vast maps while supporting up to 100 players at once. And Blizzard is right. I think that, you know, that's probably the right decision. And also, like, why is it not supporting that? Because I feel like a lot of games are able to. But I don't really know that. Probably is better as well as they do. Use Synapse, the internal engine the company originally developed for mobile games. So it probably had, like, more of a stylistic vibe to it. And so, yeah. People who played the early version of the game enjoyed it and thought there was a lot of potential in the market for a survival game that hit Blizzard's bar for quality. Well, what would you say Blizzard's bar for quality is?
Not anymore.
What would that mean? What do you mean by that? Oh, you mean a ground? Yeah. There you go. And so that's the problem, is that the quality of the games are not very good.
You mean crap.
And to be fair, guys, I want to make sure one thing is very clear, that we made jokes about Blizzard quality in Wrath of the Lich King, okay? Like, we have been memeing and shitting on Blizzard for like 20 years. But the problem is that now there are Google trends that we can be like, yeah, see? You see that? See, look at the graph. It says, see, I told you I was right. That's the difference. Yeah, now it's real. It's not a meme anymore. There you go. It's not a meme. Yeah, words drain our quality. Yeah, that was the beginning, right? And so, yeah, a lot of people lost their job, and it's really sad, and it's also not surprising. The truth is that, I mean, we're seeing, like, Riot did layoffs, what was it, yesterday? No, it was the day before. Riot laid off, was it 500 people? And Activision Blizzard is laying off almost 2,000. The reality is that I think that tech, again, is maturing to a state where for the longest time with tech, I think that people were just kind of ever expanding horizons. Like the future kept getting bigger, and the future kept getting bigger, and it got bigger and bigger. And then after the last 5 years, I feel like it stopped getting as much bigger. It stopped. It peaked. Yeah, it peaked, exactly. And that's not a bad thing. It's not. But it's just the reality. And so what happened to OpenAI? Well, that's a different type of technology, and that's why everybody's trying to invest into it. So you're seeing these companies that were hiring for these continuous 20% year-over-year growth, growths in revenue and like profit and everything. And guess what happens? Well, that stops happening, and then all of those people that they built for having a ship that's going to be 20% bigger, 5 years in a row, so that's like 260% or something like that, or 160%, way bigger. Well, guess what happens? Well, you don't need all those people. Can you look at the categories of people that are being laid off? Yeah. They had it coming, and they deserve it for all these years of bad content. The market decides what people deserve. They decide what people are worth, for better or for worse. I made that very clear with the AI stuff, and I made that very clear with my defense of the Prince of Persia game. I thought it was a great game, and I disliked the idea that people said that it was cheap because it followed a paradigm that many indie games use, which is the Metroidvania paradigm. I thought people were being very unfair. But at the end of the day, does my opinion matter? No. Because nobody bought the game. And whenever I say nobody, I don't mean nobody. A lot of people bought the game. And the sad thing about it is all the people who I talked to, actually, I didn't really talk to anybody about the game. I just read people's posts about it. Everybody who talked about the game that I saw,
bloody hell,
said it was good. So it's like, oh, this sucks, right? It's like, okay, well, everybody who I'm talking to and I see is saying the game's good. And it's like, fuck, man. But then the public just doesn't. The public says, no, bad. But it's good, bad. But look, it's bad.
It's overpriced.
But look, it's got good game. No, bad game. Look, you see mobile game. It's a mobile game. Bad. It's bad. Don't want it. Too much money. But you said you wanted games that weren't as big. No, bad game. Bad game. Too small. Small game. Bad game. Bad. And does it really matter what my opinion is? No. It doesn't. Because the market decides, not me. And it's sad. It really is sad. And so, the consumers have spoken. Yes, the consumers have spoken. Exactly. And there it is. It's capitalism. It is. It's not just capitalism. It's a free market. And a free market is a beautiful thing. Imagine if you had to play the Prince of Persia game, right? Think about what really is the alternative here. Like that people can't choose what they want to buy. What are we really thinking? Where's this alternate reality going to? So yeah, anyway, let's go back over. I'll read a few comments about the layoffs and everything, and then I want to talk about some other stuff too. You can influence a lot of people with your opinion. You're a public figure, but to be honest, even Elon Musk couldn't save the algorithm. Jesus Christ. Listen. Oh, that's one way to do it. Oh, Jesus. Maybe you should have bought Blizzard instead of fucking Twitter, you know? Yeah, he kind of tried. Yeah, I know. And so you're not a true gamer? Yeah, for sure. Can't wait for Elon Musk to tweet D4 bad. Is that it? Free market, but politicians are pushing for anti-boycott laws. You're right that I totally agree with you that people stack the deck. I think that a great example of that that's not an American example was what happened with Twitch Korea. I totally fucking agree with you. We can talk about how bad, market manipulation by compromised politicians are. We can talk about that all day. If you want to hear more about that, you can watch Hassan. He and I probably agree on like 99% of that stuff. So yeah. And so it's very bad. Yes, I think everybody thinks this is bad, right? There you go. I think a real recession's coming. I saw a tweet about this. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Give me a minute. Yes. It's psychologically damaging. Being fully cognizant, the price of everything has gone up by at least 100% in the last half decade. Yet every figurehead in government is just pretending that it's simply untrue, and half the Western world didn't just slide into pseudo-poverty. It is getting crazy out there, bro. $2. Like, I went to, where's it? Can I pull up, where the fuck is that stream that I did? Give me a minute. Look at this. Oh, fuck, where is it? Where is it? Give me a minute. This is whenever I realize, bro, like... Alright. Alright, y'all ready?
Hanger sticker thing you put on the wall?
That's a bowl. You see the bowl? You see that bowl right there? Everybody, we all see the bowl.
And I put a blanket over it.
I'm looking for the price on the bowl.
What's this?
There's a bowl.
What is that? Why is he so intrigued? You thought there's food in there?
$460.
Why did you...
Jesus. $560
We all fucking see it.
for a bowl.
We
Fucking
all
insane.
fucking know it. A McChicken is $2.89. And that's not including tax. It's a designer bowl? Yeah, it was designed by a tree. I just like... Like, I don't know how people live. I really don't. Like, because I remember, like, I was talking on, like, the podcast about how I could live on, like, $2,000 a month or something like that, right?
You're wrong now.
Or that, like, something like that. I forgot what the number was, but something like that, right? I was wrong.
Yup.
Not anymore, man. I used to be able to live on $2,000 a month, and I was really comfortable. I was great. Now it's like $3,000. And you think, oh, that's $1,000 more dollars. That's 50% more. You have to look at the percentages. It's like you earn $200K a month. It's not about how much money I make or don't make. I don't care about that. I don't, like, for me, it never matters, right? Like, I just want to have a computer, and I want to have air conditioning, and I want to have soda, and I want to have Chipotle, okay? And internet connection. Like, that's it. I'm happy. I don't need anything else. You don't need to do anything. Like, you know, the rest of my house is cosmetic. It's just basically a storage unit for things that companies send me. Everything else, I don't give a fuck. I just only want fucking my computer. That's it. And beef jerky. You're right, beef jerky. And so it's not about what my money is, right? Like, it doesn't matter about me. I'm talking about, like, in general, for the average person. Bro, people are getting pinched. People aren't even getting pinched. They're getting squeezed. They're getting milked. They're getting wrung out. They're getting crushed. I'm trying to think of a bigger metaphor, but I think that's about it. That's about as far as I can go. It's bad, man. It's really bad. And the prices of fast food, I think, is probably the best indicator, because that's the one thing that I know the most about. We're getting dicked on. Yeah, we're getting dicked on, man. Go real quick.
Hold it like that.
Because the price was on the bottom. I had to look $460. Are you kidding
What is
me?
this? This fruit bowl.
I saw this at Walmart for $20.
It gets worse.
So let's look at this guy. This one probably. I just don't understand how that chair can be $3,000.
What?
Right there.
I didn't even see. Oh my god, yeah, that's true. This chair right.
What the fuck?
What?
We are getting dicked. To be fair, furniture is always expensive, and it's usually a once-in-a-lifetime thing.
Wait, that's the maximum. That's okay, fine.
Yeah.
All right, everything's good. This desk right here. This desk. This is $179. That chair, right there. The chair. The brown one was covered in carpet. That was free. I got it off the side of the road. This table. My mom bought this table. It was like $50. That sofa. Side of the road. That futon. Believe it or not, that came right off the side of the road. I didn't pay a fucking cent for that. That desk right there, behind me, that one right there, my mom bought that for me, 2004. Might have actually been 2005. She bought it at Sam's Club. It was less than $100. The chair was like 40 at the same time. This is fucked up, man. What about the Razer show, though? Oh, it's free. I had sponsorship. Yeah, I don't even know how much this is. I have no idea. It's free. Don't shop at designer stores, then? It's just crazy how much things are, man. That's my point that I'm trying to get at. It's incredible how much the prices are for everything. I don't even know what to say.
Hungry and ulcer. Fine.
De-dollarization incoming? I don't know. I'll look at a couple of comments, go back to this, just talk about this for a minute or two. And then I want to move on. What are the prices good at Shake Shack? Guess how much a burger and fries and a drink was.
$20?
$17.
Close.
Ain't no fucking way. Not too bad. I think that's too bad. I do. I think that is too bad. I think that's too much, in fact. Shake Shack in the Philippines is $5. Maybe I should go over there. So 2 meals is $24? No, $34? Well, I mean, like, yeah, 17 times 2 would be 34. Yeah, you're right. That's the way the math would work out. Thank God I taught people how to cook. I feel sorry for people who can't. No, I make themselves how to cook. People that don't know how to cook, they're just stupid. And they're lazy. That's it.
200 times 5 is 1,000 ammo. Right.
Yeah, there's no nuance to it at all. They're just stupid and lazy. And so, like, you don't want to do that, don't do it. But, like, what the fuck? It's not, you think it's the world's fault that you don't know how to follow a YouTube video? Get the fuck out of here. Grow up. Going through comments, I said, yeah, I saw this. The men set Twitter on fire when shopping the next day. Truly the one true king. Listen, bro, people get so in their feelings about shit that happens on the internet. Like, who gives a fuck, man? Who cares? Oh, wow. Somebody disagreed with your opinion on something. And who cares? I don't understand it, man. It's nuts. And yeah, it can bother me sometimes, but usually it doesn't. Okay? And think about why it bothers you. I am enjoying his watch. Oh god. God, that fucking watch. Yeah. And how's your brownie watch? It's great. It's in my bathroom right now. And it's funny photo. Yeah, I have no problem looking stupid in public. I do it all the time. Sean Murray, No Man's Sky. Another million people have purchased power. Oh god, bro. This is whenever they told him about September 11th. He said, hold up, wait a minute. I thought that wasn't supposed to happen till tomorrow. Oh my god. Hold up, yeah. That's why he was confused, bro. He said, wait, what? Wait, that was the day? Oh my god. Is your dad old enough to remember the 70s inflation? Yeah, he talked to me a lot about it. He said they wouldn't even leave the prices on the shit in the stores because it just kept going up. They had to like reprice everything. That was like the Jimmy Carter shit. Yeah, no, he told me a lot about it. I know this isn't our first rodeo. Such an infamous photo. Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. Oh, I see Asmon. Jesus. What's with this? Bro, you know what I look like? I look like one of the fucking undead males. In WoW. Like, bro, I look like I am straight out of, like, Tirisfal Glades. I'm ready to go do some quests. You know, I want to figure out, like, you know, what's going on and, you know, in the Silver Pine Forest. Holy shit. Ladies and gentlemen,
Jesus, my FPS
I was just making sure that her necklace wasn't looking the wrong way. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Excuse me, speak American. Oh, I saw this already. Well, we saw this one yesterday too. Footage of a kiwi.
Oh no, not again. Oh, okay, I can do this. Good. Yoink.
I sure hope that they don't get sued for copyright infringement. Does Nintendo know about this? So, and to be fair, bro, like imagine if they were the size of people. This would be fucking terrifying. No, really, like this would be awful. Oh my god. We could ride them? Oh, true, yeah. Oh, shit. Look up ostriches? I've seen those things before. Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Toil of Duty goes to Honest Con? Oh, boy. Senior artist, I saw this already. Congratulations to the 2 winners of the Doggo Drawing Contest. Remember that the winner of this contest was chosen through likes. First place...
God damn it.
Gentlemen, there's 2 kinds of art enjoyers. That's right. The free market decides.
Fuck yeah.
For better or for worse.
That's just my style, bro. Yep. Art is subjective,
And its value is subjective and decided by the market. Oh my god. There it is. I love this game. The best way to catch pals. That's so fucking stupid. That's some Battlefield shit? Yeah, that's so stupid. It's very inventive. Yeah, that's clever though. I like it. It's you're still smiling? Oh, absolutely. What's this? So this is a tweet from, I guess, a probably Japanese girl. Actually, no, probably guy. Yeah, probably a guy. A world will come when female androids will be distributed to the homes of single adult men, and they will do housework to improve their quality of life, become sex partners, and check their health status based on their semen.
What? Okay. What the fuck?
When?
When? God damn it.
When would this happen? Just so I can know. Yeah, I was just kind of curious.
Suit, yeah.
After Genshin? Oh, wow, it's never gonna happen. Oh my god. I mean, they're right. I mean, this will happen for sure. I mean, it's a guarantee. Imagine motivation to work whenever your droid goes, your vagina subscription is expiring tomorrow. I could make a lot of really bad comments for that, but I think I probably won't. Let's see here. A man can dream. This could drastically increase the birth rate, but improve performance. Oh, I don't know. A pirate it? Yeah, clearly. And ask for a friend. Let's see here. Win 2085. Mark my words. The last part is genius. The AI waifu can prepare meals to help his health. Oh my god. Now it's better than a real waifu. True. I would not degrade my android lady like that. She's a queen and she deserves respect.
Oh
All
my god.
androids are thoughts. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I love it, man. This is crazy.
If she breathes!
Yeah, if she breathes! Yeah, there you go, guys. Why is nature stealing these designs from Nintendo? Hey, hold up! Wait, so does Nintendo own all the dolphins?
Oh my god.
Do they have all the dolphins? Does SeaWorld have to pay Nintendo to use the dolphins? God. So anyway, this is the guy, oh, this is from like 2 years ago. So, this is the Palworld CEO opinion on AI and copyright. If you pass it through a filter of AI, the image is often not a specific thing. So
you know
maybe the copyright issue will be resolved.
I'm gonna restart.
I was
Maybe
surprised to see
that'll
the
fix
world
it.
is actually moving in that direction. In about 30 years, the general public's perception of copyright might have changed considerably. And then this is what he said. Oh, I guess you said this already. People who use Photoshop or Krista are not called digital artists, right? AI Illustrator is a hot topic, but what's even more frightening is when you call someone Illustrator, it seems like it's normal to refer to an AI Illustrator. After AI becomes widespread, a new word will probably be born: analog illustrator, painter, human painter. Calculation, hand calculation industry, handicraft animation, hand-drawn animation. A computer literally translates to a person who calculates. Oh, the word computer translates to a person who calculates. This is true. And it seems like in the past, it was actually a human being. He's right about that. It was. Nowadays, it refers to electronic computers. So the time may not be too far where Illustrator refers to an AI algorithm and software. Which Illustrator are you using? Midjourney, Stable Diffusion. Oh. Yeah, this is somebody who's thinking about how the future will be rather than trying to retain some semblance of control over their current reality. Yeah, this is a person who's thinking about the future. And whenever you think about the future and you stop getting emotionally attached to how things are and instead try to look at where the world is going to go and look at the context of history, the truth is obvious. People up in arms about AI didn't say shit for sculptors whenever 3D printers came out. I mean, again, there are so many examples of a machine taking a person's job. Only a matter of time until we have AI, right? Yeah, true. There it is. Can't stop what's already in motion. You just have to adapt and overcome. Yep, true. He's right. He's going to piss off the weirdos that foam at the mouth again, but he's right, and that's all there is to it. There it is. That's translated from Japanese. TLDR is his argument that the computer has replaced human and manual calculation. Therefore, computer-generated AI is going to replace a big part of human artists. It will. I thought using Photoshop was considered digital artists. I don't know. It depends, right? It was a very hot topic in like 2008, 2010. 100% on point. Yeah. This is what's going to happen. Pass it through the filter of AI. Sounds like pretty much an admission. Perhaps you shouldn't share too much for legal reasons. So, every legal system is informed by the population of people that make it a reality. That's why, for example, it used to be illegal to have gay sex, and now it's not. That's why, for example, it used to be illegal to smoke weed, and now it's not. That's why, for example, it used to be legal to sell cigarettes to kids or to market, candy flavored cigarettes, but now it's not. It's because the legal system reflects the values of the public. Now, this is a very, this is not a one-to-one comparison, right? And I think that we all can agree on, like, laws that we think are ridiculous. So, but, like, I think in a general sense, a legal system does reflect the desires of people in that legal system. Not always. Oh, wow, not always? You're so fucking smart. Holy shit, are you kidding me? Wait a second. So you're telling me there are things that aren't true about this general statement? Wow. What? I think that there's like actually like a low IQ indicator that if a person has to insert the idea that there are exceptions to a rule. Like people that have the need, now I'm sure everybody does this sometimes, but like anybody who has to come out of their way and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, no, it's not always like that. Of course it's not always like that. It's
never always like that.
They're stating the obvious, yeah. Midway? Yeah, something like that. But anyway, there's exceptions. And so anyway, yeah, I think that in general, legal systems follow the values of the public. I do. I think that's a general trend. And so anyway, and oftentimes in cases where they don't, which I would say like the I call it a tax law, is like something where the legal system for the tax law doesn't really follow what the public wants. For example, like rich people have like all these write-offs and like weird shit that corporations can do, but like I don't think people really understand that, so they don't care about it. I don't think that the average person views AI art using an aggregate source for like every other picture in the world to make a completely separate picture that doesn't look like any of those original pictures. I don't think that people view that as stealing. I don't.
Nope.
I think that in a general sense, the public does not view that as stealing. I think it's just logical to not view it as stealing. It's not. Yeah, because it's not. Like, there it is. People are willing to pay less, even if it's AI made. Well, I don't know. The lawmakers don't always make the laws the public wants. You're right about that. It's not always like the way I said it is. You're so right. That's so true. Casey's right. Oh shit, yo, thank you for the raid. Damn, I didn't know she was streaming. I guess I must have started my stream at the same time she did. Yo, what up? How y'all doing? Hey. I think it's not stealing, but all AI art should be public domain. No, I don't think that all AI art should be public domain at all. I don't think that really makes sense. Why? Why not? The reason why not is because you created it with a tool. Why are you brushing away these comments that easily disprove your logic? Okay, I'll read this real quick.
Oh god, here we go.
So, which comments easily disprove my logic? I mean, this should be easy, right? I mean, you said that this easily, guys, it easily disproves my logic. It's easy.
Easy.
Have a good stream. Well, I'm chilling. Yeah, I honestly expected her to still be asleep. Wow. So yeah, good morning. Don't get arrogant. Yeah, no, I'm fine. What was he saying? You create you think a human created something with a prompt. I wouldn't say I created something with a prompt. They just pops up a picture. All laws are not made out of what is considered just. Can you make a position first and that way I can argue against a position rather than you agreeing with what I said. Yeah, I want to generally, like, because, like, if you want to go down this line of argumentation, I'm fine with it, right? This is okay. But I don't want to argue against somebody who's just making things up, right?
Nice.
Or, like, you're not really stating what you think. You're just, you know, kind of holding on to some sort of amorphous "you're wrong" type thing. So, like, what are you really trying to say here? The issue is that issue everyone has with AI assumes maliciousness, which can be said for any tool ever. Well, yeah, I mean, there's probably a lot of people that hate AI also hate guns. I feel like there's a huge overlap there. I mean, I don't have a fucking study for this, but I think there's an overlap. Same people, yeah, that's what I think. No real point, just wanted to say you're wrong. Yeah, what is this? I'm not a debater, like, what the fuck? It's obvious you can't think laws are created with good intentions.
What?
Okay, I'm gonna just, you're not a debater, what the fuck? Well, then why are you trying to debate me? Number one, so if you're not a debater, then why are you trying to debate me in my chat? So just shut the fuck up. If you don't want to debate me, then don't fucking come in and try to debate me.
Bingo.
What are you doing? What are you thinking? What's wrong with you? Let's go back and let's talk about, I'm going to talk about my position and what I think, and you can tell me if you think that it's wrong or not. I think that in a general sense, the public's perception of what's right and what's wrong is reflected in the laws in that country. And I think this is also a chicken and an egg situation. Because people perceive virtue through law, and people also
come on,
make
it's 67
into law. So I think that there is a symbiotic relationship here where they feed into each other. But I would argue that I think that the people in America have a higher value that they place on free speech than places in other parts of the world that don't have free speech. Now, whether this is certain European countries that have limitations on different types of speech, like Germany, for example, or whether this is something like Russia or China that have a lot more restrictions on it. I think that the people in those different countries will have values associated to ideals like free speech or like drug control or things like that that are somehow or somewhat in line with the controls for free speech in the government. Asman, what are you talking about?
Oh no. Another one.
Are people triggered because I said that Germany doesn't have free speech? I'm right.
What?
They don't. Anyway. Next.
What?
You can argue, but bro, don't argue with me. Argue with the German government. I didn't do this. I'm literally just, I know what the laws are there. Like, it's not, this isn't my opinion. You're basically saying laws are good and we should follow them. They are not all good. You know it's true. So stop basing your logic on laws that are already in place. This is not a debate channel. Are you okay? I'm not. I'm trying to make you realize. You're trying to make me realize something. By what? By debating me. You're using circular logic trying to make me sound stupid because you are coming into my chat telling me that I'm wrong. So anyway, that was a gaming site? No, obviously not. Some people are so out of touch with reality, it's insane. Yeah, exactly. What? Yep, denying the Holocaust will get you in legal trouble. Also, informally talking to a police officer will get you in trouble, as you are only supposed to talk to them the formal way. I'm not sure about the police officer part. I didn't know that. I don't know the nuances of that. But I know that, like, for a lot of, for an example, the idea of, like, hate speech or denying the Holocaust or things like that are against the law in Germany. And that's not the case here in the United States. Somebody can deny the Holocaust here, and guess what? They don't go to jail. They don't get arrested. Like, true and true. Like, that is literally the truth. Like, it's not about whether it's right or wrong. It's about this is the truth. So if I say they have less freedom of speech there, this is an objective fact. Like, this isn't a debate. This isn't a I'm wrong and I don't see it that way. No, you literally look up the laws and it says this. Like, what do we even talk? What the fuck are people? What's wrong with some people? Oh my God. Anyway, let's go back to what this guy's point was. Jesus Christ, people love to get hung up about the dumbest fucking shit. Anyway, you're basically saying laws are good. No, I'm not. Do you think that I think that people are good? Because I certainly fucking don't. So if I say laws are a manifestation of the will of the people, and then I don't think people are good, then logically I wouldn't think the laws are always good either, right? You better refresh me. I'm not finished. I'm sure you're not. I'm not trying to make you sound stupid. I'm showing you that you are wrong, and stop trying to disregard things to prove it. You do it all the time. If I do it all the time, give me one example of me doing it. Give me one example. I'm not a debater, but you better refresh my debate comments because I'm not done debating you. It's okay. It's fine. If a law says you can't eat food if you have no money, then I guess you just die of starvation.
Ooh. Level 50.
What do you think I'm trying to say? I think that we're having a fundamental miscommunication. What
Oh my
do you
God.
think I'm talking about?
Oh my God. Come here. Oh God.
I'm not.
I am not prepared for this.
But do you remember one of them? I'm not asking you to remember all the things I've said. I'm just asking you to remember one of the things that I said. Like, I agree with you. Like, I don't remember all the things I said either. But I was hoping that we could remember one. Right? I mean, like, is that unreasonable? We can't remember one.
What is this music?
Not everyone's equipped to go into a debate. Text versus
I'm
typing
dead.
Makes it look even worse.
Run!
If not everyone's equipped to debate, then maybe they shouldn't start debating me in chat. Like, it's not even really a debate. You're talking about laws being
Get over
absolute
here.
and uncontestable, and we should follow them blindly. Okay, so that's not what I said. But I do agree with this. I actually, no, I don't. I don't agree with this, but I do think, so we should follow them, yes, absolutely. Do you think that you should be able to ignore a law? You've decided that I don't agree with this law, I will just ignore and not do this law.
Okay, I'm coming back for you with
asking,
fucking
I
gear.
want to ask him. Like, I mean, obviously everybody's gonna have their own answer, right? But like, what are you gonna do? What do you think?
What is going on? Uh-oh. I need it. See,
Depending on what the law is, I would say yes. Well, let's go ahead, Chad. I'm not paying you any attention. You're not important. Shut the fuck.
There's a
Guys,
dungeon
so
here.
do you think that people should be able to ignore laws if they disagree with them?
Yeah?
I mean, it's a pretty simple question, right? I mean, like, ask again. Just telling your filthy chat to shut the fuck up. Do you think that you should be able to ignore laws whenever you disagree with them personally? It's like I have a moral, I'm morally against this law. This isn't a constructive debate. Well, I think it is, because a lot of people have this viewpoint. I'm not mad. Like, I'm not mad at all. Like, nobody here is mad. Like, I'm asking him a question. If the law is actively preventing you from surviving, yes. Many laws are broken for that reason. Okay. I'm gonna think of a way. I want to think of a way to address this that makes sense. Law is actively preventing you from surviving. Okay, well, let's go ahead and let's talk about what the who determines on what surviving is. Because, for example, you're probably determining surviving based off of living. So you're talking about stealing food or something like that, right? And I think that in a general sense, most people agree that stealing food in order to prevent yourself from dying isn't really that big of a deal. And this is like an extreme circumstance that is like such a minor fraction that it's not really worth talking about. But let's go ahead and let's talk about it in a more abstract sense. Surviving is also being able to afford shelter. Surviving is also being able to afford a lifestyle for a lot of people. So what happens whenever a person steals something to sell it, to use money for the stolen object that then they can use to survive? Is it only okay to steal the product, the end product that you need to survive? Or is it okay to steal products that you need to use as a vehicle to get money to survive? And I think that really, like, once you start actually looking at the idea and the ethics of this, it immediately begins to unravel. Because the foundation of any normal society is law. The reason why you have the government is because of law. And every single country that doesn't enforce its laws is a place that you never want to go to. There is never one of these, like, African countries that are fucking horrible. They're like, it just... I cannot even begin to describe, because I don't even understand how bad it is. There are South American countries that are the same way. The countries that actively do not enforce their own laws are some of the worst places in the world, and you'd never want to live there. A lot of the people that are from those countries are actively trying to run away from them. They're trying to go to Britain. They're trying to go to America. They're trying to get away from this because of how horrible it is. And look, I mean, I'm not an illegal immigration enjoyer, okay? I think send them back. That's not my problem. But I can understand them. And if I was them, I'd be doing the same thing. I can totally get it. So, whenever you say that a law is actively preventing you from surviving, you are putting the notion of surviving as a decision that the person who is stealing something has to make. But everybody doesn't define surviving the same way. And that's why we all have agreed upon laws that allow people to make those decisions for us. And also, what happens if somebody steals from you and you're trying to survive by selling things, but somebody steals it from you? Well, can you kill them? Because they're preventing you from surviving, and solving the problem would be killing them. So why not? Like a monarchy, for example. I think that your argument is a lot stronger. But in a lot of first world countries, people do have autonomy to vote and change the laws. And somebody's aversion, or, you know, they find the law to be offensive, is not enough of an excuse for them to just ignore it completely. That's not the way the world works. And you're so lucky that that's the case. Imagine, like, if you could just, oh, well, we're just gonna just all disagree with this law. And again, whenever you don't have the means to representation, I think that your point of view is very strong, because you literally can't change the law. But we live in a country where we actually can. And if you are going to make some sort of first world problem as if we're living in the same type of totalitarian dictatorship that North Korea, or, you know, to a lesser extent Russia or China or a lot of of these South American countries have, where they actually don't have any control over their laws, you are so massively privileged that you don't even realize it. It's like you're a fish and you don't realize that you're surrounded by water. So I think that the position that people have, that they don't have the ability or autonomy to change laws, is often driven by the idea, truthfully, that their positions aren't popular enough for people to adopt them. And as positions like, for example, medical marijuana become more popular, then more people adopt the position, and now medical marijuana is adopted in, as far as I know, almost every state. Because the world and the perception on that in the United States has changed. So I think that your position is totally wrong. I'm not making an argument to authority. I'm not making an argument to power. But I am making an argument that I think that the people and the laws are again, rough, not one-to-one, a rough reflection of the will of the people. Is that fair? Like, do you see my position? You think they're selling drugs so they can drive Bugattis and smoke cigars?
Okay, I'm back.
You're going to think of a way to force yourself to be right? Well, yeah, that's usually, so you're right. The best way to test if an idea is good is to look at extremes. Yeah. Yeah, because like if an idea can only work in like one small sliver without being applied to anything else, it means it's probably not a very good idea. That's what I was saying before about like how most philosophy is worthless because it's not applicable to real life. That's why someone like Carl Jung will be remembered in 500 years. When the government does nothing to help you as a paycheck, you live barely 2 jobs to survive because capitalism forces you to work the hardest for the least amount of pay. Even the most minute thing that goes wrong, you could easily lead to homelessness or worse. What is that? Is this a trauma dump? What are you doing here? Are you trauma dumping right now, or is this like, is this an argument? Expand chat window.
What?
I'm not going to respond to this person, but I will pull them up. As when Bansfield forgot to comment whenever they have to ask him for logical consistency across topics. And he said, do you think Israel deserved October 7th?
What the fuck?
This is the kind of people we've got. They're not sending their best. People have families to take care of. Do you not understand that it's very hard to survive under capitalism? Laws are not made in the best interest of the people. And how hard is it to survive under communism? Or how about a lot of the other countries that have a dictatorship? I'm giving you a basic background in people less fortunate than you live because you're obviously not aware. You don't understand. See, remember when I was talking to you before about how there are people who have a self-referential worldview? This is a person with a self-referential worldview. Their entire worldview is completely circularly reasoned out by their own experiences and their own desires and what they want. This person has no comprehension of the fact that whenever you do something to somebody else, this affects another person. And that in turn causes that other person to affect somebody else. I think that you're right in an abstract, but you don't exist in an abstract. You exist with a bunch of other people. And that's the difference here. Didn't we actively ignore laws when Trump tried to do all those executive orders, though? I think most states just refused to follow those. No, the states didn't refuse to follow the laws. The states refused to follow the laws on the grounds that was stated by the laws that were already existing, that were created by previous administrations to prevent against people using executive orders in order to create a basically dictatorship. No, they use the rules. Like, for example, the Trump travel ban was fucking proven by the Supreme Court to be wrong. Shut the fuck up, dude. America is the richest country with the most homelessness. Of course, laws are not working as well as you think. You exist in the abstract. You're the rich guy. I can't relate. You are so blind. I can't believe I was once like you. America's richest country in the world, most homelessness. I don't agree with you there. I don't think that's true. Like a good example of this is like Japan isn't a good example of this, but it's an example that the reported homelessness isn't accurate.
Come on.
Is that Japan reports a very low amount of homelessness, although the people in Japan are often very homeless. They're not very homeless. They are homeless, but they live, you know, in like a PC bang at night. So the actual number is reported to be much lower than what it is, but. And also, like, what's the homelessness rate in, like, Zimbabwe or something like that? I don't... Do you really think that the numbers and the way that they're reporting that is accurate? And also, with the types of houses that they have there, would you really consider those to be homes compared to what we have in the United States? Because I think that that's generally not the case.
Technologic.
America's the richest country with the most homelessness. Well, it doesn't have the most homelessness.
Let me guess.
That's
This
my
is
point, that it
yeah.
doesn't.
This is. It's gonna be
This
that
is a
one.
statement that he's building that I don't think has a foundation.
I'm gonna just wait. Oh, it's 5 points. Okay, so 5, 10. So I need.
It
2
does though?
points.
Well, let's look it up right now.
Well,
This is interesting. We're number 4, and we're actually being beaten out by Spain and France even. Look at this. Italy, Spain, and France. We're number.
That's
we're
fucking
number 4.
bullshit. Okay.
What's this? My country? No, this is. It's 4.8, right? And so homelessness in Nigeria has the world's highest number of homeless people. Although there appears to be a precise number of homeless people, it's impossible to track and quantify those who changed their state to homeless.
Dragon.
So Nigeria again has 200 million people, and apparently 2.4 million are homeless. High cost of living, homelessness in Syria. And so yeah, 24. Oh, you're saying 24 million. Okay, so Nigeria has way less people than we do. Like we have like 350 million. Don't we? We have like 350 or something like that. Different percent of people are homeless. Yeah, 330. Yeah, something like that. So if you look at it percentage-wise, it'll be different. High cost of living, lack of social support, homelessness in Syria, homelessness statistics. Like for example, look at this. Like homelessness in Syria, 29%, right? So like, I don't care about a raw number. I care about the percentage, right? So if it says 29% of people in Syria are homeless, I think that's a lot worse than a raw number in a bigger country. Like I think that's really, really bad. That's like 1 in 4 people. Bro, there's a war. Yeah. Yeah. When did I ever say there wasn't? My point is that you're saying something that's not true. And it's provably not true because you can look it up.
Come on.
Why wouldn't you look up something like this rather than just say that? He's saying out of the richest countries. There's a homeless problem and everybody knows it. Everybody also knows the housing market went to shit. We're number 4 of how many countries? Do you not think that's a problem? Sure, that's a problem. But like you are, and this is the issue that people have, right? Do you remember how I was telling you guys how people think that people try to intellectualize a problem and they think about this like this big problem in their mind, but they're not really thinking about the reality of their actions? And I think that's what you're doing. So you're talking about the homelessness epidemic at a worldwide level. I'm talking about what happens whenever somebody steals something.
It's... okay.
I don't care about that. I'm talking about on a personal level. Like individual logic.
Whoops, that
like
was...
it doesn't matter the nature of the
level
world.
48, I can do this.
The trends of the world don't matter. It matters how you act as an individual. You're not going to change that.
Let's go get some gear first. I'll come
He's
back
changed the
later.
topic 3 times. You shouldn't be put in a position to steal to survive. The state has failed you if you're put in that position. Current population's 134 million. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people, right? And so, let me go back. I'm going to read this real quick. I've said enough logically sound things to convince you, at least one of your dumbasses in chat. I've done my work here. Move on. I'm bored of you. Here's the reality. Is that you know that the reason why you're saying that is because you know that you can't defend your position. What? You know you can't do it. You know that you cannot defend a position that says that it's okay to steal. And that's why you're trying to make these abstract world-level arguments, because you can't defend your individual actions. You think that because the world is unfair, it's okay for you to contribute to that unfairness. And then you can always make these abstract arguments, and you can intellectualize reality, and you've done so very well. But that reality doesn't change your current situation and the things that you're faced with individually. And that's why you're mad. And that's why you're trying to leave the conversation.
Never mind. It's the wrong
because
one.
you know that you can't do that defensively. And also, I want to keep in mind that your entire argument is built off of a complete misunderstanding of what I said. You didn't even understand what I said in the first place. And now you're getting mad at me because I explain it to you. You make an argument for something that's not relevant, and then you tell me that I'm out of touch because you think it's okay to just randomly commit crime whenever you decide that it's okay. Well, imagine what happens whenever somebody decides it's okay to commit crime against you. I guarantee you somehow it's not going to be okay. And this is the reason why you have laws, and this is the reason why you need to follow them. That's it. It's sad that so many people have this perspective. It really is. They're doing a straw man with sealing to defend unjust laws? No, I think that there are a lot of unjust laws. I absolutely think so. When did I ever say that there aren't any unjust laws? Did I say that? No, of course I didn't say that. Why would I ever say that? It's not true. Yeah, I never said that. Like, yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy. It's okay to steal, though? Have you ever heard of taxes? The government does it every day, and we take it up the ass and accept it every day? No, that's not stealing. The reason why it's not stealing is the government determines and defines private property. So if the government defines private property, it can also define what is and is not stealing. So if the government says it can take money from you from taxes, then it's not stealing because the government defines what is and is not private property. So actually, that's a bad argument. Give me your own government? Yeah, exactly, dude. So dumb. Okay. All right, we'll get a couple more of them. We'll get a couple more, then I want to move on, okay? What the... Is that... Holy fuck, wow. You're gonna have a good point, aren't you? Come on. Here we go. What did I say that's not true? Why do these people take your statements as black and white without nuance? Because they can't imagine what it would be like if they didn't have breakfast. That's why. Yeah, it's pretty simple. It's not being reported properly. Just move on. But why am I so dumb, though? But why is that?
Okay. Let's catch this rare motherfucker.
Dude, the problem is not what you say most of the time, it's how you say it. It's what I say. People just don't want to hear it. You just say no, you move on and just move on? No, I have no problem with that. Like, I don't really, I don't mind reading people's comments because of your hard stance take that's not fully true. On what? On what? Asmon's 100% wrong on the AI thing, but it's not something you can explain in one chat message. I'm sure if you had more times you could make messages, you'd totally prove everybody wrong. Devil's advocate? Oh, I don't do devil's advocate. It's either your position or not. I don't care about you making a fake argument that you don't really believe. There's enough things that advocate for the devil. He doesn't need any extra advocacy. Let's hear your position, okay?
Okay. Get it out.
Chatter, you're so dumb. Gets pulled up. Also chatter, just move on. One-set arguments. All right, here we go. Must be fun. Well, now there's two sides now, aren't there? What's your position? This one's taking too long. What? XD, so you had to type this to make sure you didn't get hit by the repeat message filter? Because you really had to type the same thing 2 times? Nice. Is that it? You really had to do that?
Oh!
Signal receipt, yeah, it worked, right? And so
okay.
let's see.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take it. Right, the heavy.
4 bans, 2 timeouts? Oh geez, I didn't even see that. I mean, you do sometimes come across explaining things aggressively. How someone should react when I say it fully without explaining over 10 minutes, just so people can be like, now I see your point. I think most people will always come around to like what my perspective is on things, but I think that the way that I express things is extremely aggro. And I think that's why people like it. Refresh. Refresh for what? You didn't type anything. A lot of people need sugarcoating on a true statement. I got blocked. Okay, try to type it again. This is really wasting so much time. Like, can we please just wrap this up? He's actually not typing anything. There's actually, oh my god. I'm typing stuff, it's not going through. Bro, am I getting... Government taxes something that can change, like something laws around weed, so taxes can change. Yeah? Yeah? I did type, I swear. I see that. I see, you did type.
Let's see, you're dragon, right? Elemental.
What's your point? What's your point about that?
Ice.
Shouldn't it be automod typing the messages? No, they would be. No, then they
I
would
have
be
no
there,
ice.
but they would just be deleted. This is what the other chatter was referring to. Okay. This is what the other chatter was referring to. I am only restating and was pointing out them not wanting to make statements in a one-sided manner. Can somebody translate this for me? I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, I genuinely have no idea. AI can't even try. I'll give it one more message, then I'm gonna move on. We're gonna look at some other stuff. Because I didn't expect this was gonna go this far.
I'm gonna need...
Talking about taxes, if no one thinks it was stealing, we can change taxes and law so itself can move what's right. So your argument, this is such a bad argument. So what you're saying is that taxes, because the government can change taxes, let me see if I can even think this out. Okay, so we can change taxes and laws so that in and of itself can move what's right. So you're saying that you can make the government change how they define private property, which proves that the government doesn't define private property? It's circular logic. I said the government can't steal something from you if they're taking it by law, because the government determines what you own, because private property is not innate. God didn't give you anything. There are no natural rights that you actually have. And if there were, there wouldn't be any war crimes, and there sure has been a lot of those, right? So if the government can just take it away from you, then it's not really yours now, is it? So you only own what the government allows you to own through the law. And so because the government is defining what private property is, logically taxes would not be theft, because they can define that it's not, because they own the ownership and the enforcement of the idea of private property in itself. So you're using circular logic. You're actually, the logic and the argumentation that you're using actually proves my point. Yeah, it's been proving point. Yeah, exactly. So, you don't think this is potentially problematic? You own what you can protect and get away with. True. And you're not going to be able to protect it from the government. Which means that it's not theft. Because you don't own it. Because you can't protect it. My point exactly.
Sound logic.
You thank him for helping you? Yeah, exactly. And the AIR, bro, you typed that like 3 times, bro. You have a moral obligation to take care of yourself and your family. Yeah, for sure. We talk about this, but like anyway, that's my perspective. Sort of watching. Yeah, it's crazy, right? It is crazy. Yeah. I think I downloaded the wrong PAL. Oh god, we're not watching this. Informed arguments as month's AI stance. Sure, I'm gonna watch this or read this, and then I want to watch a couple of things, and then move on. We're gonna play some more of that Enshrouded game.
Yeah, I'm interested in that.
Informed argument against Asmon's AI stance. To preface, I've been keeping up with Asmon for many years because I genuinely think he's an entertaining guy. I recognize with him many times, but I also disagree with him as many as well. This is fine. Pathway to ignorance. Okay, so with that being said, how long was this? It's not that bad. Okay, I'll read this. This is, at least it's formatted, right? One of the main
Not
arguments
that
Hudson
long.
makes is he believes that there is no substantial difference that he can perceive between AI and procedural generation. I think his argument is derived from seeing marketing, especially in Unreal 5, that makes it appear that procedural generation is a simple tool that can build flat-out levels or create things for you with a click of a button. Procedural generation is a way to create art. Well, you can do that though, right? You can generate like a forest landscape by probably clicking like a handful of buttons in Unreal 5. You can. Okay, yeah. So then okay. So this assumption that
Okay,
I
yeah, boss spells are better.
is actually true. You can do that in Photoshop too. Yes, you built tool for it. Yes, yes, okay. But it won't look amazing. Exactly. And people say AI art doesn't look amazing. So again, this seems to be a pretty comparison. Okay, so no, shut the fuck up. Well, no, I watched it happen. There are brushes to instantly plant forests. Okay, there it is. And so, let's keep reading. Procedural generation is a way to create art with logic, rule sets, and parameters to help with creating variation. More importantly, the main benefit is it's a non-destructive way of creating, because if you need to make adjustments, you can without having to start over from the beginning. Okay, so anything that's created with a computer is created with logic, rule sets, and parameters. So this is the same thing as AI. Computer has to follow a logic and a rule set and a parameter. Of course. No? It does not? Okay. Example A, B, C, and D. In this example, A, B, C, and D are the steps in my procedural pipeline that will create the object. If I'm not satisfied with how the object looks, I could jump back to B, make an adjustment, and those changes will flow through C and D, which give me a different variation of the object. This is a very simple example that hopefully helps explain how it works fundamentally. Okay. Okay. When it comes to Unreal 5, artists still have to create the assets that are used inside of a procedural workflow. There is a person making creative decisions that's based on whatever the ultimate objective is. People are still doing the creating, and the procedural pipeline doesn't learn how to do anything. It's all controlled. It is controlled, but anything that exists inside of a computer with an algorithm is also controlled by that algorithm. Like, that's why an AI doesn't have sentience. It's because it can't exist beyond that algorithm. So I don't really see this. It can't learn yet. Yeah, I'm not seeing this. I think he means controlled by humans. You make the building pieces, an algorithm puts them together. So his argument here is that because you're making the pieces that you use to create with procedural generation, then it's not the same as AI. Is that what he's saying? It's not the same. Why not read it all? No, I am. I'm just going through it. If you train your own model with your own data set, then you do gain more control. Naturally, procedural generation and generative AI are substantially different. Procedural generation has more artistic involvement, and AI is created to generate and replicate based on the data that's learned from. Artistic inspiration versus machine learning. The main argument I've heard from AI is learning from data sets is no different than artists learning from taking inspiration. This is something that I think is in many ways this is true, and I agree that this way AI is trained is very similar to how people learn. This is why it works as well as it does. However, I want to pose a couple of questions and I think add more nuance to this. How would we feel about an artist whenever they copy the style of another artist to the point where their work is nearly indistinguishable of that from the artist they took inspiration from? Well, I don't know. I guess you can ask ask Dragon Quest what they thought about whenever Pokemon did that. Ask, like, I feel like how many games have a style that's just like Fortnite? You don't care? Yeah, I don't care. Like, because why would I care about that? My job isn't to care about that. I'm just trying to play a game. Like, I'm gonna care about how well the game is. or how good the game is, how well it plays. Think about how many games take the copy from, you know, Dark Souls. So you support plagiarism. I don't support it, but I acknowledge that people don't have a moral... People will not support... People will not avoid supporting something because they believe it's plagiarized. Because if they would, then Genshin Impact wouldn't be popular. And that's completely separate from AI entirely. Or Palworld, yeah. And so, like, that's just how it is. And so, how would you feel if they copied it directly and tried to profit off of it under their own name? So this is a very, very massive difference that I actually have never said. I have never said that I think that it's a good idea to impersonate other games and pretend to be them. How would I feel if Palworld was named Pokemon and they released the game as if they were Pokemon? That's basically what you're trying to say. And the answer to that is, obviously, I wouldn't agree with that. You know what I mean? Give me 1 second. Hello? Hey, what's up? What, like Andy Warhol? Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
First we take Astagon. Oh. Then Jet Dragon.
I can't believe it. I mean, I don't get it. What? Art is in the eye of the beholder. Yeah, I agree with you. Totally.
Yeah, I know. So, I mean, I know you agree with that. So, you know, just because you don't think it's art doesn't mean it's not art.
True.
If you don't think it's art, it's not art. What the fuck, you know?
That's it.
Yeah, and just go all the way back, Joshua Reynolds, before there was photography,
yeah.
He would number the stripes on the tulip, literally. He would count the stripes on the tulip, and he would copy them, and that's what art was all about. Was faithful representational art.
And what happened whenever they made cameras?
Well, that was the end of that, pretty much. Then you have melting clocks over tree lips, you know?
No, the dolly, yeah.
Yeah, which is my kind of art, man. You know?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Fucking surreal.
Well, yeah, I mean, thanks. Yeah, I know. I just, I think a lot of people are just, you know, they look at it from a perspective of themselves, you know. They just don't want to lose their job.
Yeah, sure, everybody does.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's true. So do you.
Uh-huh, true. Yeah, well, hopefully I'll be replaced by an AI soon.
Only if you get the rake off.
Yeah, hopefully. All right, well, I'll talk to you later.
Bingo.
Okay, all right. The what?
Wait a minute. On the legal thing.
Which one?
The traffic light up the corner.
Let me just
mark
it.
No, don't say what road it is. Don't say what road it is. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay, and if what? You got 4 people go through the light, the other people don't make it, fucking arrow turns red, no traffic is coming. Is it absolutely necessary to sit there because there's light is shining red? My vote, fuck no.
There it is. There it is.
Fuck no.
I mean, like, why do you have to follow that law?
It depends on who's around.
Holy shit, this guy is huge. What the fuck?
Yeah, you don't do that. Yeah.
Because you're gonna get arrested.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only
Sure. Of course. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's a little bit. Yeah. I mean, I thought that, yeah, that's always how it's been for me. right. Well. True. Yep. Oh, all right. Yeah, a lot of people definitely agree with that. So I will. I'll talk to you later. All right. All right. Yo. I'm not sure. I don't know what happened, but I will call you whenever I can. All right. Yes. Sure. All right. See ya. Asked your dad what he thinks about AI. I talked to him about it the other day, and so anyway, you guys can see kind of where.
I'll take 10%.
I mean, he basically thinks the same thing, right? I mean, there it is. And so yeah. Your argument is that people don't care about plagiarism? No, I don't think they do. I really don't think they care about plagiarism. I don't think that a consumer actively cares about it in a functional way.
Yes!
I think that people like to tweet about it.
Woo!
I think they like to talk about it. I don't
Holy
think they
fuck,
like to,
that one is...
I don't think
Where
that
is
they
it?
like to actually change their behavior based off of what something else is or is not derivative from. So verbal activism, virtue signaling? Yeah, I think so.
Thou shalt not stand before the beast. Thou shalt
I
not
don't realize
heed the
artists.
beast.
Yeah. Anyway, let me read the rest of these.
Fucking cool.
I'll finish this post. AI model doesn't decide whether or not it will commit copyright infringement or create work that appears to be a rip art of another artist. The AI model doesn't really think on its own at all. The tool itself is not the problem. It's how the tool ends up being used and how the tool is trained. And yeah, I also want to go back to this point right here.
So hang on, Dragon and Dark.
I want to make it extremely clear that I do not agree with people using AI to create deepfakes of people to make people do or say different things. I think this is a bad thing.
Hang on a sec.
Now, is it a thing that you can stop people from doing? Probably not. But it is not a good thing. Like, for example, if somebody makes a game and they call the game Pokemon and then they sell it, but it's not Pokemon, that's copyright infringement, right? I mean, like, we all agree that that's bad. So, sure, the Taylor Swift stuff, I think that's a good example. Then it's not a good thing. Yeah, sure. But, like, that's already, like, covered with, like,
Yep.
You know, what do you call it? Not copyright infringement, but, like, you know, identity theft. That's what it already is. Technological advancement, it's impossible to stop the internet. It is. And so, yeah, the problem lies in selling the product, yeah. An artist can learn to take inspiration from work from others, but it makes a conscious decision not to directly copy or copy art. It's indistinguishable from the inspiration source. If they choose to blatantly copy, then they're seen as in a negative light, just as generative AI is perceived now whenever it does so. I don't agree that people have a negative perception of generative AI. I don't agree on that. I think that most people probably think it's really cool. And whenever you're talking about like what it's perceived by, you're probably talking about people on Twitter. But that's like such a small, tiny fraction that I don't think that it's really worth taking into consideration. I think that the average person sees something like that and they just think it's cool. I don't think they're thinking about it on that level. Of course not. People do? Yeah, some people do, of course. But I think there are like a super minority. Most people don't care and don't know. Yeah, exactly. It's the same as any other issue. People that live on social media. Yeah, exactly. And it's neat, but it's also bad. It's just a tool and it depends on how you use it. Yeah, exactly. What? I don't have numbers to prove it, but I think people would not watch Kwebbelkop AI even if the content was better. That's because people aren't watching Kwebbelkop for the content. They're watching for a parasocial relationship with Kwebbelkop. So, again, like, that is it's a... People... Remember what I was saying before about how people don't understand why streamers are popular. Who? Oh, this guy. Yeah, this guy right here. He's and he did like a bunch of AI. It's the end of Kwebbelkop AI and all this kind of stuff, right? And so obviously he had 600,000 views. A lot of people knows about it, right? And so yeah, he's a Minecraft content creator. A lot of people probably don't recognize him. So yeah. Artists going to take inspiration. Asma mentions choice a lot in his arguments about other topics, and I agree with him on those points. The ability for an artist to make a choice in the creation process is foundational difference between what generative AI does when it creates and what an artist does. Sure, someone chooses which output to use from a generative AI they want to use, but they will likely have no idea if what they choose is a direct copy of something or indistinguishable from another's work. Conclusion, okay, I'm not really sure, like, what does that really mean? I want to state that I'm not a big anti-AI. I use it in various ways in my daily life. It can be a great tool for creative process. Are people being paid for their contribution for a data set for generative AI models? Again, I think that if you put your stuff out
That's
there
a new
into
one.
the public, people will use it as inspiration. Whether that inspiration comes from them trying to copy it or trace it, or using it for a generative AI model, I think that it's basically the same thing. You've put it out into the public. That's it. If you don't want people copying your stuff, then don't make it. Don't put it in the public. How's that?
You missed, bitch.
I don't get it. Putting something on the internet doesn't mean you won't lose the copyright of it, which is basically what your argument is. No, I didn't say that you lose the copyright of it, but I do think that you lose a degree of ownership of it. And I think that that degree of ownership, like, for example, whenever you like, you can't use copyright to prevent people from criticizing your content, for example, right? Because it's fair use. So, like, in fact, actually fair use and the fact that it exists is an argument for what I'm saying. Copyright's an ownership right? Yeah, it is. And let's see here. It's not only that it's being inspired is literally ripping off designs. It could be wrong, but of course feels like your general argument is just tough shit, which is like, okay. Yeah, that's basically what I think. I'm not AI. Procedural generation and generative AI are very different. Yeah, I can see what he's saying. So he's saying basically because you created the objects that you used within procedural generation, it's different than AI because you didn't create the objects that AI is using. I think that that's a good point that this guy brings up, and he's right about that. I don't see there being a tremendous moral difference between the two things, but I think that's also because I don't see there being a moral problem with generative AI in the first place. So I think that really, like, my perspective on this is actually informed by, like, my base morals for it rather than the equivalency between the two things. I think this guy brings up a good point, and I think he's right about that. While the process of learning is similar, artists can choose how much influence shows up in their work. AI cannot regulate itself that way. Yes, but can an artist regulate an AI that way? Which is really what the question is. AI is not bad, but there are issues that should be addressed. Yeah. Art styles are not protected by IP laws. Yeah, there you go. And this person responded, legally yes, but I was asking the question on a personal moral level. Okay, so that doesn't matter then. Anyway, so
I
yeah.
also need to use.
You not created the assets, and you did not get consent, nor did you give compensation. It's not hard to get the point. I think that the person did get consent for other people to use their work as inspiration by putting it out into the public. I think that if you put something out into the public, you give consent for other people to view it and be inspired by it. That's the way that it works. If you don't want that, then don't put it out in the public.
Okay, where are you, motherfucker?
I'm OP in my post. Wasn't meant to say you're wrong, but just add more nuance to the discussion. You're missing a big point, Asman. No, I'm not. There's nothing I'm missing. And no, I know that your point isn't that you're wrong. Like, I appreciate your post. I think this is a good post. I think that I don't agree with a lot of the things that you're saying in this.
Good.
I feel like, again, it doesn't really matter to me what the difference is. But I think that you do bring up a very good point that procedural generation is different because you are dealing with known entities that you are then reproducing rather than producing things, you know, from nothing or from something in like an aggregate. So I think that's a good point. 20 years are going to watch this video and laugh. This is going to happen when the legislators have new grounds to define. We're just ducks in the water and nothing else. AI is going to be divided by power and not Twitter. Yeah, sure. If it's a copy, you have copyright laws. Otherwise, isn't it fair use to use something for inspiration or reference? Yeah, it is. And so, yeah, I don't think anybody's agreeing that you should make AI to use copies of things, but I think that AI using, you know, pieces of it as a foundation are different. You feel the same about piracy in regards to plagiarism? That doesn't. What does that mean? Isn't the OpenAI news New York lawsuit similar to this? They have a pretty strong case too. I don't know enough about that to talk about it. It's not for reference. It's more of an advanced collage. I think that at a certain point, once you change something enough, it becomes no longer what it originally was. I think using generative AI devalues the art generated. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of people's perspective. If you remove the use of AI from a project that used it, do people still believe the result would have changed? Well, of course it would have changed. That's why they use the AI. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I know there's a lot of people that are going to have opinions about this, and I know that there's still people that are angry, and I want to say that today, whenever I woke up, I noticed that exactly what I thought was going to happen is happening. Is that after the second day of, you know, people having a conversation about that thing that I said, about like how artists' opinions don't matter, people will begin to see the truth in this, and people will be having conversations not about how I'm wrong, but about how I'm right. And I think that's what's going to happen, and I think time will prove me right. Lamau? Oh, people, oh yeah, I'm a completely, like, guys, I want to let you know, I am totally right. And I don't need to prove it to you. I made a 2-hour video trying to do that, to be fair. But
wasn't paying attention. Keep your eye on the balls.
It's gonna happen no matter what. Like, do you remember whenever people said that no one would buy a game made by AI, and then the finals used AI announcers, and then everybody bought the game? That's because nobody really cares.
The game is free.
So the best thing
but
about
whatever.
the truth is it doesn't need to be protected. It can just be proven. I don't need to defend this. I can just prove it. Bought the game. Sorry, adopted the game. I'm sure the finals makes money, okay? People wouldn't support. I think support is a better word. So yeah. You're right again. Yeah.
Shield.
Taylor Swift suing for some AI shit? Yeah, there's people making like you know, porn of her and stuff like that. There's no way you can stop that, by the way. Like people would, some guy does this in India, what are you gonna do? Put him in jail? Like what is this? It's impossible to stop. People blaming AI instead of blaming the individual. Yeah, and so anyway, people are getting mad about this, and I think that in time people will see the truth of what I said, and they will still be angry about it, but it won't make me any less right. Or any less right, excuse me, any more wrong. Nexus mods are clowns because customers are short-sighted. Well, of course they are. Absolutely they are. You're 100% right. But yeah, somebody was unhappy. 2 hours to cry about people calling you dumb. And the funniest thing about it is that it would have a red bar under it if you watched the movie. He didn't. Because if he did, he would have agreed with me. It's the way it goes. Incognito mode? It's not incognito mode because they're using cookies to recommend it based off of people who have also watched this video. You can tell that it's not incognito mode.
I'm at. Oh!
Definitely an incognito. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a nice try though. But anyway, yeah. How it is. Oh, and anyone watch a 2-hour explanation? The video has... Let's see how many views it has. The original. It has 800,000 views. And it's number 6 on trending.
Can you do something, Suzaku?
Yeah. That's right. There it is. At least 8 people have watched it. Yep. It's a good title. Yeah, it is. And so anyway, let's go back over here. We're going to look at this. So Nexus Mods is not comfortable hosting Palworld Pokemon mods.
Yeah, no shit.
Price on a surfboard, do you individuals host anything? I think that Nexus Mods is like really like I don't think that they should be making decisions on what mods are acceptable and not acceptable. Like they shouldn't be playing you know, moral police on like, oh, this Baldur's Gate 3 mod removes pronouns, so we're gonna ban it. Get the fuck out of here. That's ridiculous. But I do want to say that Nexus Mods not wanting to host a Palworld Pokemon mod based off of the context of how Nintendo does copyright claims, I think that they're right about this one. And I would do the exact same thing. Yeah, they are 100% right.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they don't want to get into a lawsuit. It's their website, though. I'm not saying that it should be illegal for them to do it. I'm criticizing their decision to do it. I'm disagreeing with it. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be allowed to do what they want. I'm saying that they can do what they want, but I can also do what I want and say that I think that they shouldn't do it that way. Is that hard to understand?
I'm not making this.
Why are you disagreeing with it? I disagree with it because I don't think that as a platform you should be trying to play, you know, winners and losers with different types of mods. And I think also one person who might think that a pronouns mod is problematic would also have a different person who thinks that a sex mod is problematic to make characters nude because it's objectification of women. And then suddenly you have all these rules being made by people who have actual no desire to provide a platform for mods, but instead want to provide a platform for them to exercise control over a group of people. So yeah, that's why I think it's a bad idea. And so I think that we can all agree on like some kind of like really, really crazy bad rules that like you don't want to have, but I don't want to have morality dictated to me by a website administrator. I want to make that decision for myself as an informed adult consumer. And so if I want to do that, I think I should have the right to do that. For better or for worse. And if people don't like the mod, then people won't use it. And if people do like the mod, then they will use it. I'm not saying that they're wrong for the Pokemon thing, and I think that there are other examples of them being right as well. But yeah, I did want to talk about that for a minute. So yeah, Nintendo Scary Dude. Yeah, I would do what they did. Absolutely. Yeah, there you go. 100%.
Fuck.
They're not a platform. Once they start editorializing, they are a publisher, and they can 100% control the morality of what's allowed on their site. So long as they don't get Section 230 provisions for a platform, I don't give a fuck. Another site will pick up the lost audience. Well, they are, right? I mean, like, most websites are default considered platforms. I'm pretty sure they are.
What?
Like, I think that because, like, for example, almost everything that's used, that's on Nexus Mods is effectively copyright infringement, right? Because, like, they're using the code, like, for the mod. Yeah, I don't know, man. We need Section 230 reforms? Yeah, maybe. Anyway, I'm gonna look at the...
I'm gonna look at the red. So far, at level 52, this feels worth...
I'll watch this in a minute. Still pretty slow whenever they dictate what they can and can't host. Pretty soon you'll have cat people banning dog mods. I don't think it's that far, but I think there's a lot of other really common sense things that are going to change. Are you getting bored of games in general? No. Nope. Absolutely not. You have to moderate things somewhat, but you can't make everybody happy. You should never try to. You should try to do what you think is the right decision. I'll be right back.
Please don't let me lose my items.
Yeah. Yep.
This way. This is gonna take a while. Oh, Jesus. Come on.
What?
Give me a minute. Shouldn't the owner of the platform be able to allow to host content at their own discretion, not beholden to the consumer? Yeah, I don't think I should be able to tell them what to do. I'm just giving them my opinion. What's wrong with that?
Please don't one-shot me. Please don't one-shot me. This is fine.
Got 2 more. I don't know how.
Holy shit!
So good. Are you looking static now? No, that's fine. The sodium? You think that's what makes it good? Maybe it is. Was that a seasoning on like your food? No, I'm good, bro. You ever buy tofu jerky? You mean garbage? No. I don't think I would want to try garbage. Why do I want garbage? One more, then we're good. Why is jerky so expensive? Because it's good. I mean, right?
Where the fuck you at?
Yeah. Okay. The state of Diablo 4. So Season 3 comes out. And I would say that Season 3 has had the worst reception of any season. Because at least in Season 1, people were hoping that it would get better. Now it's in Season 3. And people aren't so sure anymore.
So far, at level 52, this feels worse than Season 1. Jesus. Okay, so this guy doesn't like the season so far. I would have thought that D4 needed more
Something
annoying
like that.
press slow you down and tipped around them with horrible top-down controls. And not intended for such fine movements. All while the
Well, also the hitboxes in the game aren't accurate. Like, I feel like every game should just do what Final Fantasy does, where like your character hitbox is 1 pixel in the middle of your character. And I think this is especially important in online games because in those online games, there are a lot of cases where you're out of something on your screen, but you still get hit by it because of lag. I think give people a little bit of extra room.
Obviously, the spell effects obscure your vision of them. And God forbid you're a melee or shred druid. You have to choose between standing still and not attacking anything or running into traps and hitbox. The killing range. Both will go down to the worst content of D4 game. Wait, of any D4 game ever.
Mark my words, I really don't like him saying that. Because what if Blizzard reads that and takes it as a challenge? They said, "You think we've peaked?" No, bro. Like we got way more. We got way more gas in the tank, bro. Like we got a lot. Bet, yeah.
Damn, bro. Jesus, they're gonna make more shit. Volts. They're the same
There it is.
dive down with the 9 traps, less loot in the last room when the 50 elite.
So is it like a scuffed labyrinth? Are vaults just scuffed labyrinths or what? Like, let me see what it looks like. Sorry, I almost typed labyrinth. Where's the vault? I want to see a video of the vault. I'm not sure which one would work. 314? Just watch one? Yeah, game by non-gamers. Yeah, yeah, do we have any actual gameplay of this, or is it just people complaining about it saying it's bad? Vaults playthrough? Maybe this one here? Okay, so here's a vault. Echo of Malphas. That's like a boss. This just looks like a nightmare dungeon. Yeah, this is the same, it's the same area. This is another vault, but it's just a nightmare dungeon. And it's just more vault. Oh my god. I don't even know what to say about this. It has traps. So there's more traps. Okay.
They spawn on you. They don't drop loot or XP. LOL. I can't stop laughing about this. I'm so disappointed. I had a really good time with season 2, and so many
That's
good times
better.
rolling. Wait, what are people replying to? The sad thing is I'm having more fun playing Diablo 3 season 30 recycled content than Diablo.
Jesus. That is sad. Bro, if you are down bad so much that you're playing Diablo 3 still?
3 seasons. 30 slabs and the month.
Oh my.
Season 30, let's go.
tattoos.
and I finally got ass up.
Farming our
Amazing
asses
gift
off.
for 12 years and it's fine. Oh, holy
Jesus
shit.
Christ. Take something from PoE that people don't even like, Uber Labs, make it worse and more boring, and we have Season 3 vaults. Yeah, nobody likes labs.
PoE that people don't even like.
Yeah, nobody.
To make it worse and more boring. We've got season 3 vaults. Okay, land on that.
It bet you have
Re-downloaded Diablo 4, hop on the Diablo 4 Reddit, see if people are liking and new season. Scroll.
What is wrong with you, Suzaku?
That's a normie sheep.
Wait, what did you say? Read down a Diablo 4, hop on to using a season. Well, you should try the... No, people are salty as fuck, make it sound 1,000 times worse than it actually is. Obviously, people are going to be more likely to provide negative feedback, but the reason why, like, at the beginning, whenever the game came out, like, if you look at Palworld, I bet a lot of the posts on the Palworld subreddit are positive. I mean, yeah, I bet it's not the worst game ever, but... I mean, shit, guys.
Sheep.
Last Epoch. Yeah, look at Last Epoch. I bet that's probably fine.
Banned as soon as it was announced. Massive step back from season 2.
Yeah.
On level 29, I'm already bored out of my mind.
Jesus.
Holy shit.
Wow.
It's like, what the fuck?
I guess we wait for Last
This is
Epoch.
not even sorted by controversial, by the way, chat. This is
Yeah.
literally like just normal comments. These are upvoted comments. Well, I guess we have to wait Last Epoch. Until then, it's back to Palworld.
Don't even wait. Just get it now. Oh my god. This is so bad.
Look at the devil, chat. Holy
Level 29
shit,
is
look
1
at
hour
this guy.
playing.
Where did you
Memo,
go?
I guess we should only play the even-numbered seasons.
Yep.
Oh shit.
It's a classic Star Trek
It's like
movie.
classic Star Trek movies. The season is the opposite. The season is completely opposite and painfully unfun.
A great step back.
Punishing in a way that is designed to time.
The traps involved, the content's punishing way purely. Yeah, true. Why did they think that players wanted more traps? I think this is kind of like, this is the problem that like people like the Diablo 4 devs have, is that they have an idea of how people are going to play the game. Like, they want people to play dungeons the way they want them to play them. And so they make people play them that way. I think the best example of Blizzard doing this is whenever nobody liked tyrannical Mythic Plus dungeons, Blizzard just made the meta for completing the achievements require you almost to do tyrannical dungeons. So it's like, oh, okay, well, because people aren't doing them, we're just going to make it mandatory, and that'll solve the problem.
Anything while I'm fighting. Yeah, I know it's feeling good. It's like doing working, like it's doing anything. Like instead of it's even attack, I can't tell. Free clash shoots up short. How many times did play? I have 2 oceans. We absolutely hate the obstacles. It just slows down.
Well, it's just that, let's be real, running back and releasing every prisoner whenever getting hit by mobs causes your release cast bar to stop casting, this just isn't really a good time.
Yeah.
How did anybody think this was a good time? And it's like they're just so fixated around making people play the game in a way that people don't want to play the game. And this is the problem that I think that people have fundamentally with game development. And like a lot of AAA game development, especially with Blizzard, is that, and that's why, for example, whenever that Palworld CEO guy said, I don't have a vision, I just want to make a game that people like, that's why people were so refreshed by that and happy about it. Is because it's like, fucking finally, you know, this is somebody who just wants to make something and doesn't want to like force some kind of like bullshit on us. And I think that also like having bullshit forced on you isn't a bad thing. It's only a bad thing whenever it's bullshit. Like, for example, I bet Baldur's Gate 3 makes you do a ton of annoying shit, but it adds to the texture of the game and it makes it better. And same as Dark Souls. guys really think that there are not a lot of players who think that certain things they have to do in Baldur's Gate 3 are annoying? Like, of course people think that.
No!
Like, that's just that, of course people think that. People think that about every game. Maybe inventory management? Yeah, I mean, come on, what are we talking about? I'm not saying the game is annoying or it has bad features. That's not what I said. I said that like every game is going to have features in it that, like for example, like Valheim, Like Valheim, you can't move ore through a portal. You can't move the motor eggs through a portal either. So that limitation adds texture to the game, and it makes the game a lot bigger. And so that's you can change settings.
What?
Okay, so yeah, you're right. If you use a cheat engine and a command prompt code, you can change it. But I'm talking
What
about
the fuck? What the fuck?
But my point is that with these kinds of games, those are things that improve the experience. With Diablo, it actively makes it worse.
That was bullshit.
It's some sort of weird hybrid, right? How has PoE been thinking of trying out? It's a bit too complex for my taste. Someone who prefers saying solo, I don't like PoE much because it's reliant on trading due to how complex the game is. The game is so stupid. He's just making shit up. What are you on about? It's literally worse with trading. The game's objectively worse with trading.
I think Quinn's wrong about this. Quinn plays the game. It's like his job. Of course he's going to have a different output. Of course, an outlook on it. Like, it's too complex. Well, of course it's not for Quinn because Quinn's played the game for fucking 7 years. He's it's his job to play the game. Of course he's going to have a different viewpoint.
Bro, what is he talking about? I don't like PoE so much because it's over-reliant on trading due to how complex the game is. That is the most brain-dead take I've ever heard. There's literal, like, fucking multiple versions of SSF. The entire, like, the guy who made the game said the game is best enjoyed solo self-found. Yeah, there it is. To the devs actually play the game they create. I seriously doubt they do. Who could actually find such a gameplay loop fun?
Jesus.
If you read the recent interview with the Power creator, they said they're all amateur game designers, but they wanted to create a game.
So yeah, he's saying the same thing I was. Yeah,
find it fun.
Exactly.
Recent interview with PoE lead designer also shows they know how the inside game in and out, and you see the passion when they're talking about the game, what sort of experience they want to deliver. I really do not want to hate on the devs, as I believe these instructions from the top make them this way.
I don't care about whose fault it is. I'm just saying, like, the game's got problems and it's boring. Like, I don't want to go and, like, the next emergency campfire chat, I don't want to have to be like, it's his fault, I know it. We don't really know whose fault it is. We don't know, but, like, it's just the game's not the game's not what it should be. Like, that's all there is to it.
In respecting game devs will find it so crushing to deliver such a product to the masses. Yeah, this is what I was saying yesterday. The difference between, D4 and PoE and D4 and whatever, a good game and a bad game. Often these large AAA games are not made from a seed of passion, or like a really cool idea that a bunch of guys who like gaming had, and they're like, yo, let's make that. It's no, a bunch of suits say, make the fucking next installment of a large AAA game. And we want to earn this much money, and that, like, we're gonna hire this many people to program it. And
I do think that the people who are working on the Diablo team, like the actual, like the guy that coded and created the model for Uber Duriel, I bet that guy is really passionate about Diablo. And I think all of the people that are involved with that are very passionate about it.
These guys, you're going to be running it,
The stash guy,
your job
though.
is to get these guys to, make art. Your job is to make these, and then that's where, versus a few guys in a basement who have an idea for a really fucking awesome game, and they love gaming, and then they start building up, and they just make something that they fucking love, and then it grows naturally from there, and it grows into a beautiful fucking tree. Like it grows into a beautiful game. Look at this emote, dude. Look at his
God, bro. Jesus
me.
Christ.
Fucking Pipio
Yep.
is like, please help me. It's like he's looking at.
I think that guy leaked the thing about stash tabs being rendered by everybody on purpose. I think that he knew that it was fucking stupid, and he just couldn't fucking deal with people shitting on him because of how fucking dumb this decision was. So he just mentioned it randomly on a Twitter thread just to prove to everybody, see guys, everybody else in here thinks it's just as fucking stupid as I do. I bet that's why he did it. Dark Urge moment? Yes, there you go. I think that's what happened.
At the camera like that, dude.
Throwing soft shade at
Because
devs
he
out
is.
naming names. Well, he doesn't even need to throw shade. All he needs to do is just simply say this happened. That's all it takes. Highly plausible. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, I don't know how the people at Microsoft aren't going to aren't going to get rid of these guys. Like, how can you not get rid of these guys if this is just so problematic? Quinn beat Uber Maven and solo self on hardcore. That's badass. And Blizzard's completely fired. Yeah, that's why Microsoft fired 1,900 of them. Yeah, that's actually a good point. With more stashes, they need to load everybody else's stashes that are in town. It's so difficult. Yeah. Even Rob said it was mad. That's how bad it is. I mean, I hope they get rid of the people that are just making these bad decisions and that aren't. He should be fired with this performance. It's an unpopular opinion. I think that it's very simple. None of us really know what the metrics for Diablo 4 are, but every single observable third-party metric shows that the game is in a really bad state. And I also don't think that there's any indication of it improving anytime soon. So why would we, like, think about it from like the company's perspective. Like, so you have a game, and you spend millions of dollars on marketing, and then everybody's quitting the game. Why wouldn't you get rid of the people that made the game? Like, what? Of course you would. Like, I mean, what is this? It's common sense, right? I mean, damn. Imagine they made a shit ton of money, though. Oh, yeah, no doubt. But, like, you have to look at, like, the trajectory of the game. Because the only ones that know the game. Yeah, exactly. I forgot Diablo 4 existed, honestly. I've gone back in time to play other games. Yeah. Because then you'd need new people to fix it. It's hard, bro. Making a game is hard. Like, how can you possibly, bro, how can you possibly make a game? It's always leadership that needs to be replaced, not the regular devs. I think that leadership always needs to fall on the sword. They do. Now, is it always leadership's fault? The truth is that the answer is no. It's not always leadership's fault, but it is always leadership's responsibility. Because leadership should have fired the dev before it became a problem. So what you really do is you fire the leadership, you get new leadership, and then the new leadership fires the bad devs. But no, I don't agree that leadership are all wrong and the developers are all right. I don't think it's that simple. I don't think any game is that simple. If you want your perspective why season's bad, watch Rack's video. Yeah, I will watch it. I'll link this one sometime before I start this. Supposedly take responsibility whenever things go wrong. Yeah, exactly. Here's the video. They're just coders. No, the decision was made by a big boss. Yeah, but what about things that are coded badly? Like, I don't know. I think there's a lot of things in Diablo that are coded badly. Almost in video. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Like stashes, yeah, watch this video on Last Epoch. I'll watch it tomorrow. I will. Like, he said he tagged me in the video whenever he made it, so I'll definitely look at it. I was talking to him today. And who do you think the new Blizzard president will be? I think it should just have an AI president. Oh no, I know who it should be. Bobby Kotick. Yeah. Just bro, imagine if they bring back Bobby. It's like you thought this shit was over, bro. Now you get to deal with him on an intimate level. And then like think about that, and then like all of the people that like made these like negative tweets about like, oh Bobby, I fucking hate you, Bobby. I'm so glad you're gone. You suck. And then like Bobby's back, and he just like every single one of them, dude, imagine if he did a live stream where he fired all of them. Bro, that would be fucking insane.
Jet.
All the date, yeah. He'll like all the dates I've missed because of you. Yeah, and he'll read it, have somebody read it to him, and maybe have like a trash can where he can put their names in if they're gonna get fired. Instant Dude Dog MT, I'd be done. I wouldn't care. Like, I don't care who's running the company. Like, if I'm gonna make a decision based off of that, who gives a fuck, man? You got some nice mods for Valheim. Yeah, the layoffs, exactly. Most viewed stream. Okay, let's get back onto this. Please update your driver. I do need to update. I was gonna get a new car. We care about the end product, right? We do. We care about the end product, and I know this is a very, very, very upsetting reality for people. But yes, I think that gamers in general only really care about the end product or something, and they don't really care that much about anything else besides that. Okay, so I need to make a furnace, right? How the fuck do I make a furnace? Metal scraps, charcoal, wood logs. Okay, so how do I charcoal kiln? Okay, let's get stone. Let's go get stone for a charcoal kiln. Okay, stone. That's the logs. We need logs. We need stone. There's stone. Okay, let's make that furnace stone. Yeah. Crap.
Oh no.
I thought I just got stone. Am I a
Oh!
idiot?
Woo!
Yeah. Yes, I am. I didn't shift click. I only clicked. Okay. So, oops. Space. Okay, that's done. And then we have a kiln. We'll go ahead and put. I'm gonna put the kiln outside because that's how it is in Valheim. I have actually no real reason besides that. Okay. There's the kiln. Ground. Place items from inventory here in order to make them available to the factory. Track production process. Factory will process like the rest of these charcoal. So I need wood logs and dirt. Okay, that's easy. I have wood logs and I have dirt. Let's take 150. And then where's dirt at? Go. And this should be more than enough. Wait. Oh, I see. So the kiln has its own inventory. Oh, that's great. Wow. Okay, so metal scrap. So I'm actually going to be able to make all this myself, right? Because I have the metal scraps, don't I? Fireflies.
How did that hit me?
I guess it must be in the other bag.
It's fucking bullshit.
27. Yes, I do. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, it's for 5 minutes. So I guess what I should do is I should just run around and like just collect some random stuff for like 5 minutes, and then we'll get ready to make the forge. How does that sound? Enshrouded, more like Dead on Arrival. I know that everybody's really excited about playing Palworld right now, but I really think this game's great, and so I wanted to play it more. Yeah, I actually think this is a really nice game. I'd recommend it. This game's fucking great. Yeah, it is. I feel like it's almost disappointing that this game comes out so close to Palworld, because so many people will just look at Palworld and be like, okay, well, I want this one, right? But, damn. What a dick sucker. He went to attack me like that.
Okay.
Okay.
Goddamn trees!
But yeah, I really think that if you like this game, or sorry, if you see this game, you should definitely try it out. I really like this game a lot. I'll play it after. Yeah, there you go. And if you don't like it, then maybe don't play it. But for me, I think it's rigged. Damn, how the fuck does he get away? Damn, he is fucking fast. We'll get all the rest of these too. Warriors don't use wands though. I think I might respec because I feel like magic is way better. Like, what do you guys think? Like, one of the coolest things about this game is you can actually terraform and dig underneath the ground. So like in Valheim, there's like a limited version of that you can do, but in this game you can do it pretty much as much as you want. Like, I was actually digging a hole. Where's my hole? Wait, where'd the hole go? Well, I have a hole somewhere. I don't know where it is. I dug too deep? Did I? Oh, I have no ammo. Let's make more arrows. Well, there's a hole around here somewhere. I think it got lost. It doesn't respawn. It resets every time you leave. Oh, wow. So I have to actually... Okay, so terraforming only happens... I understand. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, let's see what else I can craft here. Okay, so we've got a scaffold. Reach higher points to rebuild your base. Okay, that's interesting. And
what? How did that hit me?
A glider. I probably should make this, to be fair. +1 comfort. I guess I'll probably just... Let me just loot some of these things so I can start crafting. Cloth, metal scraps. These two, runes, wax, bones. I just want to make sure I loot all this stuff so I have it whenever I'm going to craft.
I'll take 10%. I'll take 10%.
Okay, good. So now we can start crafting. Alright, we're going to build the table here. And then...
Yeah!
I'll put the table right here.
And it's slacker,
okay.
Of course it is.
So now my comfort level is 12 minutes.
Holy shit!
Fireplace, +2 comfort. Okay, we're gonna build that right now.
Can rapidly fire a missile launcher when mounted.
Okay.
It's level 50, isn't it? It's the level 51. Of course it is.
I'll put it right over here. Now
Holy shit! Bloody hell. 50 circuit boards. Okay. Okay. I'm over.
Maybe I'm not doing it the right way. Maybe this is considered a fireplace already. Near the bed.
I did it. I fucking did it.
Like this?
Holy shit.
Close the roof, not sheltered? No, it says I'm sheltered. Okay, so chairs. Okay, we have our chair now. Ooh, looking at 13 minutes now. Okay, benches. Craft. Alright, bench. Done. Okay, now I'm not sheltered for some reason. I don't know why.
Fucking did it.
It'll fix itself.
Holy shit.
Illumination. Candle. I need string. I'll just make some of them. Okay. And then candle. Oh, can I put it on a table? Oh, that's cool. Okay, cool. And so we've got that. Actually, let me... Bitch. I want to put it right next to my bed. You know, that looks really nice. Okay, so now we'll go back to crafting again. And... Firefly lamp. I don't know how many of these overlap. Does each one give its own type of benefit? I'm not really sure how this works. Craft a grappling hook? I need string for that. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. All right. Grappling hook is crafted. And a glider.
Ooh, it has a
we need
grappling hook.
I don't have shroud wood. Table, okay, all that's good. It's one per category. Okay, good. That makes it a lot easier.
Yes, I know you're hungry.
Okay.
We're going to get berries. I'm going the wrong way.
Oh, I see. So I want to upgrade my stuff because it gives me more comfort. Oh, that's very interesting. Is there a way for me to get plant fiber more easily? Because I feel like I'm always being limited by plant fiber. Or is that something that will just kind of go away? Get them in a bush? Yeah, but I feel like even then I never have enough.
I mean, that was my bad. Not paying attention.
I can go on a
I'm
bush
still
expedition, but it still isn't enough. Oh, shouldn't I try to actually mine something or cut something down in Shroud?
I'm still reeling from
I
that
should do
boss
that.
fight. Jesus Christ, that was intense!
Damn, that guy's a real dick sucker, isn't he? Okay, he's dead.
So am I.
And are there any trees here?
God damn it, chat.
Oh, no, there's no trees here at all anyway.
Oh.
Oh, well, shit.
Yeah, that's my thoughts exactly.
We should farm. There are bundles of plant fibers and barns. Really? Okay, I haven't seen that yet. I need to also make more arrows. How many combos can you do? I don't know. Its usefulness will phase out as you progress. Okay, that's good at least.
What?
Okay.
Stop.
I'll also make myself more arrows.
Yep.
Die! A shield.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, I just need so much fucking string, man. I don't have the fucking string. I'll just go look around over here. Shroud made a game? No, Shroud actually is making a game. Yeah, I don't know like what the timeline on that's gonna be, but him and I think there's Sacriel are like gonna be involved in a game. It's probably gonna be what you can expect, like a shooter type game, I would assume from them, because that's their main thing. But we'll see what happens. New mobile game? Well, that'd be funny if it was pay to win.
Bloody hell.
Okay. I feel like leveling in this game is really slow. It's not criticism, by the way. Just an observation. Cog survival shooter. Yeah, I'm surprised that more games aren't like Once Human. I feel like there needs to be more games that are like that. There's like a really big market for it. I feel like people just can't really hit that market though. Treasure chests also reset. Oh wow. Oh shit, I didn't even know that. Okay.
Okay, BRB.
Okay, it's done. Okay, so now we have the charcoal. And we can build the furnace, right? We can. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. I didn't even put it there, but it's okay. Where to go? Okay, so what can I make? Metal sheets with charcoal and metal scraps. Okay, so we have charcoal or metal scraps. Oh, wait. Yes? Yes. Okay, good. So I'm making that. Oh, we're big dicking it now. Let's go. We'll just do more dirt and more charcoal. Okay, what else can I do?
Really? Right now? Oi!
Oh, I used all my metal scraps. I needed to make nails. Oh, no, it's okay, because I need metal sheets, and I need one more string.
Now get out.
No, this is okay. Okay, there we go. Good. And do we have any more yet? No, we don't. 3, 2, 1. What's the countdown here? Okay, whatever. All right, let me make this other helmet right now.
What is it this time?
So, fur armor
Okay.
set.
Holy
Wait,
shit.
This is just better. Wait, why would I ever make a bad armor set? Yeah, I want to have the good armor set. Felling axe. Oh, wow. I need Shroud's wood. Okay, so I need to get more metal scraps. How the fuck do I get metal scraps? Do I have to go farm those?
Okay. Let's see. I need a lot more XP.
Okay, how many did I make? Oh, I can only make one at a time. Ooh, that's bad. Metal block at workbench.
That was
Metal
insane.
block.
That was insane.
It's just a block of metal.
Holy shit.
I don't know what else I expected. Okay. Let me put all this stuff away, and we're going to start farming. Okay, and we'll take this as well. Mushrooms and berries for food. And then we'll also take... I guess I gotta take more purple berries.
Back to base.
I think we're pretty much good right now. And I have more arrows, right? I thought I made arrows. I probably put the arrows back in here, didn't I? Where the hell did they go? Yeah. Okay, now we have 7. Or 70. Okay, let's go. Try upgrading your altar? Okay, I'll do that right now. I didn't realize I needed to do that. I forgot about it. Looking at Cam, we got more survivors, okay. Shroud core, I don't have that. Okay. We need to get some of that shroud wood. I'm gonna elixir wells. I don't know how all that stuff works. I don't know if you can go down there or not. No, you can't. Okay, we'll go across the bridge then. Like berries to get my health back, right? Yeah. It's pretty easy to cook meat too if I want to do that, and I will do that later on. Curious to see the map. Sure. It's a big one.
Everyone
Ooh.
okay?
Oh, we grab one now. All right, let's go. Nice.
Jesus, FPS, please.
What's that over there? Why'd it go up there? I wonder why.
So I need a lot more
Let's see
polymer.
what's down this way. A bunch of fucking nothing, of course. I'm just looking around.
Let me check.
Oh, that's good. We need more metal scrap.
Technology.
No!
Refined ingots, I have those. 100 leather, I have those. 50 circuit boards.
I didn't know how that worked.
Let me check. 50 times 4.
Oh no,
right?
I lost my grappling hook.
200. Okay, I have enough pure quartz. I just need polymer. 2. So 100 polymer.
Well, that's really bad.
100 times 2 is 200. 200 high quality pol oil. Okay, time to get grinding.
Okay, I did not want to have to do this, guys.
Holy fuck.
Oh my god, there's like a whole fucking area of guys here? Oh, what the fuck?
Let me check. Yep.
Wait, is it up above me? Oh no.
25k.
So it didn't drop where my character dropped. It dropped somewhere else.
Let's check.
Oh no. Okay. And I only have 3 minutes to figure out where to go. Okay, well let's go follow this bridge.
3 minutes. Interesting. Oh right.
Oh no,
Yeah,
it's getting dark
I
too.
got. I
I can't even see
understand.
what's happening. Okay, I got up here. That's at least good. Where's my torch? Where's my torch?
Whoops. Wrong button. Or wrong weapon.
Can I make a torch? Yeah. Okay, we're kind of fucked here. Okay.
Hmm. Let's first check the repair. Ow.
Okay. We made it. So, where's my grappling hook, though? I don't have it.
$50 times 2 is 100, 200. Right?
I don't
The math
understand
says
how it works.
nothing.
It doesn't make sense.
And how many?
Feet full time. Not time.
200 ingots. But I can craft them easily.
You gotta jump right away after you reach the end? Well, I didn't know. So, like, basically, I didn't even touch anything. My character just dropped. I thought I was gonna swing back and forth. So, like... It's called momentum? Yeah, but why would the momentum cause my character to drop? Because, you know, maybe it was because of my stamina, right? So I was like, oh, do I have less stamina? But I didn't. As I've said before, like, a lot of normal things to people, like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, this doesn't make sense. This is bad. I do unironically think this is bad.
Okay. Let's craft this.
Okay, let's try it again. Okay. I still don't understand it. It's weird since there's two mechanics for grappling. It's the stamina, so have full stamina whenever you swing. No, watch. I'm gonna press it, I'm gonna hold it, I'm not gonna do anything.
Hello there. Slacker. That's the... I don't give a shit about that.
It's just... It's confusing. I don't get it. Let's go this one. You still have to jump? Yeah. So you didn't have enough stamina earlier? Well, I don't know.
Hello there!
My stamina was
You
low. No, it
beauty.
wasn't. Because even if I'm full stamina, so like, there's some games where like you jump and you go like this, right? And other games where you jump, you go like this. But like this game is a game where
So
you have to
that
jump
one is
and
gonna
use the
replace that
momentum,
one.
and also at the same time know that your character will just randomly drop also.
And then I'll have
It drops at
another...
the end anyway. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Let's see.
Hey, the
Sort
ladder?
by file
Yeah.
deck number.
Is everything chat y'all wrong? No, y'all stupid. Look, I'll show you again. Look.
Oh, you big ass motherfucker.
Am I back? Yeah, no, it's not. What?
Okay,
Okay.
Not bad. Could be better, but...
Right? So it wasn't because I didn't have stamina. Because it drops no matter what. It's not like it drops you whenever you run out of stamina. It just drops you whenever you reach the end of it. So you have to do it like that. Which is confusing. And then also you have something that you have to go over. And it's confusing also whenever your character drops. And then the drops are not down where your character was. I just feel like I'm gonna be honest. I feel like it creates a frustrating outcome.
There's the next level.
I don't know why you would have a situation like that in a game, intentionally. It's like it's like you're creating an L. It's confusing. Yeah, it's confusing. It doesn't make sense. Why would your character randomly drop? Okay, so what's this? We'll kill this guy. What? I need to get a two-handed weapon. Also, I feel like I should probably just use, like, because this wand is so good. I should just use this, man. Remember this whole game's an L? No, I don't think it is. I just... I think people always like defending bad game design by saying that, like, a streamer's stupid. But, like, I'm not stupid. I know I'm not stupid. Like, I think I'm right about this. I think it's bad. Like, it's confusing. It doesn't make sense. Okay. Agree with feedback? Yeah, it's not intuitive. No, it's not. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so what's this? Flame Shrine. What? Oh, what was this? A spark. Oh, wow. I got a legendary. Oh, fuck yeah.
Locked.
Well, I think the next thing I need to do is to go down into the shroud. I think that's my next goal. Does the combat feel good? Yeah, overall it does. There are some things about the combat that I'm not a big fan of, but overall, yes, I would say the combat is good. Ooh. I know that I was there, but I forgot how I went from there to here. How did that happen? I see, there's a road. You see that?
God damn!
What don't you like about the combat? I feel like it's so fast, like it throws your character forward. I'm not sure really if that's like, you know, I'm not even saying the game's bad, right? There's something about it that's like a little bit odd to me. Okay, let's see if we can cut down some of the trees in here. Shroud wood. Okay, so I can actually do this. Let me wait for a minute. The stamina in this game is definitely an issue. Yeah, I know that I can drink this and it'll make my stamina go faster. Okay, 6 of these. What about this? Can I cut this down? What the fuck even is this? I looted a shroud liquid. Okay. Well, that's just what I got, bro. Shit.
Let's see.
Jesus, that was a long range. I didn't expect he'd hit me like that. Okay, what was I gonna do? Oh, I was cutting down the tree. That's right. No, I wasn't. I was dealing with this guy.
And we take...
There we go. Got his ass. I'll leave at 1 minute left. What's this? Shroud liquid. Ooh. Rusty short sword. Well, that's cool. Cut this down. Tekken fans are happy. They're playing the same game for 25 years. Oh yeah, the new game comes out. I might actually play that. Apparently I got a code to play that game. I don't know when I'm gonna do that though. Okay.
Fist meets fate.
Did you find the string? Enshrouded caution. Oh, because I'm low. Okay. And I'm assuming whenever you this timer runs out, like my character just dies or something. What the hell is this? Yeah. Okay. Wait, so do I have iframes? It's hard to say. Yeah. Yeah, it's really kind of hard to say. I'm not sure if I do or not. You gonna see the death? No, bro, I'm chilling. I'm good. Yeah, I feel like the magic is like, magic just seems like so much stronger. Like, I don't even want to invest any more points into, what do you call it? I don't want to invest any more points into, like, strength. Because I feel like magic, like, I don't even need to spend any magic to do basic attacks. And they do almost the same amount of damage, right? So, like, if I lock onto this guy, and I just press 5, oh, I hit the wrong button. Like, I feel like I'm doing so much more damage over time. And also, there's, like, no resource cost for doing that damage either. Like, that seems really, really good. Yeah. Because, like, for example, like, with bow and arrow, like, you need to make arrows. But with this, you don't. Which just makes it way better. I think I should have a bow and arrow, especially for hitting things with, like, sneak attack. But besides that, I don't really see it being valuable. And this is all, I think, Flintstone, right? Yeah. I'm not sure if they have, like, iron or, like... Because I thought there was going to be, like, a metal scrap area I could mine in. It seems like that's not really the case. Melee weapons scale better. Two-handed axe with jump attack is my favorite. Yeah, I mean, maybe I should just... You guys think I should just try to keep going with what I have and just say fuck it? So how do I get metal scraps in this game? Like, should I just go and keep trying to kill mobs? Ouch. Farming bandits, okay. I guess I'll go do that. True. So even there, I'm taking damage. Okay. I have no armor? Oh yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, I'm only getting 1 metal scrap per mob. I feel like that's so bad. Like these guys, it's really good because I can hit them and stagger them. But it's whenever I can't stagger them with the attacks, that's whenever I really start getting fucked up. I wonder if this game has a parry like Valheim. Y'all see that? It does. If it does, then I think I'm gonna go and figure out how to make a shield then. Jesus. Yeah, it's like if I can just get them in that stagger, then I win. Okay. So it's like Far Cry with axes? I never really played Far Cry, to be honest. I'm not sure. Is there anything good over here? I feel like there's not. Just a bunch of fucking garbage. Wood logs. Just what I needed. This is actually a really good way of farming wood. It's just blowing up the barrels. It sounds like really stupid, but it works. Okay, let me see if I can fight this guy with melee. Oh, there's two of them. Jesus Christ. They do so much damage. Let's see.
No, not really. Sorry, Kirakun. Although, you know what? What kind of vid? Fuck it. What kind of vid?
Yeah, it's like, look how good this is. Like, I just lock on and do damage. Yeah, ranged OP? Yeah, I feel like that's so good. It's weak as fuck, though. Really? I mean, I don't know, because I'm getting dicked down by these mobs. Like, they do so much damage, so I'd need to have, like, high armor. And, like, I know, like, probably what this will result in, ultimately, is, like, higher level mobs will be harder to fight because they do more damage.
This still
so,
works.
Like, I bet later on in the game, like, it'll be balanced for you to not take damage.
Slower, but
at least
still
that's
works.
what I would assume. I could be wrong. We're struggling. Okay, so where do I need to go now? To mend old wounds. Okay, let's go that way. Also eat another potion. Or berries. Yeah. Damn. Jesus Christ.
Oh shit. That was close.
I gotta zoom out. Okay, 1 health? Block, bro? Yeah, I haven't done that yet. I'm still trying to learn the basics of the mechanics. Like, I'm a really slow learner. Like, things take me a really long time to pick up on and, like, to actually do. That's just the way it is. Okay.
That's enough, right?
Why is it even like this? Just put down. I don't know if to swap.
Let's see.
Okay. Let's look at the other one, right? Crackling wand does 14 damage. This does 14 damage. Okay, I'll just use this. I'll put it right here. Oh my god.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's see. How do I deal with this? Oh, I could have won. I think they're gonna kill me.
Okay. Let me check something. All that.
Stupid of me to run myself out of stamina.
Let's first do around here.
Okay. Such range, yeah, that's really annoying. Okay, what do I want to do now?
Holy lag, Batman.
I guess I've got to go back and get my stuff. Infinite aggro range? Yeah, it's just garbage. But it is what it is. What's up with the health potion? I just didn't think of it. Like, I mean, I had a guy chasing after me. Like, the last thing I was thinking about was, like, what was in my inventory. Like, to me, like, I thought for sure, like, it would de-aggro. So, I didn't think of the health potion. Infinite aggro? Yeah, that is really annoying. Okay, let me go back. You can drop another altar. I don't know how that works. Okay. Other wand is better? No? How's it better? Just 14 damage. This one was 14 damage. I guess it does overcharge. This one does overcharge. Oh, no, this one does too. Okay. Jesus Christ, that's so bad. Oh. Stamina man? Yeah, I know. And this is with the rested bonus too. Let me actually get the water. Okay. And don't I have food? Oh, I thought I had meat. Oh, I guess I must have dropped the meat whenever I died. it's just an early game thing? Oh, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Okay. Campfire? Guys, I don't want unsolicited random advice where people telling me how to play. Like, if I want advice, I'll ask for it. I don't want people just, like, constantly trying to shout, like, their tips at me. Okay, so now we got everything back. And... I thought I had meat that I had cooked. Where'd it go? That is what it is. Okay. I guess I'll go back to my base. See if I can craft some more stuff. How do you like the game so far? I think it's a good game, but there are some things that I don't like about it. Like, I mean, the aggro range is really annoying for sure. NPC that gives quests? Is that a quest I have to do? Okay. I need nails. Okay. There's 10 nails. Resin and string. Okay, I guess I'll just try to get a helmet. Oh no, I can't. Okay, I can make gloves. And then okay, now I need more string. Okay, character, gloves, put these on. Okay, good. Okay, shield.
Let's go do this boss.
I didn't know I could do this. Okay. It's not grabbing away. It seems devoid of lore. I don't think that a game really needs lore to be good, personally. Can I melt things down in a forge? I'm not sure if I can or not. Okay, pickaxes, felling axe. Oh yeah, I was gonna make this. Oh, I need more string again. Oh my god, okay. I guess I'm gonna go up. I'll just look around and try and find bushes. What?
Let's test out my new pal.
One, like, I really don't like the stamina bar in this game. I feel like it's kind of like the way that I felt about Valheim, where I felt like whenever I was playing Valheim, I was primarily
dark,
kind
right?
of like fighting against
Survival
the stamina
guide,
bar.
elements, dragon.
Jump while running? Why would I do that? Okay, oh that's good. I guess we did.
Holy shit.
It's so fucking hard to get string, man. There's no bushes. Where's the fucking bushes? Let me go to the other side. Get resin? Yeah. Since the jumping doesn't consume stamina. You're actually right, it doesn't.
Jesus.
Yeah, the stamina logic in this game doesn't really make any sense to me. Like, some things consume stamina, whereas other things, I think, should consume stamina. Like, it would make sense to me that, like, using...
This is gonna take a few balls.
Using an attack should cost you stamina. I don't know, like, I think that's what kind of makes sense, right? And if using an attack shouldn't cost you stamina, then... what do you call it? Oh, what are these guys doing?
Very nice.
If using an attack shouldn't cost stamina, then why is it that... Oh, God, Jesus Christ. Okay, what a huge oversight. Yeah, stamina recovers way too slow. Yeah, and also, like, if using attack shouldn't cost stamina, then gathering also shouldn't cost stamina. Like, I don't see the logic that... So, like, gathering should cost stamina, but attacking with something shouldn't? How does that make any sense?
That's kind of weird, yeah.
I need more metal scraps. I also need more charcoal. Feels like Dev didn't play games themselves. Well, yeah. This is, like, I think one of the hardest things for developers to be able to do is to be able to have, like, the right mix between something that's entertaining and fun versus something that's, like, challenging and it's like a it's like an experience, right? Oh, I guess I'll just make 2 of these, right? I can only make 1. Like, providing an immersive experience.
And high quality ball oil.
Because I think that, like, there are things that provide an immersive experience, and in doing that, it makes the game better, right? But there's also a lot of examples of games that provide, like, for example, whenever like in a game like there was another survival game that I played. What was it besides Palworld? I'm trying to remember what the other game was. That like you can craft from your inventory. Which game was that?
No
clue. Was it Rust? Once Human. Yeah, it was Once Human. And so like you can craft from your inventory, directly from your inventory. And so like you don't need to like go and I guess I will just try to roast some of these. Okay, so that doesn't work. How does this work? Hold the cook. Okay. You can this game later. You unlock it later. I understand that. I just have always been of the mindset that you should never lock quality of life behind some sort of gameplay thing. And I just feel like it's a level of quality of life that just kind of it makes the game annoying to play. Locking that kind of stuff in quality of life is annoying. Yeah, it's bad, and I don't know what to say. Disintegrated, where the chicken came from? You can craft them chickens from the chest pretty quickly. Well, I'm not sure. As Play Minecraft creative mode? Well, I don't know what... I don't really like Minecraft, personally. I've never really liked Minecraft. Okay, so why would I actually want to do that? What's the difference between these two things? Grilled mushroom is 2 intelligence, and this is 1 intelligence. Okay, well, that's pretty simple. Okay.
Hey, I'm a Wraith.
Massive L take. Wait, what was the L take then?
That he doesn't like Minecraft, really? What the fuck, guys? If he doesn't like a game, he doesn't like it.
Yeah, I'm confused. Oh, Minecraft? Oh, yeah, I don't really like Minecraft. Yeah, I never really got into it.
That's fair.
Okay, so... maybe I should go over there. Because, like, all those guys over there were really hard to kill. And I think I need to kill more guys in order to get my, my metal scraps. Because, like, that's what I feel like I'm really getting limited by, is metal scraps.
I want my scraps.
I'm starting? Yeah, I'm just starting a game off. Just in my opinion. Yeah, it's just... I think Minecraft is probably one of the best games ever made. It's just not for me.
That's fine.
Okay. I guess we'll go this way then. Can find out some more of these guys. You need to destroy things around you for metal scraps. Okay.
Damn it.
Like what? Like, what about this? That's just wood blocks. To go down in here? I think I do. Oh, the bushes you can on your way? Yeah, I forgot about that.
Soon. Soon, DM.
Okay. That worked pretty well. Ooh, I got a ring. Gotta go this one. Okay. And am I getting any... I'm not getting any metal pieces off of them.
Hello, motherfucker.
Okay, now where is this? Enter the elixir well. Okay. I guess we gotta go back and get it again. I have to get rested though. 'Cause like, I feel like it was leading me in that direction, right? Those this a high level shroud?
What?
Wow. The bench is taking away your sheltered. The benches? Why would the bench take it away? This be a grace time before you die of mist. I think it just caught me by surprise. Like, I didn't even know that was going to happen. I was just walking around, like, because usually, you know, I tell you guys, like, I'm usually, whenever I'm playing a game, I'm usually not really, like, actively, like, hyper-focused on the game, you know? Like, I'm focused on the game, but I'm not, like, fucking laser, oh my god, I'm watching every frame in case something goes wrong. And so, yeah, like, you know, I have a quest marker that's, like, leading me there, and then it's like, oh, okay, that's not where I want to be. Maybe I could go. I don't think I can. Like, I feel like. Oh yeah, maybe I can.
Oh, soon TM.
I go down this way. And do I lose my inventory too? Character. No, I don't. Okay, good. All right, let's get my stuff back. It's Deadly Shroud area? Yeah, I mean, I know that now. I just didn't. I had no idea. I mean, how could I have known that? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay, let me run back.
Oh. It tasted. One more capture.
Well, at least now I know I can get down there from there. Again? Yeah, no, I couldn't see it because of the shroud. I didn't know it was going to be like a huge drop like that. I just died.
Bonjour. No. Yes, run away, little girl.
Okay. Oh, does this mean that I lose my other stuff too? I wonder. So did I lose this?
First try.
I'm so confused by this game.
Level up!
Okay. So...
It's just that easy.
Glider's OP? Yeah, I don't have that right now. What's trying to attack me? Elixir well. Okay. Well, at least I got a skill point out of that.
Not bad. Doesn't seem to level anymore.
So what do I need to do? Put a journal. Reach the elixir well. Did I complete it? Enter the elixir well. Okay. How do I do that? I guess I probably go underneath it, right? Oh shit. What's this?
30 ball metal ingots.
Fell Thunderbird. Okay, so it feels like I don't actually get iframes in this game. Alright. Oh, wow! Oh, holy shit, I got a legendary axe?
Oh, you don't have a lot of stamina.
Destroy it with a felling axe. Oh no, I don't have a felling axe. Okay, okay, okay. Is this... Yes.
And you're slow as fuck.
I can't fast travel, fuck. Okay, now I have to run all the way back up there? I'm dead. I'm dead.
Maybe later when I can ride this one.
Use the wood axe? No, it says a felling axe, and a felling axe is something that I needed to use the shroud wood to make.
Let's see how much this rocket launcher costs. Jesus. And it's
Wait, how do I
polymer
get out of
again.
here?
Better just wait for the improvement, right?
Can I use it? Can I use the other axe that I got? Because I'll go over there and I'll try it. Yes? Okay, why... I mean, I assumed that I needed to use a felling axe on the thing that they told me to use a felling axe on. Okay. Well, let me go back down then. I don't know, why would they tell you that you need to use something that you don't need to use?
Gonna need a lot more.
Alright. Axe for felling tree? Yeah. Alright, well let's do this. Now this guy's getting fucked up. Critical 10 damage. Wow. Nice. Oh, that's cool. So, oh wait, so does it removes the shroud? Oh wow. Oh, that's really cool. Use fucking anyway. Yeah. I like that. That's awesome. Valheim this land's gotta take notes. True, man. Very fucking true. So what's it like out here then?
You know what?
Okay, well out here there's still some shroud, but there's less. Okay, let's try out this new axe, guys. Also, let's look at skills. I'm gonna do. Oh, I get one more. That's hard. I don't know how to feel about this. Yeah, I mean, like, that's okay, but, like, if I just use this... Guys, this is not looking good, man. This is not looking good. Like, this is a legendary axe? Like, what the fuck? The guillotine? Oh, man. I don't know about this one, guys. Upgrade it to max? Well, what happens if I upgrade the wand to max, though? I don't know, man. I'm not feeling good about this at all. Oh, man. Okay. We'll use the axe a little bit more, okay, guys?
Oh.
Why the fuck am I here? I'm just gonna go back up to the top and then try to teleport back to my base. Oh, let me see, can I destroy this for, like, metal scraps? Because this is made out of metal.
Hungry, eh?
Mycelium. Okay, I got one metal scrap out of that.
I know that, pal.
This isn't looking good, guys. Blizzard layoff is wild? It's not wild at all. I mean, they've spent the last 10 years releasing garbage. So it would make sense that people get fired.
Bingo.
And also, like, they just got
Oh no,
bought by
what the
a really
fuck?
big company. Like, how would that not happen?
Never mind.
I mean, like, everybody, it feels like almost a lot of people collectively agree, like, the games, like, I mean, it sucks, obviously, that it
And
happened.
it's this
and, like,
one.
the odds are that, like, a lot of the people that should be fired probably didn't get fired. Like, you're right about all that, but at the same time, like, of course that's what's gonna happen. You flip your rings? Yeah, I will. I have a feeling that we're not really doing much here. I think I want to go back to just trying to kill the bandits, because at least I get experience from killing them versus just breaking random things for resources. I'm gonna go back. This is actually a Souls-like. I mean, it has dodging. I mean, I'm pretty sure every game that has dodging is Soul-like. I mean, come on. Okay, so we got a glider. I probably should try to figure out how to make this. Oh, actually, you know what?
It has
I could
11k health. Holy fuck. And its stats are
Felon
dumbed
maxes
down.
are
Oh no,
physics.
not anymore, right? Because I leveled up.
Okay. Okay. Why does 3 not allow me to unequip my weapon? Okay. Actually, let me equip these rings. Okay, so we have 2 rings. We have stamina.
Well, you
and
need
then
2
we
more
have
levels.
A ring. Okay, so there we go. That's good.
But still.
And I haven't gotten anything else yet, have I? No, I haven't. Okay. And then I already have a lot of this. And then we have more metal sheets.
Mm-hmm.
And I just need more metal scrap, man. Like, I'm down bad on scrap.
Oh, bring it.
What? No. I didn't mean to do that. Wait, what am I doing? Unpin, right? Okay, unpin. Okay, so there, I got his quests. Alright. Can I teleport to these shrines? Oh, upgrade altar. Okay, I can do that. Oh, nice.
Easy peasy.
Resin, bones, and animal fur. Okay, I have all that. Nice. Okay, and this is all higher level stuff. I still don't know if I should use the other gear. You can teleport to the giant towers. Okay. Deposit all stacks? What does that do? Nice. Okay. Tower? Can I teleport to the tower? Flame Shrine. Are Flame Shrines towers? I guess not. Okay, let's go this way. Gliding off the towers is OP. What? Yeah, I have no idea. Okay. Hopefully this will work. You want to reset skill points? I don't know if I do yet or not. Because, like, I mean, it is really fucking funny that this magic wand that I randomly found out of a box is better than the literal legendary weapon from the boss.
Oof.
And not only is it better, but it's a lot better. They have levels on the weapons? That's correct, they do. Axes can cleave, wand cannot. I bet you probably get spells in this game, that's why you have a blue bar for mana, and I bet one of those spells is probably a big fireball that cleaves. I fucking guarantee you. Magic falls off a bit later on. Okay, well, I can respec pretty cheaply. So wouldn't it just be a smart idea for me to respec dynamically based off of what type of content I'm doing? Because, like, to me, that's what seems like the good idea, right?
Mm-hmm. Sounds like a plan.
Great early? Yeah.
Okay.
let's go up this way. Let's see what these guys are. What is this? This road is blocked. No, it's not. Or can I? It stopped my trajectory. I could have done it, but I didn't know that's how it worked. Okay, we got it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. So, I mean, like, if I can't really even break their poise with the two-handed weapon, I feel like this is bad. Like, even the jumping attack didn't break their poise. Wow. Guys, I feel like magic is just fucking better. I mean, and maybe, hey, maybe the weapons get better. But right now, guys, this is like a night and, well, it's night right now. This is a total fucking, oh my god, where the hell do I even need to go? I can't see anything. Oh god. Yeah, I think we respec. I do. I hate being a wizard, but I mean, just better. Like, and like from my perspective, I don't even think it's a bit better. I think it's way better. Like, look at this cocksucker. He's just dead. Okay, small flint mine. What do I need to do here? I don't even know. I can't see much. Ooh. And people say I need to use the fucking... No way. I gotta figure out how to get up to that fucking area. That castle. I wanna go up this way. I can make it. Ooh, a level 3 cocksucker. Look at that damage. Jesus. Oh, we got, oh, this is a big, oh, wow, look at all this fiber. Bro, fuck that, like, I'm just glad I'm getting fiber. Jesus, look at that damage. Oh, this is crazy. This really looks nice, though, like the environment. Look at this. It's got like a very, the graphic style for the game, it's like a very, I don't know really what the word is for it, like, it has an old school vibe to it. It looks like a game that I'd get excited for whenever I was like a kid. Oh, fuck. That's a lot of people. Okay. maybe the axe is good for some things, right? What the fuck? Don't I have any more cooked meat? I guess I ran out. It's bugged? Yeah, true. I think the game's just bugged, to be honest with you. I hit the wrong button. Yeah, look at that damage. That's crazy. I mean, these guys are getting absolutely dicked. I'm just happy we're getting so many shrubs. So how do I handle something like this? Do I go and like shoot it like this? Yeah, I guess so. What does it drop? More animal fur. Just go assassin, do 10x damage. No, no, I don't think that's the way it works, actually. And this is where I would have needed the glider.
I could try
can I
farming
be a grave
here.
robber?
Play Morgan.
I can! No wonder that guy died. What a piece of shit weapon. Jesus, what a loser. Okay, oh, like, I had that at, like, level 5. Or not level 5, like 5 minutes into the game, I mean.
Interesting.
Okay, I feel like I have to wait until...
Also interesting.
It's brighter. Because I can't go back to where I was at. It'll take me so long to go back. And I can't see anything at night, so I feel like I'm just kind of stuck here for now. Through the tower? I don't know how to go over there. And it's too dark for me to see where to go. Jump the gap? Yeah, but then I'll die from fall damage. And I only have one chance, and if I lose my stuff, then I have to run all the way back and not have my stuff. So I don't think that's a good idea. At least I've got a lot of fiber. I mean, like, that's like the one thing about this area that's good at least, right? Is like, I've gotten a lot of fucking fiber out of here. Yeah, like, I can't see anything then. Go back and get a glider? Yeah, no, I want to wait until it's daytime, and then I'm going to see if I can do it without a glider first. I feel like that's a better idea than just trying to go back right now.
Okay.
Like this guy, right? Watch. All I'm doing is backpedaling. Bro, this guy got fucking dicked. Like, has anybody been ever dicked that bad? I don't know. But he is. He got destroyed. I can't, dude. When is this nighttime gonna be over? can sleep. Is there a wait button I can do? Maybe there's a, I don't know, crafting maybe? How many of these can I make?
Yeah.
Big egg.
You hate using torch? I don't have a torch. Okay, it's finally getting brighter, so I can see what's happening again. Okay, so what do I need to do then?
Lore!
Oh, it's still dark. This is really annoying.
So where are these big boys?
How is this goat so good? I hit it once? Okay, got him. So I can't come up here. Okay, I guess I have to build an altar. I'm gonna try to build an altar and teleport between them.
How many do you give? 2. Ooh, that's not a lot.
Okay.
Mammoth seems the best option.
Okay, so I'm just gonna teleport back over. And Jesus Christ. Let me just wait for this to be over. Okay, good, it's over. Alright. Now how do I make this glider? Shroud wood.
Let me just
I
check
thought I had
something.
shroud
Did
wood.
I
Where is it?
have? I need water. No. No.
Glider. Done. Okay.
No.
And then felling axe.
No.
I'm gonna make this too, right? Wait, it's called Scrappy Axe? I thought it said Felling Axe.
Water, 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 water.
Felling Axe is a category. Okay.
No. No. No.
Okay.
Fire bells. For fuck's sake. Huh? Am I wrong in this? Alright, grass. My bad. Grass.
So how do I use this? Equip? Okay. Alright. I'll go cook the food and then we'll go to the tower. Wait, so I have to put the food in my... Fuck.
This one.
Press it first, then go find the tower. That's a good idea. Okay, so how does the glider work? Let's find out. Okay, I can't get on top of my house, I guess? No, I can't. Okay, so just press space. Okay, I understand. Okay, got it. All right, let's do it, boys. Gotcha, bitch. There it is. All right. Oh, I hit the wrong button again. Okay. And then, oh yeah, I can actually just eat the meat too. So if I use this and I use this, wait, why did I just get sick?
Uncooked?
Huh?
Meat?
I ate the other meat. I didn't eat the right meat. Okay. Oh, am I only able to have one meat buff at a time? Food type already active, I see. So it's not like in Valheim where you can stack up 3 meat buffs or something like that. So what happens if I try to mine something like this? Nothing. Okay. Ancient Spire, Spriglands. If it's ineffective, then why'd I break it? Okay, this is kind of cool. Give me a minute.
What?
Okay, that's better. I just keep accidentally eating food. Damn, bitch! What a thirsty cocksucker. Okay. No, at least now we're getting a lot of shrubs. So this is really big for me. Through the stairs that literally lets me go up there. Okay, that's how. Naturally. Okay, let's see how this wand does. If I destroy this. Oh wow. Oh, okay, so these little barrels, this is like Zelda. Oh bro, these are big dick barrels. Look at all this stuff. Oh my god.
2 more.
Look at all this stuff.
And I get 9 power oil.
Wow. Okay, Shepard, this looks like it's garbage.
Okay then.
Do I have to jump off? Grapple at the top? Top of what? Go up? How do I go up? I don't see a grappling point. The stairs? Oh, I see. I didn't see that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, I don't see things the way people normally see things. I am extremely tunnel vision. I don't even think. I just only go.
You guys are done.
This is so bad. Okay. Okay, so I guess I have to press jump, maybe? Okay. Oh, there's a lot of barrels in here. Holy shit. First try, it makes it a lot easier. Pressing jump work? Well, yeah, but like it like logically wouldn't work. Like what would logically work would be if you let go of the string at the moment that your momentum was the fastest, going from the direction that you were coming from. Like that's what would make sense, and so that's the first thing I tried to do. It's confusing to do it that way because it doesn't, like, why would I do that? Like now that I understand it, of course I can do it, it's not a problem. But like the first thing I'm gonna try is obviously the thing that makes the most sense to me. Okay. You at least have to use the momentum? No, it's because I thought the release button was different. Because, for example, pressing F doesn't cause you to release. Which doesn't make sense. Okay. There's a lot of these I have to destroy. Logically using a magic wand. Yeah, I think that's normal. I think games should follow like a degree of like intuitive logic that you should have. Yeah, I do think so. I think that even like magic in games follows intuitive logic. Oh, I almost broke this weapon. Farmed a lot of metal sheets in those pots. Why the fuck do you think I'm farming the pots? Bro, absolutely. Maybe I can use this. Will this break them faster? I actually should have been trying different weapons, huh? Yeah, this is way better. Holy shit, this is better. Okay, I don't know what I was thinking there. Alright, so obviously I know what to do here.
That's a new one.
Okay, and there's another area this way. Let's go here first.
Valdex is coming together. I'm missing one,
I don't
two,
know if I should go up
three,
there or not. But I'll try to get
four.
up there first. Yeah, the stamina this requires is just crazy. That sucks. Jesus Christ. Okay. Where's my body? Oh, it's over there.
Five. Six. 6 bells. Let's see, 1, 2.
Um.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, 6 spells.
Okay.
That's the boss arena.
What? Okay. Can I see straight up banning people to talk about you, by the way? What are you going into her stream to talk about me for? What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Yeah. I see. Oh. Oh, that's cool. All right, awesome. Forest Long Dick.
Making a mistake.
Okay, now we go to the next level. Oh, wait. Is this open? Oh, it was. It was. Okay, wait, am I understanding this? I see. That was... Oh, okay, I get it now. Unless that's shipped in the CCP? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that don't really like to have to deal with, like, you know, large community of people, like, kind of, I mean, you know, it's a lot to deal with. Have a bunch of people in chat, like, coming in, trying to, like, talk to you, like, ask you weird questions, stuff like that. Ooh. Okay. Doing parasocial weirdos. Yeah, there's a lot of people that were like, I saw that on Reddit. People are being like super judgmental. They were like, you know, like everybody had like their own opinion of like her or me or like any of that stuff, and
why?
It's kind of crazy to hear some of it. I mean, it's not really a big deal to me, but I don't like it whenever it affects other people. Because it like it's kind of like I'm kind of like responsible for that, you know. Okay, so that door's open. What's crazy about it? I mean, it's weird. I mean, I don't know about crazy. Like, yeah, maybe. Oh, fireball. Okay, so you can cast fireball, but in order to do that, there are only charges. So it's like Dark Souls 1.
That was the boss. But this way.
And so this is the door that I have to open. There's something I'm not seeing. Yeah. It's this way. Okay. There's another area up there. Oh, I hit the wrong button. No, I was thinking about something else. Wait, oh no. Okay. What? Wait, how did I get out of here? Oh yeah, it was that thing.
Yeah.
People are weird, yeah. It's just because you outside. Yeah. As I said before. What? Jesus. Oh my God, this is so fucking annoying. It's not ideal that people act like that, but it's also like, I mean, it is the internet, right? And so people are always going to have like an opinion on anything you do or anything you say. That's so weird to me that it works that way.
Yeah.
It shouldn't work that way. It's like I use F, I use F again, but then it doesn't work, and so I have to jump. Why does it?
This fucking legendary, man.
Did it in the same year? What I have to do is I have to jump in the air, but how can you jump in
Holy
the air?
fuck.
Okay. We'll just go back.
But that's long cooldown,
Makes
so.
no sense. Yeah, it's stupid.
But damn, does it slap.
Okay. Okay. Can I just go through this?
Holy shit. Oh, tree. Okay.
No, edge grab
That's
is
fine.
annoying. Ironically, I think the spikes should do more damage. I do. I feel like they're too weak. Okay, I'm back to where I wanted to be. Scrap arrow. Okay.
Let's see.
Cool. Oh. Do I even want this? Flask of the Fell. I mean, I guess that's pretty good. I could throw that away. Oh, I hit the wrong... Okay. I picked up the wrong thing. Inventory's full? Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of things I looted. Okay. Oh, right. That's not how it works. Okay. So we did all these. And now we have the chest. Okay, alright. This better be something really good. Masterful Mace. Okay. That's fucking good. We're taking this mace, and we're throwing it in the fucking garbage. It's getting deleted. And now we have a new mace, and this is the new mace. Okay, good.
Yeah.
And okay, we did everything. It's a big boy mace, yeah. Jon Stewart back to the Daily Show through 2024 election. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I remember my dad and I used to watch the Daily Show a lot.
Yeah.
Wonderful point. Using ancient spires open fast travel points over the. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, nice. So I just unlocked a fast travel point.
Yeah.
I will break all these too. Now glide.
What the fuck?
I don't think that would work because won't my glide run out of stamina and then I'll fall down and die? It works? Okay, I'll try it.
Fuck.
This is really cool. I'm gonna look out over the vista here. Look at that.
Yeah, the game looks pretty
Holy
good.
shit. And that's where I originally came from, right there. That's Sin's Fortress over there.
Fuck. Whatever.
Oh, goods with the fuck? Yeah. I mean, as I said, I think this game does take a lot of unnecessary L's. Like, you know, why are certain things in a game the way they are? But overall, I think this is a good game. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try and go to those houses.
Too bad. So sad.
If only someone could have predicted this. If only someone would have known. If only you know how to use it? Well, yeah, I mean, how would I, like, I mean, I don't know the intricacies of some video game mechanic I've never used before. How could I know? Okay, so can I do this? Can I cancel? Then, okay, so this is how you do it. Loot? My loot was up there? Oh, I didn't notice. Okay, well, if my loot's up there, then I guess I should go back, right?
Probably.
That just doesn't make sense to me, because, like, that's not where my loot was whenever I died. Okay. I'll give it a minute, then I'll jump back over. At least now I know what to do. Why does gliding cost stamina? I don't know.
Fuck.
Okay, the stamina is just, yeah, the stamina in this game really, it makes the game worse. I think that's really all it comes down to. Like, I actively enjoy the game less because of the stamina. And, like, I played Once Human, and I also played Palworld, and they're games that are kind of the same dynamic, and they don't have that, and so I don't think it's necessary for a game to have that. So, like, why does this game have it? Because, like, for example, those games have other annoying things, but why does this game have this one?
Palworld has
I don't really see the value in it. Why am I... Oh, there we go. Okay, he's dead. Palworld has stamina. It just doesn't rely on gliding. Oh, no, and Once Human has stamina too, but, like, the stamina isn't as oppressive as it is in this game. It's not about whether the game has stamina or not. It's about whether the stamina in the game feels like it's an oppressive force that makes things take longer. Oh, wait, what the fuck?
I see what you mean.
Oh, wow. I didn't see that. Oh, that's badass. Okay, so I live here now.
Hey, Marapes.
The depletion rate's too high? Yeah. And so, like, if the stamina was, like, way higher, it would be okay. It's not really that, like... Alright, and what are we gonna get rid of here? I should go. I think I need to go back. I'm gonna go back to base. I don't want to because it's really annoying. But I want to do that now. Remove bones? Well, why would I remove bones? I don't know what to use them for. If I remove bones, then maybe I might need them later on. Okay. So we have metal scraps. Are there any more metal scraps that I got?
Oh, you're still alive. I thought you died.
Bones are valuable? Yeah, I mean, like, everybody always, like, was trying to, like, tell me, like, oh, do this, do that. I don't really follow direction very well, and I have actually no interest in really any feedback from people. I just want to do it the way I want to do it. Okay, I can't even use nails, so I don't have metal scraps.
Never force it.
Actually, gaming, yeah. Salvage unused weapons. I don't know how to do that. How do I salvage a weapon? Do I click on it? Actions? Salvage. Okay. This is a 14. Okay, that's bad. Okay, I get runes out of that? I can delete that one. What? Okay. And then I need to make another box for these potions. What do I need for storage here? What else is new? Okay. Where's string? I don't have plant fiber? Oh, I put the plant fiber. Oh my god. Okay. I hit the wrong button. Okay, so now I can make storage. And I'll put all my potions in here. The chests suck for a while. They really do. Like I don't know why so many developers get fixated on the idea that the early game part of an experience has to be
one more
annoying. I don't know why they do that. Like, I never feel like my experience is better because of it. Maybe other people don't mind it, but I do.
I mean, you need...
What's annoying? It's annoying to not have the items that are in my area not automatically... like, I want to be able to craft from my inventory. You feel OP after? Really? For me, I just feel stupid for doing it in the first place.
I mean, it's a sense of progression.
Okay.
Anything else?
Frost. Oh.
So there's that.
Holy shit! Another legendary. Oh god.
Is I'll go back to this area, right?
Hello
Yeah,
there.
let's do it.
There's a... Oh, there's a...
Do you want spoilers regarding craft from chest? Yeah, like how many more hours do I have to play the game whenever I'm just like...
Let's see.
Whenever I'm bad, right? Craft your armor? I feel like I don't need armor.
Holy shit, it has a different boss music.
Using 2 more acts until you can craft the chest.
What the fuck?
Wanda doesn't seem like. Complain about more important shit than playing video game chests? Your body and a low testosterone? How can you complain about me complaining about video game chests whenever you're in my chat complaining about me complaining about video chests? Video game chests. Like, isn't that worse? very good like read on how people process information, like in general. And so, like if I say something like that I think is bad, I do think that a lot of people will experience the same thing that I do. And the reason why is like I've watched people play games. Like a lot of people like. Has it ever occurred to you, like, you know, a lot of streamers, like, usually aren't really observant of, like, what's going on. And I think that's something that happens with everybody, actually. It's not just streamers. It's just that you watch streamers do it. And so,
fuck me.
I'm just looking at, what even is this? Okay, so I go down this way. Ooh, alright. Once I break this, does this give me metal? I guess not. Doesn't even mean. Ignores chatters, yeah.
Can I make that? I think I can.
You're 0.7 days to die? Yeah, it was bad. When the games do aggressive tutorials, people whine and call it Ubisoft or whatever. Well, it's not about having either one. Oh shit. I don't think a game should have aggressive tutorials or not. Damn. The mechanics in the game should be intuitive to where tutorials are minimally necessary. Like, things that make sense in real life should make sense in a video game. I feel like that's kind of maybe an unpopular opinion that I have. But I feel like a person who, like, and I think, like, the best example of this is, like, Monster Hunter. And, like, one of the reasons why I really like Monster Hunter a lot is that I felt like a lot of the mechanics in the game really kind of made sense to me. Like, it made sense that the game works this way. It's like, oh yeah, well, of course this type of monster would be weak towards fire. Or of course it will be, you know, like, Velkhana isn't going to take as much damage from,
that's lucky.
You know, like, ice attacks or something like that. So yeah, there should be intuitive gameplay that a person can, who understands, like, a certain mechanic, can kind of pick up on and take advantage of, because it makes the players feel smart, and it also gives them, it basically, somebody already
This is not a bad corpse run.
For this
the other one was worse.
I think that sounds like kind of an abstract way of saying it, but I do think that's what makes sense in my mind.
Please don't aggro.
And so, yeah, trash in the library. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to need those old books or not. Like, maybe you need them to, like, turn in for spells or something. I don't know. And so, by the way, I really love the house design in these games. Like, this is amazing. This is really well done. Yeah, I love this. So if I destroy this, do I get weed? I do. Oh, wow. See, that's the kind of cool stuff. Like, that's exactly what I mean. Like, that's so cool to me. That's the way the game should be. Like, the moment, like, you know, you figure something out, right? And it's like, oh, if I destroy this bundle of plant fiber, I get plant fiber. There it is. It's like Souls like crafting game. Yeah, it's the same as, like, you know, jumping attacks do more damage because of the momentum behind them. And so I think that in general, like, video games should follow, you know, normal, observable, logical physics in games, or sorry, in real life. Now, I think that it's okay to have some things that don't do that, for example, but I feel like it should be few and far between. Once you're grounded in reality, you know what to expect without needing the game to tell you. If you step on fire, it should burn you, for example. Exactly. I think that's a great example. Yeah, like stepping in fire. What's one of the first things that a lot of people do whenever they see a fire? Well, they jump on top of it, right? They want to, like, oh, I didn't know. Yeah, they want to jump on top of it to see what's going to happen. Oh, so I get muddy feet. Like, that makes sense, right? This is interesting, right? You would logically assume this would happen. If you walk through mud, then it takes a minute for you after you walk out of the mud to be able to move your character properly. And I think that's great. I'll go ahead and get some more of this. Your carpenter NPC? Okay, well, hopefully I'll get it soon. Too much realism for me, but it does seem cool. I think that what you're saying can be true, and I think everybody is going to have like a different basis on like what they think is like an acceptable amount of realism versus not, versus annoying. Oh, these give me metal scraps too. I'm going to loot all of these. I also think that oh wow. I wasn't ready to go up there now, but I guess I'll go up there now.
Yeah.
Anyway. Let's do this. Yeah, look how many of these I can get. This is amazing. What? Floating barrel? Yeah. I actually really like platforming in games like this. Even as each person has different degrees of game realism, I think the problem is whenever the game logic is defiant of actual realism.
Okay.
Like that's, I think, whenever it's a problem. And whenever like a player is punished for making an assumption that like a normal person would make. Aside from that, I don't really think it's that big of a deal.
Damn, the Sunbreak slaps.
You're like eating every 2 minutes or dying. In a way, like one thing I would want, and this is something that's like more contentious, right? Is that I don't like in games whenever there's no indicator that there's something you should pick up. And I don't think there should be like a bright red, fucking neon sign on top of everything you should do because it hurts immersion. But like it is very hard to determine like what is just an object placed on the ground and what's something that you're supposed to loot. Oh, I got another one. Nice. Dig under rubble. Okay, yeah, well I got that one there. Okay, well let's go down this way.
Why are you going in your ball?
I'm just gonna throw like after the plant fiber situation. So I wonder what happens if I destroy this. Okay. This game looks very fun. Has anyone tried it with the co-op? I'm sure a lot of people have. Like, I feel like right now, if Palworld hadn't come out, I think everybody would be playing this. That's my honest opinion.
True.
I really do.
True. I was excited
think that
for
the reason why
Enshrouded,
more people aren't paying attention
but
to it is because Palworld is so big.
it's so good. Yep.
And like that's why I kind of like it sounds like kind of stupid, but like that's kind of why I was like, oh, I should play this game today because like I feel like nobody's gonna give this game any attention because like just the other.
Woo! Nice
dodge.
dodge.
Like, it's so big, right? But like I really do think this game is it's a good game in a lot of ways, even though I disagree with some of the ways that it's designed. Well, I hope so, right? Like I like the game. I hope that that Day and anybody else, it's like if I play the game, like generally I give feedback because I like the games. It's not because I want them to die. I want them to live. And so if I'm saying something negative about the game, it's certainly not personal. Like this is Yeah, it is, and I think that also like people like games to push the envelope now, because I feel like there's been like for a while there was like a lot of tone policing of like everything that people would say and do, and I think that over time people kind of lose interest.
Strategic recall.
Lose interest.
No.
They don't like it, and so now that that's not really as much the case, like you have all these like little areas. Like
Oh, Jet Dragon.
This is so nice, you know. It's like, because like if you just look around at like the environment, this is part of. There's like, you know, little things everywhere, and I think that's what makes it so special. Game's gorgeous, yeah, exactly. Game's gorgeous. Well, it's also that they put a lot of work into like all the little things, right? And that's the real value. I'm sorry, guys, but we're respecting the magic. Like, this is crazy. I mean, like, it's so much better. I would smash that, but I know I can just go down this way. Yeah, this is so cool. Can I open this? Can I destroy it? I can, but it probably will take like an hour. I'm assuming there's a door that will open it. Or a lever. Oh, wow. Wait, is this any good? Well, I guess I'll use it. I'm gonna replace my bow then. Oh, I see. I feel like this game doesn't have items.
I'll take a 16.
I think every game, by the way, should just have iframes on dodges. Doesn't? Yeah. Oh, opening the chest. I see what happened.
Yes!
Why is it doing
Second
three
legendary. Whew.
That doesn't really make any sense.
Holy shit!
What?
Can be ridden. Can be ridden. Very nice.
Okay. Make sure I eat the rest of that berry too. I'm gonna try and use the bow. Oh, there's no reason to.
Okay, I think, yeah, it's a nice
I think so, right? Like, there's
time
no
to
way.
call it. Let's just check around here for some more.
I think that this was just to create a event whenever you went down to the bottom.
Holy shit.
There's nothing else really to that.
Very nice. These
Okay, let's go to the
legendaries
next
are
area.
amazing fights. That one was easier though. The arena was not as annoying as the first.
Wood acid. Oh, I bet I can get metal scraps out of this, right? Okay.
What?
Wumpas.
Ooh.
No Mamorest. Doesn't seem like it. I'm going.
Combat with what? The fucking bees. Damn, I lit that bitch up. I'm not gonna even try and get that right now. I will get this though.
Oh, Mamorest. And an egg.
What can I throw away?
Did I still need
I
them?
don't need sticks.
Well, I don't. Yeah, one more.
If it's a special flower, I bet I probably can't get that many of those.
Whoops. That was a legendary. You better stay in that. That's good.
I didn't do the upstairs area here. Oops.
I'm going to call it. It's been, Jesus, 9 hours.
Yeah, I'll actually be kind of curious to see if this game is going to have the same situation that like Once Human did, where like these houses will be repeated, and so like you go into like the houses at like level 20 and they're all going to be the same as the houses that we're seeing right here. Because I remember thinking the same thing about Once Human, that I really liked the way that it was designed and the houses and like the amount of work they put into it, and it was great. You know, it's not like it's bad, but like they also just copy pasted it 100 times. Okay, so what's this? Ooh, I see it.
Ooh, one last Mamorest.
I feel like there's nothing even up there.
I got them all right. Yep. You can die in peace.
What do I not need? I probably don't need this many corn cobs, but we're not going to get rid of the corn cobs.
What is going on?
Equip ring? No, I already have 2 rings equipped right now.
Oh, my inventory is full. Okay. Let me check.
Okay, I'll farm all this, then I think that I'm pretty much good to go, right?
What is
So
this
I've
gold?
gone through everything here.
135.
And that's all the
Jesus.
houses. Why can't you equip 8 rings?
What else? Speldium and ancient.
Because
okay.
you're a fucking, you're a warrior, not a rapper. Obviously.
What do you mean I can't? Why can't I acquire these?
Look at that damage. Oh, these guys are just getting dick.
Let me just reload.
Telling you, bro, like this damage is nuts.
I have, let's see, 78 hours.
I think I need to teleport back.
In Palworld. Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna be honest, like, cause I feel like there's nothing I really am gonna get out of this area.
Day 151. Jesus. I mean, I have been grinding.
Yeah. Bro, look how much damage that did to 20,
That's
right?
better.
That did 23, and I don't need mana. Or I don't need resources. Like, bro, we about to respec. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, this is just sad. I'm gonna get rid of these bombs. I don't need these. Let me kill a few more of these before I leave.
Okay, but I'm gonna stop now. I need sleep. Sleep is good.
We'll see. Yeah, dude, this damage is nuts. I gotta go back. Let's see what we can craft now. Nobody goes anything, melee gets tanky. Yeah, but like... You don't need to be tanky if you don't take damage.
Nice. Okay. That's it for today. Tomorrow, we ride.
Add runes to weapon. Enhance equipment. Okay, so crack wand. Space.